Good morning, everybody. Brendan McNevin here. You join me at the BIOGEN 2025 President's Cup. Really exciting day, championship day here. The course is pitched at 1:40 this morning. I'm joined by the course designer for this weekend's competition, Mr. Brett Weber. Brett, the course building's been fantastic all week. The results have been fantastic. This looks like a staunch competition today. What do you feel about the course this morning?
Yeah, no, we've gone with a slightly different feel this year. I'm kind of known for doing all my dog's legs, and today we're doing everything on straight lines just to be a little bit different. Testing more scope and jumping ability today and rideability, not so much technical things to catch people. So yeah, we've had very good jumping. The horses have been jumping super the whole week. I think the main President's Cup, there's 12 horses within a pole, so really exciting day as well.
Exciting day, absolutely, guys. So I must say I agree with you. I think the jumping has been fantastic. Obviously, a big thanks to BIOGEN. We're standing next to the BIOGEN wall. I mean, definitely the course is going to be big enough. Brett, is there anything in particular this morning here in this 140 track that you find a little bit technical?
No, I think for this track we've kept it quite simple. For the juniors and for the adults, we'll make it play a little bit with some of the distances and that. For this class, we just big jumps and the people must get around them.
Exciting time. So again, just we were chatting off air a little bit. I was saying to Brett, is it going to be more about technicality today? He said no. He thinks it's going to be a little bit more about big jumping, which is really exciting. So guys, if that hasn't whet your appetite, I don't think anything will. We're going to be kicking off now with the 140 championships. Join us shortly.
That was the bell to close the door, so we are just about ready now to begin our first class of the day. Once again, a big thank you to Back on Track with the Hillarine in sponsorship of this 1 meter 40 championship class. Tilton Board is going to come forward and take the salute while all the other competitors as well. Once again, 84 seconds. One round and a shuffle. The 1 meter 40 championship class. And by to do this smile illuminating. Good morning to you, Tilton, all the way from KZN. You go first, riding
Good morning, viewers, and welcome to the 2025 BIOGEN President's Cup. We see our first rider of the 140 championship class, Hilton Ford. He brings in Rivervale's Shades Apart. I'm Sten Muchner, and as you already saw, I'm in co-commentary with Brendan McNiven this morning. Morning, everybody. Really exciting day ahead of us here. Really full competition here in the 140 class. A big competition, exciting times. Always good to see when we've got over 40 horses in the 140 competition. Hilton's going to be our trailblazer around this Brett Weber design course. Pretty uncomplicated. I think you spoke to Brett. He said he hasn't gone for a super technical track, Brendan, but he's built quite big. And I think that's going to ride technical anyway. I think the arena's quite small. Jumps are going to come quick. Time allowed of 84 seconds. Let's see what he does here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I walked the course with Jonathan Clark, and he said that that distance was like an 8.5 stride down the hill. But I think, having ridden in this arena quite a bit, going down the hill, the horses travel really well across this good surface. Sure. Unfortunately, the horse just laying a toe on the back rail of the B element there at 7. And the viewers just getting a shot of that BIOGEN wall really in the shadows here this morning at Maple Ridge. It's definitely something that can play a part in some horses' minds when they're going from the bright sun into the shadows. 6 to the last, leaves the back on track oxer up. Looks like quite a disciplined distance down to the last jump. I think that Rivervale Shades Apart has massive step, Brendan. So we saw him easy on the 8 strides there, from 5 to 6. I think Jonathan was saying that maybe a couple of the horses might do 9 on a slightly wider curve. But that's really, I think, in terms of technicality, I think the only real question that Brett has asked here. Your other distances are pretty simple, because a normal 4-stride, 2 normal 4-stride distances and a 6-stride distance to the last. Sure. I suppose just this this line that's right in front of our commentary box over here, which is the BIOGEN wall coming down to the Maple Ridge double right in front of us. Big oxer jumping in. Horses really have to be balanced. Saying that, I think Brett's also been quite fair. If you look at the back rail of this Maple Ridge oxer, the double you were just talking about, the back rail looks a hole higher than the front, so not too square coming down the hill. Next up, we have number 2. It's Big Smile Lunady with Tessa Joseph riding for the Flax family. Beautifully turned out. I was going to say, Lunady looking an absolute picture this morning. The Burlington grooms always going the extra mile with their horses. Tessa's looking quite blinged out there with her hats in her jacket in the morning sun here at Maple Ridge. You always see her social media posts how grateful she is for the ride on these horses, but I must say she does an amazing job with them. Oh, big effort there at the 334 oxer to start. I think the horses get a really good kick off this surface. Been beautifully prepared this morning. We've had a fair amount of rain over the week, so these arenas really do well with the water. Little added spooky element of the birds flying off from underneath that oxer. Lunady keeping his focus though. See that 8 quite cantering down the hill there. Absolutely stay moving on the 8. After the
early rail, it's going to be a question of just keeping your composure all the way to the end, because we've seen so often anything can happen in these rounds.
Tess really becoming accustomed to jumping these big 140 Grand Prix these days.
Yeah, having made the step up to 150 Grand Prix level, I think she's really enjoying her time with these two horses of the Flaxes.
And who wouldn't when they make shapes like that? Wow. Luna D put in a massive effort. Unfortunate 4 penalties there, soft fence, but I'm sure she'll be thrilled to bits with that round. Again, as you said, so grateful.
Yeah, as you can see, big pats and Luna D looking very, very chuffed with his efforts there. Number 3 goes next. Regenesis Vet Lidorado FG, Tam Rueda in the saddle. Tam now a big part of the Winx team, one of our sponsors here at the show. Lovely to see this horse back in action. I know he had quite some time off due to injury.
Yeah, I sort of chatted to her briefly about it. She's been taking her time. He's got a big expressive jump, and she'd really want to try and nurture him back to getting back to 150 level for sure.
Must say, these shorter distances like that, the 4 strides, there's no room for error. Like Tam rode that Bene Oxa beautifully, and the horse just pitched short.
Sure.
Going up the hill, the 4 strides just seemed like it was never going to get there.
And you say, as you said, you don't have much time to react or recover, unfortunately.
Oh, the shorter the distances get, the worse it is, I think.
Yeah,
those 4 strides and 3 strides that we become so accustomed to seeing in this arena because of its size really puts pressure on the horse's accuracy throughout the course. Looks like Tam's going to elect just to do a retirement fence. Chris van der Merwe goes next. It's number 4, 334 Bacure. Chris riding for the 334 Sport Horse Stud team. So he had a win on Lorona the other day. Good to see him back at the top of the podium. It's been a while, but it's really good to see him back where he belongs.
Yeah, I must agree with you. And I think anytime Lorona's in and around form, you're not really going to beat her. To be honest, I'm excited to watch her future this year. It's really going to be an exciting time, exciting partnership.
She made the step up to Grand Prix level at the end of last year, so it's going to be interesting to see her production this year and see where she gets to. I think it's no secret that she's probably my favorite horse on the circuit at the moment.
So 334 back here, an 8-year-old stallion by Brunsau out of a Cassini mare,
who is putting on quite an exhibition here in Krugersdorp this morning.
Super.
Chris using his voice, that second distance in the treble there, just to balance the horse up.
Also nipped inside the 334 Oxa there just to make sure that he's not going to be too worried about time. Oh, beautiful.
Easy for time.
Beautiful discipline, 6 to the last.
Leaves it up, comes home, clear, 76.09. No problems for time there for Chris and 334 Bacure. Brendan, our first clear round of the competition.
And what a beautiful clear round. I mean, just the stallion looked super relaxed this morning. He looked like he had his mind on the job. Chris never one that lacks any confidence, but I'm sure after a couple podium finishes, you just start really believing again. He's a fantastic jockey, but from one fantastic jockey to another. Number 5 up next, 334, Hey, I'm Vilma. And Chris van der Merwe's better half. And a lady who's on sparkling form at the moment. This is Leona van der Merwe.
for once, I'm actually going to be kind and back my mate up here, Brendan. That round that Bakure just jumped was outstanding. I mean, Chris looked foot perfect the whole way around. Leon is going to be under pressure to replicate a round as good as that.
Just rolls up on the 8 there. I think pressure is something that both Chris and Leona revel in. They definitely have a really organized team of riders, does 3-3-4, putting together some really interesting results.
Brendan, you and I were front and center last year when this pair won their first World Cup here at this very venue.
Absolutely, I can still see the tears in Leona's dad's eyes. It was very special to watch.
So you called it, this big oxer coming down the hill, the Maple Ridge double, this big oxer in front of us, just the back rail going down there for Leona and Hayam Vilma.
Shame. I mean, it was almost just one little error that the horse made. She sort of short jumped it a bit, landed on it behind, but jumped everything else really confident for me.
Really confidently. Not quite as well as Chris, but I mean, she rode that beautifully. Number 6 goes next. It's Cornet's Mandarino, Ronnie Healy. See, he is at the show.
Yeah. Good to see his face again, I must say. I haven't seen him for a while. Life's been pretty crazy, but always interesting to see where Ron's horses are at. So impeccably produced and always so ready for their classes.
Am I right in saying he was the 2024 Rider of the Year, voted the Rider of the Year in 2024? And I mean, how not? He won that series.
I mean, first and second in the Derby, sort of making South African show jumping history was something very special to watch last year.
Won the Outdoor Grand Prix.
Okay, I think that's enough now.
Oh, yeah, no, we'll stop. But I mean, and you can see just why when you watch him ride.
He's really tight to the triple there. This horse just eats up the ground.
The riders have made light work of this time allowed of 84 seconds. The closest we've seen is 80 seconds. So I don't think time is going to be a factor here in this course. Mandarino using his body like an acrobat through the double here in front of us.
I think it just also shows the level of riding that South Africans are producing at the moment. It's amazing to watch. Oh,
and there we have it.
Like.
It's a jump off between the two young guns. Young guns. Ronnie's now 40, I guess. Not so young anymore. But Ronnie Healy
young.
booking his spot in the jump off with young Chris van der Merwe. Those two young men know how to go quick. Early on in the season, good to see the horses looking so well, Brendan.
Yeah, I must say, and again, I mean, just viewers would have noticed that Mandarino has jumped a few 150 classes, lots of 150 classes, but as you mentioned, beginning of the season now, Ron will obviously have his plan with his horses, and this will definitely be a fitness step for them.
Number 7 goes next. It's Fee Fa Fo Fum with Jethro Bauer in the saddle. Another speedy rider if he can book a spot into that jump off. I do believe this horse's first 140 was just 2 days ago, so Jethro obviously has a lot of trust in him that he's elected to stay in the 140s for the championship class. Early rail going down there at jump number 3.
I think, Jethro is still a young man and I think wanting to get a bit of mileage under his belt. I think he's made the trip up from Natal. Feels like the horse is enjoying the ground and the courses and that type of thing, and obviously knowing his horse well, he thought, well, let's give him a little step up today, see where we're at.
I think you've hit the nail on the head. I think often you've got to make hay while the sun shines. So when a horse is feeling in good form and jumping well, I think stick to it. So for me, often when you put a horse up a level, and a horse like this that has actually really come up the grades quickly since being with Jethro, often where they'll find a
Super.
bit of difficulty is in your doubles and
Yeah,
trebles. That's
yeah.
where the horses find it
Absolutely.
slightly more tricky. You know, that's where the step up comes, I think.
Sure. And again, I think a score that maybe doesn't really suit the round. I think that horse really showed a great account of himself.
One soft rail at number 3, and,
Yeah.
then the double and the treble
Sure,
really catch the
sure.
horse out. And that for me is the horses have to learn how to jump bigger doubles and trebles like that.
Absolutely.
But Jethro's got himself another top competitor in the 140s. CDE Lawlock Picasso next. It's Hannah Gerber in the saddle. They go at number 8.
Yeah, I suppose just sort of building on what you just said there, that in these competitions, the trebles and the doubles are often where it's a bit won and lost. I think maybe taking a little bit of time, acknowledging that the treble maybe isn't over big, but it is riding fairly tough. I mean, if you're not 100% forward, jumping in there with the plank underneath 7A, the horses could be a bit distracted. It's pretty square. The ox are jumping in the middle.
And jumping uphill
Yeah.
out of sort of the lowest corner, I think, of the arena.
Yeah, a little bit of a dead turn, little tough turn like that. And then again, this oxer here at the Maple Ridge double where we're sitting, the horses jump the wall. Again, 3s, 4s, it all comes quite quickly.
And I think that is exactly where I was going with that. When the fences start to come quickly, the horses have to use their body in a whole different way when the fences have gone up 2 holes.
I suppose reaction time needs to get a little bit better. And that's why mileage is so important. I think that's where Jethro's head will be at, definitely, with that last round.
So Hannah Gerber on track now. A combination that is very accustomed to jumping these fences. I never get bored of watching her, Brendan. She is a master at giving the horses space and room to use their scope.
Absolutely.
She really is. She really has refined her skill.
And knows this
There-
horse back
I mean,
to
that-
front,
I-
inside out. And then still, I mean, even on the balancing distance, I mean, he gets down the waiting 8.
She really is world class, this jockey. Trains out of the Farnham stable setup.
Here's the room.
You hear her using her voice.
Foot perfect. All the riders just electing to nip inside that 3-3-4 oxer, take the time pressure off. Whoa.
Good body control there through the Maple Ridge double. Just 2 from home.
There's the room again. Oh. Come on.
There you have it. Our first lady through to the jump off. Hannah Gerber. CDE Lawlock Picasso joining the 2 boys.
That was an excellent round, really. Just that young lady knows that horse so well. He trusts her, she trusts him. Fantastic riding there from Hannah.
Number 9 goes next. It's Forsyth Bengston. Grant Langley in the saddle. Forsyth Bengston immaculately turned out this morning by his groom Dumasani Radebe.
Just chatting about this horse. We saw him last at Maxwell's at the indoor down in Natal. And on our way home, you were chatting to Grant on our drive back up the highway. And Grant was saying this horse is really starting to feel better now. He's after his injury, starting to feel himself. I'm always excited to see how Grant's horses perform. He's never here to make up the numbers. He's always super competitive. You can see that in his clients and how he produces them.
Saw him in the 120s already on one of his young horses, Calaho Enzo, in the prizes all week, and I'm pretty sure that this was that horse's first 120 show. He definitely, you always talk about the way riders produce their horses, Brendan. You spoke about Chris and Leona. They produce their horses at shows as part of their system. Grant definitely teaches them to be competitive from day dot.
Sure, copy.
They've got to understand that's the way they're going to ride.
Yeah. That was a really soft fence.
It's our second rider to lay a toe on the back rail of that treble.
I wonder if Grant's going to be eyeing the Derby out again this year. This horse is looking so confident, so relaxed.
As he has a little spook coming around the corner. But I think you've hit the nail on the head. That horse is looking amazing. The one great thing with Grant, I think, I don't want to say he's been around for so long. He's jumped so many derbies now. He's jumped so many World Cups. His horses are so lucky in the sense that he never puts pressure on them to try and do another one.
Yeah, for his ego or for whatever it would be. Absolutely, it's 100% about them.
If you were to go up and ask him now, he'll say to you, well, come October, I'll see whether he's feeling good enough, and he'll probably even decide at the show. That sort of Grant's mentality, always allowing the horse to make those decisions. Number 10 up next, it's Capital Don Costello with Georgia Roerich. Recently made the move to train with the master himself, Jonathan Clark.
And speaking of masters, I mean, isn't Harry just one himself? The way he goes along, he...
Not quite sure what he saw there at that Bene Oxa.
That's better. He jumps these jumps so easy, doesn't he?
As he's more affectionately known as Harold Houdini there, making a big stretch through the treble. Like you said, he jumps. I mean, this is 140 proper, Brendan, and he jumps it for fun.
Absolutely for fun. With his ears pricked, he always looks keen.
And it just speaks to the rideability that he has. I mean, Georgia, very, very small young lady.
Sure.
And Don Costello, a big horse. Having had all those years of production with Ian van Schalkwyk, just showing that he can be ridden by even the smallest of ladies.
Yeah, sure. Just what a gentleman he is.
And I think he loves Georgia as well. One of our favorites up next, Brendan. Opal de la Bastille, Courtney Webber in the saddle for owner Shelly Ann Moore.
Giving all the 150 riders a turn. This show is Courtney. Really, she's an amazing young jockey, this girl. She's incredibly mileaged, beautifully produced by Grant. And really just every round I watch her jump, she makes all her horses go in a very similar manner. She rides them up into the contact. She stays away from their necks.
Am I right in saying that she makes them all look, they all end up having a very easy way of going?
Very.
And we've watched her in the jump-offs, Brendan, often look like she's just having, you know, like a little go against the clock, but not really putting her foot down flat. And she can go into the lead by some 3 seconds sometimes.
Yeah, agreed.
Another lady from the Langley Equestrian setup. And as we spoke about, Grant, easy way with his horses. I mean, Courtney already jumped her first World Cup last year on this horse and was placed in it. And amazing to see. We saw her jump the Grand Prix at Maxwell's. And they've obviously just, you know, the horse isn't quite up and running proper yet. So
it's a long year. There's lots of big jumping ahead of them.
So electing,
come on,
to
Courtney.
The 140s here, into the jump off. Electing, I was going to say, to stay in the 140s, but their mindset at Langley Equestrian Centre, that's not a like oh, we failed this show, so we're going to. It's this is where my horse is at.
Definitely.
And this is where I'm going to be competitive.
Well, that was the thing. I mean, because not only do they arrive, but they're always generally in the jump off, and also generally in the top 5, or even usually top 3. To be fair. And I think just that round looked like that horse was full of confidence. He jumped it easily. I mean, a beautiful, beautiful way to finish off a fantastic show for her.
Cornerstone's Midgard Zakiro up next with Divan Bosman, number 12. Talking about young talents, we see him riding in his South African jacket.
And just all you viewers at home getting treated to the real creme de la creme of our South African young riders and just riders in general. I mean, this has been real quality partnerships basically that we've been seeing all morning, and definitely this is a really exciting one. You mentioned in his national colors, his South African colors, and very, very well deserved.
Trains out of the Cornerstone stables.
And just for me, if you want to talk partnerships, I mean, Divan, he's always up the canter and letting that horse get up to the jumps. But if on the odd occasion he's a little long, this horse just pricks his ears and finds the back bar with such ease.
Definitely taking some jumping, that B element of number 7, Brendan. Yeah, going up the hill. And I think it's quite square, that oxer as well. It's one of the squarer oxers of the track.
Sure. Divan keeps him straight in the double.
I think it's fair in calling him a kid, but this kid is just class.
He is
out
class.
And out.
I mean, you said it earlier, this is 140 proper. These kids are cruising around here like
tinkled
it's nothing.
around in the quickest time so far in our first round of 70.82.
We were going on earlier about Ronnie Healy and Christopher van der Merwe giving everybody a little bit of a riding lesson. Well,
This young man is some 15, 20 years younger than Ronnie.
we've got Courtney, Hannah and Divan who are going to be hot on their heels. So this is going to be an unbelievably exciting jump off.
Talking about exciting jump-offs, Nariska Prinsloo Hill up next. She brings in number 14, GCS Max Pacific NPS.
And don't blink because you may miss this round.
I mentioned to Brendan in the car on the way here this morning, I think for the first time in my life, I saw at Revel Stables something that I've never ever seen. First, second and third all going to the same rider, and that was Nariska. And let me tell you, when you're at a show that Charlie Crockett is at and you manage to come first, second and third, you have really outdone yourself. Not just with her moves on the dance floor the night before, but on the podium the whole day the next day as well. I think, Brendan, we were chatting about it, Nariska is in some fine form at the moment. She's well horsed.
She's been building this really exciting string of horses over the last couple of years.
And there's a part of me that wants to say that back injury that she had where the horses had a little bit of downtime, they've all come back firing.
Oh, this is going to be a good jump off.
And all the competitors that were already in that jump off just took a big sigh, thinking, oh,
Going to have to try and beat Pacific today.
I'm going to have to break the sound barrier to get onto the podium here today. And as we said, Divan Bosman with the fastest time in the first round so far. No. Nariska Prinsloo Hill with the fastest round in that of 70.30, Brendan. I know it doesn't matter, but to me it just shows you that the natural speed that these riders want to go at.
And it shows you how comfortable Nariska and Divan are at that pace, which means when they ramp it up, you must know how quickly they're going to go.
Amy Hay goes next, number 15, Othello Fanet Kaiserhof.
And again, all the people in the jump off will be having one eye on the arena, because if this horse goes clear, man.
And I do think what we're going to see is her trying to be the slowest clear round of the first round.
For sure.
Because this horse, if you even half let your foot onto the gas, I think in the first round, you're in trouble.
I must agree with you. And
having said that, Brendan, about the horses, sorry, I'm cutting you off, but having said about this horse's pace and natural speed and that, I think her and her trainer Charlie Crockett have done an amazing job at improving this horse's rideability. He's always had jump for days. He's always been destined to jump big fences.
He was always very fiery.
But he has often looked like he's teetering on being out of control.
Oh, how was that?
And this is looking more and more like equitation.
Just soft through his back in this big double here. Amy using her voice here. I saw her driving herself in her big truck to the horse show this morning.
World class, and I just said the times keep getting faster. 70.14, just a good guide to how quickly that horse can get across the ground.
Have we had 4 clears in a row?
We have 4 clears. Okay, Nariska slightly older, but 4 clears. The other 3 all real youngsters in this class. So
I must say, the 140 championships at every one of our shows is always an absolute stormer of a class.
Hope van Orsdorf goes next with Ashley Taylor in the saddle. It's number 16. Starting to repeat ourselves, but it's just young talent after young talent here this morning. You say the 140s has become a real speed class to watch, Brendan. It's funny, years gone by. You know, if you could get, I remember often people were trying to just get out the 130s because the 130s was just a rat race. It was absolute speed merchants. So if you could get to the 135s, then there were, you know, it took a bit more technicality in the riding and the horses needed a bit more time to clear the fences and that. I mean, we've seen now in South Africa the quality of horses that we've become accustomed to. I mean, you think back to that Grand Prix at Kep where you and I sat there on a Friday afternoon. Stacey Weston lit the ground on fire, and I think it was Jenna Odell that went even quicker. I mean, it's become the quality of horses and the quality of riding in this country. It's no longer just the 130s or the 135s that are speed classes. You go right up to the 150 level, and these guys go lightning quick.
And I suppose just again, you know, I think South African show jumping is really alive and well. I think that our training systems are really up to standard. We've got access to fantastic horses now, you know, and good jump at the last there. It really is an exciting time to be involved in our sports. I must say, we've got really exciting things coming this year.
Well, I'm going to cut you off there so you don't say too much, because I know there's a lot of secrets still about some of the excitement. Talking about exciting young horses, 334 Capital Katori up next, Leona van der Merwe. We were talking about horses that go quickly. This horse has won every speed class at 130, 135, and now 140.
I mean, viewers, this is an absolute treat to be able to watch. I suppose Sten and I have definitely got the best seats in the house, but I suppose all you guys enjoying the jumping at home this morning, I hope you're enjoying it as much as we are, because this is just an absolute showcase of South African talent.
So just with regards to the 334 stud breeding program, Brendan, I know that they don't breed with any of their mares that haven't jumped 140 yet. Am I correct? Yeah.
That's being the black mare, yeah.
And this mare has just made the step up to 140 recently. So with a mare like her by Katoki out of a mile-old Carthago mare, I mean, that's a huge addition to their breeding program.
And I mean, just with all the horses that they get to sit on. Whenever I talk to Leona about this horse, she's always got a little smile on her face.
A twinkle in her eye.
Yeah, definitely. She's going to give Lorona a run for her money one day, but there's another one.
We talk about how quick the first round times have been. Viewers, that is some 1.5 seconds faster than Amy Hay was on Othello van het Kaiser. So the quickest first round we've seen. I don't know if our viewers at home saw that horse through the treble, but she has an absolute wood allergy.
Yeah.
She bent her back inside out over the B element of that oxer. It almost like she thought it was a vertical because it's so square. And then as she spotted the back rail, she just
jumped again
did like an extra little take.
Crazy.
Rivendell Lamborghini up next. Nicholas Samradi, number 18. Amazing, this horse already jumped Grand Prix level last year as an 8-year-old. Now a 9-year-old stallion. Now the son of Lissabon.
And just another one impeccably produced by Nicola. She has, again, a very exciting string of 120 and 130 horses coming through the ranks. And she just has the ability of making them all go in this organized frame.
And I think, Brendan, it has something to do a little bit with the eye that Nicola has. She chooses her horses very wisely. Sure. And I think she has gone to Beatrix in her corner as well, who's very fussy about what she rides. And you spoke about a string of young horses that she has coming through. She has possibly one of the largest strings of horses in South Africa, I think. I mean,
and just quality all round.
No stranger to hard work as Nicola. She just rides. She would probably have 20 horses, close on 20 horses at this show.
Yeah.
And I think Lamborghini, Rivendell Lamborghini, is a perfect advert for what Lissabon has been able to produce in this country.
Beautiful riding.
Classy,
Gee whiz.
rideable, careful horses. With a touch of Nicholas Riley in his production.
So clearly the South African horses not having an issue with the slightly taller course that Brett Weber has pitched here this morning in this 140 championship.
I missed a little bit what your interview with him this morning, Brendan. Did he mention any heights on the fences?
He didn't. He said that there are going to be a few little tricks in the big class a little later. He's going to play around with the distances. He did just say that this was going to be a staunch 140 solid. You know, I think just with the light equipment these days and just the nature of how the courses are built, it does really demand sort of unbelievable rideability and reaction from these horses.
Charlie Ann Crockett on track at the moment, number 19. Odina van Berrimar. I could be pronouncing it wrong. I've been corrected so many times about Odina. Penny Crockett was very helpful in correcting me. The problem is it was 4 months ago. I can't remember. For our viewers that maybe didn't know where Charlie was, she had a shoulder surgery at the end of last year. So she's been out of action for a little while. We saw her back at the Revel show, was her sort of first big one back, I would think. And believe me, you knew that she was at Revel show because she was on every podium. She kicked off exactly where she left off last year.
Oh, beautifully judged down to the last there. Wow, super riding.
And fiance, soon to be husband, Roy Barfoot. I'm sure he'll be fist pumping at home there. He might have made the trip out here today, but he often very involved in looking after the horses at home while Charlie goes to all the shows. He's her biggest supporter and soon to be husband, I think in just 3 weeks' time. Sorry, Roy. Ashley Healy goes next. It's number 20, Gillian van Oorshoff. A new ride for Ashley. Horse that was produced by the great Ronnie Lawrence, then piloted so masterfully for a few seasons by Ashley's husband, Ronnie Healy. And I think Ash may be a little short on horsepower at the moment, so Ron and Ash had made the decision for her to ride Gillian, or Gillian.
Oh, Goofy as he's affectionately known at home.
He seems to really like her, doesn't he, Brendan?
You know, I think just he was impeccably produced by Ronnie Lawrence, as you mentioned. But he really did just sort of seem to find another gear and a little bit of youth under Ronnie Healy. Just the derbies that he jumped were absolutely exceptional.
Foot perfect.
So I think his system that they've got him in is great. I think his body's feeling good. Look, Ashley is a champion jockey. She can ride pretty much any type of horse, and it's great to see her making it look pretty organized, right?
And a foot shorter than Ronnie and a few kilos lighter, you know. I think all that adds to, especially when a horse is in the twilight years of his career.
Yeah, super Ash.
Another clear round and a quick one, 70.67. Brennan, I think it definitely helps. You know,
Definitely.
Ronnie an absolute master, but Ashley equally as talented and just a little bit lighter on the horse's back, probably making his life a little easier.
Sure, and he is a mileage horse, but he doesn't look it, to be honest with you. He doesn't look like he's getting any older. He looks well and fit. Definitely the system that they've got that horse in is absolutely blossoming.
I
Great
think
to
you've
see
got
Ash.
it fit and well
Yeah.
and keen to jump.
21 up next. This is Geordie Byrne. She brings in Calo Sequavella. Oh, this little horse is special. And again, when you talk about a little gleam in someone's eye when you talk to Geordie about this horse. And
I love having her in co-commentary because all you have to do is mention his name once and then you can sit back and relax for the rest of the class because she can just go on and on about him. And I mean that in the nicest way. She has an absolute adoration for this horse. You know, we talk about, we wish we could bubble wrap them and look after. I promise you she does. This horse wants for nothing with Geordie. Another lady that's joined the Langley Equestrian setup, Brendan, and looks to be really thriving from it.
Yeah, she's very diligent. She drives a long way to lessons.
5, 6, leaves it up.
This is going to be a speedy jump off. Wowza.
Every time the riders look up and they see another one of these speed merchants going clear, I think, oh.
Do you think you're winning less prize money each time?
Well, I guess it all comes down to how much faith they have in their own rides, I guess. Hey, you've got to know how quick your horse is. But let me tell you, to be beating Sequoia Vela.
No, well, if you thought you were coming to like get a little lazy prize here, you definitely not.
Yeah, if you thought a double clear with 1 or 2 inside turns was going to win you a prize in the back on track 140 championship class, think again.
Think again.
334 Ballabetto up next with Chris van der Merwe in the saddle, riding for the 334 Sport Horse Stud team. Already gave us a master class on 334 Bakure earlier. I would go as far as saying that the best round I've ever seen that horse jumped. He looked absolutely impeccable.
I think that...
And Chris was okay?
Chris was okay, as always. No, I think, that Chris has also really been busy building a string of horses. These stallions are sensitive. They do a heck of a lot of breeding. You've got to manage all of that part of them, and I think Chris is an absolute genius the way he does it. He really sort of settles them and gets them focused on their jobs. This horse has huge jump.
And I think, as we saw when that early rail went down, it's just a question of harnessing all that ability at the moment with these youngsters.
It's still only an 8-year-old by Balou Durouet out of a Diarado mare.
You were talking about Chris being such a master at what he does. I think part of his mastery is understanding that these horses are 8 or 9 years old, that they're still so young, and not getting impatient when there is the odd little mistake here and there. And I think that's where Chris has been so good.
Beautiful shots
you
of
sort
him
of
coming
never
through
see him. You never see him losing his cool about that or anything. He's always thinking, okay, I understand that the horse did this, or I understand that the horse did that, and I promise you he'll spend the entire trip back to the Midlands planning what he's got to do with those horses for the next few weeks and how he's going to improve on what they, if they have made a mistake over there. I'd love to hear his conversation about Bakure's round, because for sure he'll have something that he could have done better, and I definitely couldn't see it there. Courtney Webber returns, this time on four-side Caspian, riding for owner Grant Langley. She gets an amazing tune out of this horse.
Well, I think that he's a little unorthodox, I would say, this horse, I think he definitely has a particular way of going, and for me, Courtney just fits into that way of going so well.
And it almost exaggerates you spoke earlier about Courtney always being a little bit with the horses, always following them. She always has them up in front and well connected. This horse exaggerates that way of her riding. If you see her, she's probably the lightest you'll see her on any of her horses, the most forward with her body. But the horse's care just matches that, so she's just got to make sure she's always with him.
Has Caspian jumped lots of 140 Grand Prix?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
This could be his first one. See her pressing up to that oxer. Oh,
she's
masterfully done.
This young lady. She's got her tongue out as always. Looks like she's concentrating.
Her balance is just incredible. See how she just steadies the horses and then presses them up to the jump.
That is unbelievable riding. Unbelievable. Foot perfect on 2 completely different horses. Courtney Webber books her spots in the jump off on her second horse.
Caspian, I think the oldest progeny of Casper.
Yes.
Who we've seen Grant and Carla use so successfully in their breeding program. There's a lot of young Caspers
Very
coming
interesting
along.
sire, I must say, yeah.
Let me tell you, if they turn out half as good as Caspian, they're all going to be rock stars in their own right.
Gee, that was a good round.
Callahoo's Larison up next with Shayton Hendricks in the saddle. Riding at number 24 for the Callahoo stud. You spoke earlier about stallions going off home to fulfill their breeding duties. This horse had a long breeding season back at home in the Free State.
Super through there. Shayton giving him a beautiful amount of room. He's got a massive step and a big jump, this horse. So really benefits from a little space at the jumps. This 8 stride will be waiting for him. You know, it really does take a special type of character in these stallions to be able to go and breed like they do and then come back and get their mind back on their real job, so to speak.
Shayton's been on fine form this week. He's one of the riders that you definitely knew was at the show. If you hadn't been here, you've seen him in every single set of results in the open classes. His horses have been firing on all cylinders.
Good space, wait. 5 to the last, and it works.
Hacks on 5 to the last. Super round by Shayton and Callahoo's Larison.
We are going to see Shayton a little later. He's going to walk us around the 150 President's Cup a little bit later. We'll get his a little bit of inside information and his feeling on that class, but his job's definitely not done yet. Big pats there for Larison as he goes out. 60% clear round rate at this stage. We've had 23 starts, 22 horses left to come. 14 clears. Man, this is going to be an absolute stormer of a jump off. 25 up next. This is Lorette Knowles-Taylor. She brings in Oripuda Emma.
She'll be looking to add her name to that list of jump off competitors.
I want to say another one who's been in and around the prizes all week.
We watched this horse at Maxwell's, Brendan. He's come on in leaps and bounds. The rideability looks like it's all coming together. Thank goodness those ceilings there at Maxwell's are triple volume, because I think Lorette would have been in trouble of bumping her head if they weren't. He really jumped high, and it's such a nice problem to have.
I want to say almost a little bit like where with Ashley Healy with Goofy, that the fitness looks like it's really good. This horse's fitness looks like it's really coming to its own.
And he's looking so well in his body, Brendan.
Yeah, you know, I think with that way of wanting to jump so high, he obviously puts pressure on his body, and the horse's bodies need to be really sort of ready for the taxing job of getting around these big courses. And Lorette's definitely been hard at work trying to get him 100% fit, and looks like she's in nailing it.
74.24 comes home clear. Yeah, and I think they've really taken their time to understand the horse and his body and his soundness. If I'm right, Brendan, this horse has back shoes on, no front shoes. They've just really worked at what makes him the most comfortable.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's such a, every horse is different, every situation is different. And I mean, Lorette, being the professional that she does, she's always listening to her horses. She's always trying to hear them and work out what makes them happy and what makes them comfortable.
Figuratively and literally, because she spends a lot of time in the stable with them.
Yeah.
Number 27 up next, John Corbett. She brings in Callahoo Tulana, 9-year-old mare by Tulano Funnet Riethoff, out of that lovely Argentina's dam line that Callahoo has.
She's also really looking a picture this morning. She's really muscled up, this mare.
I wish I didn't have to say this, but I know you're going to love it, Brendan.
Go on, say it. I know
horse,
what you're going to say.
I mean, she was a winner before, but since they've made the adjustment or change of bit, they've now Tulana's now on a Hackamore combination bit with quite a soft mouthpiece, that big fluffy over the nose.
Better in the Hackamore. Just checking.
I said she won just as much before, but she really is starting to just find that extra little icing on the cake.
This jump off just keeps getting better and better.
Did we miss a rail?
Oh.
Oh dear. Sorry, we're unsighted at the BIOGEN wall. Just touched off the wall in front. Wow, that mare really put on quite a performance though. Capital Hope up next, number 28. It's Kaylin Nordia. Another young lady who's been in the prizes all week,
I think
all
just-
year so far.
And another one who's got a very exciting string of horses that all seem to be finding form at a similar time.
I think we may have mentioned this at Maxwell's, but I spoke to her about, okay, well, you've got married. It's up, time for kids up next. And she said, oh, she would love to. She just thinks she's going to ride her string of horses for a little bit longer first, though. Said she's never had a string like this in her life. And she's had some good horses in her time.
Yeah, that she has.
So it shows you just how highly she thinks of the horses that she has at the moment. I mean, if she needs someone to ride her horses while she's pregnant,
You might find some time in your day for that.
I would actually vote someone else in, because I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be able to ride them as well as she does.
If you watch her upper body control, she's so tall in her upper body, but she's not rigid.
I'm going to stop you right there and tell you, it's easier not to start commenting on everything that Kayla is good at, because the rounds aren't long enough to get through everything. I think we can sort of start and finish at the fact that she is just a class act.
Class act. It's interesting.
Another horse sort of new to this level. Hey, Brendan?
Yeah, she looks
newish.
and she's got a pressure relief bridle on her head, which is quite interesting. Not many people have access to those or can find them, to be honest with you. So,
and as we mentioned earlier with Jethro's horse, often the horses that are sort of new to this level, it's the doubles and trebles where the horses might find an error or two, and that was the slightest error there. Just opened up maybe a split
such
second.
a soft ball there.
Talking about horses new to this level, Foresight Leroy Brown up next with Grant Langley, riding out of the Langley Equestrian Centre. This horse, I'm pretty sure, maybe jumped 10 135s, and that's exaggerating a lot. I think 5.
I've always said that for me, this is one of my favorites.
Out of the famous Polydictus van der Helle mare called Kwalmal du Verfat, Pamelia's mom.
And I mean, that's even more reason why I like the horse. I think he's such a beautiful stamp of a horse. And I think you can't force them to have that expression. Just watch his face. His ears are pricked, and I mean, how's that hind end? Next level good.
I was going to say, he's almost more extravagant than his older half-sister Pamelia, but there's a very similar way of easy jumping to their way of going. Hey, they just... Grant, he is a master. The horse had a little, sort of cramped a little bit at that middle oxer. Grant didn't even bother. Just like, eyes up, little tap tap, come on.
He really doesn't get flustered.
Just short jumping a little bit, that oxer, and I think...
We've been speaking about it the whole round. Anybody who steps up, this is a little bit where it can catch you.
We said this is the biggest, probably one of the biggest oxers on the track as well, this oxer jumping into the double here. I think Grant is far too wise for this game. He's going to take a vertical somewhere. No? Yeah. Never mind a vertical, an oxer. There you go. And an exhibition of an oxer. Horse flicks its tail. I mean, he knew. He's not in the jump off. He'll go home and train some doubles at home. I mean, this in the shadows here, and it is probably the biggest oxer on the track.
He actually, if you got a good shot viewers there, he did drift left quite badly, and we were mentioning that 4 strides come so quick. If you've drifted left for 2 strides, for sure you've lost at least 1.5 foot of room at that oxer jumping in.
You see Grant pointing back. I think the horse was spooking here at the judges' box a little bit, or even possibly. I mean, I don't want to be the one to blame.
No, it was at
but
the judges'
cop-
box, not
okay,
us.
Yes,
no,
not
definitely.
us.
We blame the judges.
Grant sort of looks like he's pointing at us, though. I've seen that look before. I worked for him for many years. Number 32 up next, Sunny Park Stables in Suggy DB, Nicholas Samrali, previous winner of this class. Of the President's Cup.
Yeah, this big class, absolutely.
Nice to see this horse back in action. Also, had a little bit of a break from the sport. Nicola's amazing. She jumped that vertical at number 2 and did sort of a half 10-meter circle around that next vertical.
Just a little jump off turn almost, just to whip around the turn, because that's just how you do things. It's just
schooling on a Tuesday morning here around 140.
That's the norm
yes.
for Nicola. You know, she's not going to be wasting time, energy, space, whatever it may be. Look again here. I think she's probably 2 or 3 meters off
Absolutely.
the line that everybody else was on the outside there. And I mean, look at the distance she creates. Incredible.
And that ox in the middle of the BIOGEN treble, that's taken some jumping, and Suggy clears by 5.5 holes. Really does look like he's come back fit and well into the sport.
Just if you compare that horse's line down that line to Leroy Brown's line, he was green as he went down that distance.
And that's what sort of 6 or 7 years or 8 years of production can do for you, you know what I mean?
And being ridden by one of, if not the best in South Africa.
So that gives Nicola 2 in the jump off. She's 2 from 2. Up next, number 33, it's Cornerstone's Nabello, T-I-J-I.
We chatted earlier, there's 10,000 Rand to first prize in this class, and it's going to be a very well-deserved prize that is won, because there are 16 horses so far in this jump off, with 16 horses left to come.
In this 140 championship class, sponsored by Back on Track, the team Linda Ellerine, Kylie Pettit, Sabrina Barbaglio.
Kylie Stain?
Kylie Stain, sorry. Boy, sometimes our age shines through. Kylie Stain, who is a week away from having her second child. Not sure young Mason knows what he's in for. I know my young boy, Zach, he's quite an eye-opener when he had a younger sibling. Hopefully Mason's transition to sibling growing up is going to be much easier. Divan giving an exhibition here. Another exhibition.
Just again, the horse looked like it wanted to shift a little bit to the right at that B element of 7A. Divan just stays organized, holds his shoulders, keeps the horse straight.
See trainer Anton Hook in the corner there. Almost looking nervous for once. He never looks nervous.
I want to say that this horse is also looking a fraction better in the Hackamore, boy. Just saying.
I thought it always looked good. 6 strides to the last.
Divan on absolute form this show, as always. 17 horses in this jump off.
Clear round percentage sitting at 58%, shows you the strength of the riders and horses in this class, because this is no gentle track.
That's what I wanted to say to the viewers at home. Please don't be
fooled by the numbers here in the jump off. This
certainly
is
not
quite a whopper. Farnham's Largo S up next, number 34, a winner of the 135s yesterday, Mr. Barry John Taylor in the saddle. I think one of my favorite things about this sport, the fact that the riders just get better and better with age. It's not a sport where you're capped, you know, like so many other professional sports. In your 30s, you sort of, or late 20s, early 30s, you phased out.
It's funny, I
want to say on live streaming, Barry at the age of nearly 45 now probably, just seems to get better and better, doesn't he?
It's interesting, I was at a braai yesterday afternoon and somebody said to me, who's your most inspirational person in South Africa? And I thought about it for a bit, and I must say that Barry was definitely one of the people that were top of my list, just because of the length of time that he's done this for, the way that he's done it, the number of horses that he's done it with, the number of people that he's produced up to this level, including myself. He
Brendan,
really is a master of his trade.
Is it fair for me to say, talent aside, Barry's enthusiasm for the sport, second to none.
That's something I think for me, when I saw the smile on his face yesterday when he won that class, he's still got fire in his belly.
Lots. A whole bonfire there in his belly. Another horse just laying a toe on the back rail here of the Maple Ridge Oxer. I think if we were to look at the percentages, it's probably taken the most victims in this class.
Agreed.
Spoke about Barry's smile and his excitement yesterday at his win. You know, he's also, Barry, I know exactly when he's finished riding for the morning. Like a lot of the riders, he has a little lunchtime break and often a siesta. Let me tell you, Barry doesn't have a little nap. He gets onto Instagram, and I'll get 2 or 3, I suppose you're exactly the same. Always very interesting horse posts.
Very much
There'll
so.
be something about one of the great show jumpers have said. There'll be a new training method.
Sure.
There'll be a bit. There'll be a jump off that he shares. Someone who's just as enthusiastic about her riding. Tessa Joseph on track now. She brings in number 35, Big Smile Indigo van der Middelsteerde for the Flax family. Talking about her enthusiasm, Brendan. Often at Burlington in the mornings, she's the first one there. She's the first young lady on a horse. I would say between 6:15 and 6:30 every morning she's there. Rides, I think she has 4 horses now that she rides every morning before work. Her bosses are obviously lenient because she spends time on her horses. Once I've finished at my yard in the morning and I get to Burlington at about 9:15, she's often leaving and heading off to work.
Is she in real estate?
Real estate. And I think pretty talented as well. Another question that's good at real estate, Nicole Horwood.
Yep.
Funny, it's the one thing we never want to buy as riders, a piece of land. As you're going around your track, you never want to touch the ground, and yet they seem to be very good at selling other people land. And it's another clear round. So she had the one soft rail earlier on Luna D, makes up for it on Indigo, puts herself through to the jump off. Sure, her groom Herbert will be very, very happy to see that.
36
Class up next.
Yeah, Lawrence Mowatz. This is Callao Lorenzo. Just, again, I must say the sport intrigues me. It continues to just inspire me and interest me. And Lawrence was jumping this horse at Kumusha last weekend, and it was so interesting to watch him give this horse a schooling round before this show. He really took his time. He went into the corners. He was slow. He was relaxed. He was really trying to get the horse mindful, because he obviously had the President's Cup 140 championships in mind. People don't realize how much preparation it takes, not only physically to get these horses to this level, but then mentally to keep them at that level where you can set them alight on occasions and win as many classes as Lawrence has won with this horse.
It's all about, we often speak about it, Brendan, putting pennies back in the slot. He was at Kamusha on Friday and then at Kep on Sunday. Cantering around, like you said, being super mindful about training the horse, getting him calm, getting him relaxed. I think he had 3 for time in the 135.
That would have been the plan, definitely.
And all absolutely, like you say, according to plan.
Little Robbie uses his voice all the way down there. Lorenzo's.
It's funny how many horses have touched this back rail, because it's one of the rampiest oxers in the course, but they really have jumped hard over that oxer.
6.
Here's the back on track oxer at the last. Whoa.
Come on.
We saw him at Stain City. And he was an absolute Russian gymnast, was Callao Lorenzo. I wonder if we'll see more of the same here today.
It's a fantastic shot there of
I actually get
Lawrence.
anxious, like when you're watching a scary movie. Like that's the feeling you get here because you're waiting in suspense. You know what's coming.
Shout out to the team at Equilive for giving us fantastic slow-mo shots of Lawrence going through the BIOGEN triple combination here in this Back on Track 140 championship.
Number 37 goes next. It's a Tack and Togs entry. Tack and Togs Khaleesi, Charlie Ann Crockett in the saddle.
I mean, it does just keep on getting better and better. If you look down the list of riders that's still to come, viewers, make sure that you don't go anywhere because this class is by no means done.
Tack and Togs Khaleesi, a horse bred by Michelle Fleming, produced by Lorette Knowles-Taylor, and then probably 18 months ago, purchased by Charlie. She's been getting the horse used to her system, getting the horse used to her way of riding.
I mean, if you want an example of how you'd like the triple combination jumped, hopefully we'll get a slow-mo shot of that. Oh.
Amazing how she used her body there at the Oxer, gave such a big effort jumping in and then backed herself up, jumping out.
Did you hear her actually kick herself in the belly there with her front feet as she left the
Be
ground?
hard not to hear it, yeah. Clears the last. So it's another rider, 2 from 2. She has 2 in the jump off.
And I mean, we're not just talking about any rider here. We're talking about these are the quickest riders in South Africa that are going to have 2 bites at the cherry.
Let me tell you, if they go clear on the first horse,
Yeah.
the second one is going to be electric because they're going to throw caution to the wind. KP Vagabond up next, number 38 with Mika Chalker.
I mean, you want to start talking about heart horses. Man, this horse has been unbelievable for this young lady, and she really does think the world of him.
It's our first rider, I think, Brendan, that we've seen go around after fence number 2. But as we've seen, the time is not really a question here.
Sure.
So just understanding what her horse needs in order to jump a clear round this track. And again, I think our first rider to do 9
Sure.
going down there. Ooh. Just realizing that she wasn't on a great distance there, electing
It's a
to
better shot.
Yeah. And again around that 334 Oxer.
Just to chat a little bit about this horse. Fantastic horse. Bred by Ryan Andrews. And I must say, has a very, very successful mother line, this horse.
Vagabond by Valentina out of a Lorino mare. I'm guessing that you're alluding to one of the KP horses that you have, Brendan?
Yeah, just watching Endorphin jump yesterday with Ryan, she really did give an absolute exhibition. She's a freak of a mare. Vagabond just, I mean, really, he always puts his hand up to be counted every round. It's exciting times there, definitely.
Number 40 goes next. It's Leona van der Merwe riding for the 334 Sport Horse stud. She brings in Matilda 334. Matilda, also another horse that has recently moved up to the 140s. Saw her in the prizes in the 142 phase competition. She'll be looking to add to her tally. So we see course designer Brett Weber.
Okay, we've just had word that Divan Bosman will not be jumping Libello in the jump off. Obviously thinks that that horse has done enough for the day, jumping a good clear round in the 140 champs. And
I think sometimes also when you look at the
Yep.
you look at the quality that this jump off is going to be, if you think I've got a younger horse that was here for a schooling round today. Or when I say a schooling round, I mean
Mileage
you
round,
would have
yeah.
hoped to be competitive, but when you
Yes.
see the likes of Leona, Amy Hay, Nariska Prinsu, Ashley Healy,
Charlie,
you look
Chris.
at for Divan, you look at yourself, you look
And
at
then-
Divan
yeah, yeah.
on Zakiro,
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
and if he thinks, okay, I'm going to be 5 seconds slow on Nabello, then I would have been on Zakiro.
No, there's
And
no
with
real-
all those other riders to add, why put the mileage on your horse's legs, I guess?
Sure. Another acrobat of a mare, I must say. She really... I know that Finale is no secret that she's one of my favorites, but the way that this horse just gets about her job is so interesting.
So Matilda 334 is the trailblazer for the 334 Sport Horse stud of horses that they've bred. For our viewers at home, you'll often see the stud prefix 334 is in front of the horses' names. Those are all horses that 334 stud have purchased. And then the horses with the 334 at the back of their names, those are the horses that they've bred. Piece of information I learned only a couple shows ago.
Yeah, I
so
think it's a
thought
very
I'd share
important,
that.
a very important piece of information. I think for the viewers at home that does make a lot of sense. And
As
sort
we
of-
see Matilda skipping 6 holes higher than the vertical jumping out,
how many 140 classes has this mare jumped?
I would say a handful, Brendan, 4 or 5.
How was that for recovery from Leona getting jumped out the saddle? Gets organised on the 6 strides.
If you want to know the power that mare has, I'll tell you now, I haven't seen Leona jumped out the saddle in about 6 seasons.
Yeah, agreed.
So it's another one of our riders. 2 clear rounds in the jump ball for Leona van der Merwe. She's going to be lightning quick.
Right, 41 up next, Hausberger's Sir Crumble, Ashley Healy. She knows her way around this course already. You know, viewers, I think just to touch on something that we don't often get to touch on when there are riders that have multiple horses in classes and in jump-offs. Even though the course is the same or whatever it may be, every single horse has a different plan. You have to ride every single horse differently, and I must say it just shows the talents of these riders and the depth of the training that they get, that they can ride different horses so similarly and so impeccably, to be honest with you.
It's one of the biggest compliments I've ever had in my riding career to date. I think Graham Wynne came up to me one show when I had a large string of open horses. I think it was Burlington Cup some years ago. And he said to me, the way that you're riding so many different horses, so you've just touched on it. Like Ashley, Goofy, and this horse, completely
Polar
different.
opposites. Polar opposites. 4, 5, 6. Wow, Crumbles absolutely balloons the last.
You see trainer Gonda Beatrix sitting front and center there at the top. Looks like she gets a nod and a smile there. Ashley in her back on track helmet.
Watch this, viewers.
Kapow.
No scope, no hope. Yo.
Oh, she's a class act.
And if you weren't excited about the jump off yet,
They've
let's
made
see.
me wait 42 horses for this, but finally we get to see it. It's 334 Lorona. Chris van der Merwe riding for the 334 Sport Horse stud. Already a winner of a class at this show.
she just is so naturally quick across the ground. She's got huge stride. That said, though, I mean, she looks professional to manage in her way of going. You know, you need to be as calm and balanced as Chris is to get the best out of this mare.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of harnessing that you have to do with all that ability and all that will to jump the fences. You have to just harness all that energy.
Look at her ears.
So another horse to have a good spook coming down here,
It's
Brendan.
definitely not us, though, because they're spooking before us, hopefully.
Okay.
Wait.
Oh, and I think every other rider in this jump off just looked down and thought, oh.
Right, viewers, we've got 23 horses going through into this back on track 140 championships. I'm not sure I've seen a Grand Prix with 23 clears in it. It just shows the standard of riding here at the BIOGEN President's Cup. Yeah, Chris walks past us, gives us the thumbs up.
I think he's just trying to show his horse you don't have to spook here at this side.
Wow, what an absolute spectacle of show jumping. What a way to start off today's show jumping. Yo, I feel like I'm really warmed up for this. It's been an absolutely fantastic first round of jumping.
If that's just the 140s, I mean, imagine what we're in for later, the Junior President's Cup and the Adults President's Cup still to come. I think, viewers, we're going to take a short break while they prepare the jump-off track. And when we come back, we'll have the list of riders in that track and what the course is going to be.
But for sure, don't be missing this jump-off, viewers, because I think this is going to be an absolute stormer. Don't go anywhere. Join us shortly.
So there are a couple of riders with two in the jump off. Chris Monavin has two. Courtney Webber has two. Dylan has two, with the one out. Charlie Crockett has two. Nicholas Simon Riley has two. Leona Monavin has two. And Ashley Healy has two chances to take the pot 10,000 rand to the winner, 5,000 for second, 2,500 rand for third. This was the championship class of the morning. Of course, it is the President's Cup. The next two classes that we will see here in the main arena will be President's Cup classes. Once a year event, the President's Cup. We'll run a once a year format. Same format that they use is the World Cup Finals, which is just around the corner. will happen in 5. It's windless. Don't forget we are represented by Bronwyn DeSanta, so do tune in for all the action will be on Clip My Horse. Get your Clip My Horse subscriptions up to date and support our South African representative Bronwyn DeSanta. The World Cup final. Even so, thank you so much. And what are you saying? Ring? Step to right in third with Jill says it's very good. How are your wrinkles? Just think what they would be like without pizza, Jill. Right, we are awaiting our first rider to come down. The 334 back here, Chris Moneva, of course, he was last to go in the first round. And first to go in the jump off. It's a few moments just to get back onto the field. Once you get your jump off, 9, B, 10, 11, 5, 6, 7, B, 7, C. Thank you, Shonay. It's been handed to Seattle. Don't forget Seattle are here. Thank you very much to Shonay Sandy H. BIOGEN, the flagship sponsor of the President's Cup 2025. Big thank you to the H family. And while we do have a moment, waiting for the first competitors to come down, big thank you to all the sponsors. Once again, BIOGEN, the flagship sponsor here, but also Tactical Associate sponsor, Allard Equipage, back on the track, shoes, Equipole, Spurwing Horsemeat, Wealth, Insure Risk, Equity Cover Insurance Solutions, Whippy, Bronzy Fist, Troll Meal, Indian Morrison Arenas, DiscoverSport.com, Zero Nurse Sunscreens, Stay Fun in the Sun, Landing, and also West. Big thank you to those sponsors. Without them, the shows would not go on. Once again, horses going through to the jump off. 334, Bakura. Lawrence Mandarino, Ronnie Ealing goes at 2. And 3, Anagaba, CDD, Laura Loppi Picasso. At 4, Opal Delaba, Steve Corky Weber, who's turn to rise. Devon Horseman at 5, on Midgard, Zakiro. At 6, GCS Max Pacific, NTS.
Ever wondered why Peptan collagen is considered top tier among all the hydrolyzed collagen out there? It's because Peptan sets the global standard for quality, versatility, and performance. BIOGEN Peptan collagen powder packs a powerful 10 grams of Peptan. These collagen peptides are essential for healthy joints, bones, muscles, and skin. They are the building blocks that keep your body strong and ready for anything. By boosting elasticity and the regeneration of your connective tissues, you can stay injury-free and always prepared for your next adventure, whether it's a tough workout or just getting through a busy day. So, while you're out there taking care of the world, don't forget to take care of yourself with BIOGEN Peptan Collagen.
Right, viewers, we're about to kick off the Back on Track 140 Championships here at the 2025 Maple Ridge BIOGEN President's Cup. No better to take us around. Number one is Chris van der Merwe. He's riding 334 back here.
So 9B out the way. Inside to 10. 6 strides to the back on track. We saw Shaitan go on 5 on Larison. I wonder if that'll be possible in the jump off with the inside turn.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He almost looked like he wanted the 7 and the stallion had a little play.
Looked like he could have almost got there.
That's a
Great
good shot.
shot.
Oh.
Leaves the wall up, comes home clear. Time 41.78. I mean, not the fastest round we're going to see there today, but if you were looking for an equitation round and an advert for your stallion, I think that was pretty impressive. That horse has put on a class act here, 2 foot perfect rounds.
I think that's the thing. I think that was 2 beautiful rounds from that young stallion. I think Chris will be over the moon with how he performed today. I mean, yeah, as you said, maybe left a little bit of meat on the bone for the real speed merchants, but I mean, for that young stallion, a fantastic round.
Ronnie Healy goes next, Cornet Mandarino. Master at taking tight lines, never looking like he's that quick, but he's always fast against the clock. See how steady that 6 strides is for Mandarino up to the back on track Oxa. Let's see. You think the 7 is on you, Brendan?
He was good at the water tray as well. Left out one, definitely.
5, 6, 7, 8. Good shot. I mean, I say it with all due respect to this class, Brendan, but I think this horse would be, well, 42.30. So goes into second place with 2 having started. But I was going to say, I think this horse would be being geared up towards a Triple Crown again.
Yeah, for sure.
A title that he holds from 2024, and I think another vehicle in your garage for Ronnie Healy. I think that's what he'll be looking at.
You see him, Cornetto, just playing as he goes through the finish. I think he's still full of jumping. I don't think that was too difficult for him this morning, as you mentioned, definitely with bigger sight sets on the year.
Real athletes up next. It's Hannah Gaber. She brings in CDE Lawlock Picasso. Oh, big angle at 1.
And good room.
This, I think, is going to be our first one that really throws the hammer down.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
All day long. And when we walk that track, Brendan, the distance for our viewers at home is actually 8.5.
Oh, come on,
Get
Hannah.
away the little rub, it's your day. Keep galloping to the wall.
Time to beat 41.78. Hannah's time 38.30 goes into the lead at this stage. That was a really, really quality performance from that young lady. We've been saying it the last few times we've been watching her ride. She really does put her hand up. She's a real competitor. Fantastic riding.
And I think the first round to really put some scoreboard pressure on the others still to come. Lady who we're going to see the ponytail sticking out horizontal up next, Courtney Webber.
Viewers, this is just going to start getting quicker and quicker and quicker now. It's been proven that the 7's possible.
Lands turning after that back on track Oxa.
Does she gallop 7? 3, 4,
Does she
5,
gallop
6,
7?
7. You mentioned scoreboard pressure. Obviously, the word's gone out in the warm-up arena that the 7 is possible. Oh, a little rub. She uses her voice, but it stays.
This is quick.
38.30 time to beat.
And it's done. 38.24. Some 600ths of a second into the lead for Courtney Webber and Opal Delabastide.
Oh, this is going to be an absolute treat here this morning, viewers. It's going to be getting quicker and quicker as we work our way through this jump off.
So My heart wants her to stay in the lead, but let me tell you, I think these guys are going to be quick. Devon Borsman up next. He brings in mid-guard Zakiro.
Oh, wow, that was fast.
Trainer Anton Hook looking super relaxed with a cup of coffee in his one hand.
This horse is deceptively quick, though, through his sweeps. Elects to do the 8 there, doesn't run the horse off his feet too much. He wastes no time in the air, does Zakiro.
He is quick.
38.24 the time.
There you go.
37.79.
And you speak about just knowing the strengths of your horse, Brendan. He obviously decided he didn't want to get the horse flat on the 7.
Sure, absolutely.
These youngsters.
This is a serious jump off that we've got ahead of us. The times are so close.
If you were a betting man, this is where your money would be, though. Nariska Prinsloo Hill up next. GCS Max Pacific NPS.
She hits the ground running as only Nariska does.
Oh.
Ooh, little fence behind. She almost turned a bit in the air.
I think you've got to be turning in the air, though, in these classes, Brendan. I think it's sort of part of the game of going fast.
Pacific does an easy 7 in the 8.5.
And I think the only person more excited than us here, Brendan, is Aidan Lithgow here in the commentary next to us in the judges box.
Look at the time.
Yeah, she didn't take her foot off the pedal, and I think that's just her showing them, guys, look how quick I can be.
Yeah, I'm coming. Today is not my day, but don't write me off for the rest of the year. Ooh, so the time is possible. It is definitely possible to get 30 in and around 36 seconds.
We spoke about him in the first round. Othello Funhead Kieserhoff, Amy Hay. Oh, sorry. We're going to have, yes, we are going to have Amy.
I just saw Leona rehearsing a little inside turn there.
Aiden's getting me confused here. It is Amy that's going to be next on Othello. This is going to be interesting to see what she does, because if she lets this horse go,
I think she's going to sort of wait before she hits the afterburners. I think she's going to have to. I think after that 7 stride, she's just going to stay rolling.
Oh, I thought she was about to come inside here to the vertical. She is. No, she's going around. Just trying to understand that approach.
Wow, this horse's form has really improved. Gee, his shape and his jump is incredible.
Fractionally wider than a few of the others there, 1 to 2, but she was quick.
And now she's still, I think now she's going to let this horse move the 7 strides. He'll eat for breakfast.
Just to prove you wrong, Brendan.
She does not, and goes inside. This is what Leona was looking at a little earlier.
Good shot.
He's got scope, this horse. Wow. The crowd's definitely getting involved here.
Someone's broken the time beam.
We haven't got a time for that round just yet, but it looked real quick. 39.14, so good enough for 4th at this stage for Amy Hay and Othello.
So someone that is going to be lightning quick up next. It's Leona van der Merwe riding for the 334 Sports Horse Stud. She brings in 334 Capital Katori.
You know, when you start comparing horses like Zakiro and Othello, just the way Zakiro jumps, he gets on the ground quicker, he can get moving quicker. Othello's got a big, extravagant jump.
Sounds like we've just got a little technical thing going on in the judges box.
And for sure, we need to make sure that the timing is 100% perfect for these rounds. Leona just letting Katori idle there.
Because I would venture to say that our top 3 are going to all be within sort of a few tenths of a second of each other. Leona looks like she means business here, Brendan. Yeah, jumps number 1 right to left. And that's probably one of the quickest lines we've seen, 1 to 2. Turns in the air.
She was already
lands
turning.
going. Whoa. Wheel spins out the turn. Big shot.
2, 3, 4, 5. She wants the inside
Yes.
turn
Yes.
here. Oh, she's gone around.
She's moved around though. Good shot.
Big press.
This is quick.
She's flying to the last. We've lost our timing board, but this is quick.
That is quick. The timing board's gone dead. I do hope that this is against the timing equipment, because these times are going to be close. That was quick.
There we go, viewers. We get it from Aiden, 37.
1-0.
Leona goes into first place. She pips Divan Bosman and Zakiro.
Sorry, the reason we've gone a bit quiet here, our timing equipment, our computer here in front of us, guys, it helps to make us all look clever, has gone dead. They're just busy correcting all that. As we see Nicholas Syme starting on track, Rivendell Lamborghini.
She's always so organized in her jump-offs.
The way that horse sizes up his ox is actually quite incredible.
He is in real natural
Jumps
athlete,
away
huh?
from the front rail, looks for the back rail.
There we go. She's inside. Look at this shot. Oh, no, that was unlucky. I thought she was good.
Let's see the time though. She's been quick. Comes home 38.57. Time was quick. A couple gremlins here on the timing equipment. Sorry viewers, we've just gone a little blank here. We do know the time to beat, and that is 37.10. Charlie Crockett up next. She'll be bringing in Odina van Berrimar. And let me tell you, if there's anyone that's capable of chasing down 37.10, it's Charlie. And she's got 2 real speed merchants in this class. She knows exactly what to do here. An early rail goes down.
It's almost an unfortunate distance that she got as she turned up there.
You
just
know,
a
when you
fraction
turn up
lead.
tight to those
Yeah.
fences, the distance is either there or it's not.
Yeah.
When you're turning that tight. She does, however, have another bite at the cherry with Khaleesi, Takan Togs Khaleesi.
Just feeling her way around this jump off this time.
Gets a good girl as she goes through the finish. Odie looking very impressed with herself. Ashley Heatley goes next. Gillian van Orshoff. I'm not sure that we'll be seeing a flat-out rat race from Gillian with Ashley. I think, Brendan, the idea behind her riding this horse would be a horse to sort of replace Aldo while he's out. So it's going to be a horse that she can jump some bigger fences on in the meantime. I mean, Ashley, like she needs any practice. She's been jumping that height since she was 15.
Sure.
But,
No,
you
staying
know, you
current.
need a horse to stay current.
Absolutely.
So I think that would be the idea behind this horse. Riding in a beautiful back-on-track helmet in this back-on-track sponsored class. So they are super comfortable hats. You can see Goofy getting a little strong there with Ash, almost like he's guessing where he's going next because he knows it's a jump off.
Ash just reminding him there, says, whoa, for the vertical. I must say, I think that
This is a lovely partnership to watch.
It's looking like a beautiful partnership, I must say. Easy as you like there. Whoa, you're getting a little strong through the finish.
The woeing still going on. Ash is just a class act. There's bits of that horse's round now, Brendan, that remind me of the grey horse. What was his name that George Cutlass rode after Ashley?
Nero.
No, not Nero. The good grey horse.
Flicker. What about his full name?
Looks slightly more orthodox than Flicker, but there's bits and pieces that look very similar.
I think Flicker also nearly did an exit out of this arena one year with
There was also always lots of woeing.
Yeah.
Sequoia Vela, Callawho's Sequoia Vela up next. Geordie Byrne. Brendan, this would be one of your picks for the class. I know
someone
he's your
who's
favourite.
not going to be wooing around this class.
Oh, and the perfect shot to number one. I love it when you see that and it sets you up.
And again, organised.
I don't think the 7 would be on for this horse, Brendan, but perhaps the inside turn to the double.
I mean, let's see where Geordie's head's at. That's what I would be thinking.
She's done the 8, she's nipped around though. Let's see, this horse is naturally quick against the clock, but our timing equipment is back on so we can see what's happening here. Jumps out at 32 seconds, jumps out of that double at 32 seconds.
Wastes no time in the air, does this little horse?
39.09, good enough to go into 5th place. About halfway through this jump off, as the timing equipment goes dead for a 4th time. Lovely round there by Geordie. Been in the prizes all week has Sequoia Vela. Flying the Callawho flag high. Courtney Webber goes next. Foresight Caspian.
She's already lying in 3rd at this stage. She knows her way around this jump off already. You mentioned ponytail out the back.
Won the 135 Grand Prix down at Maxwell's just 4 weeks ago in a blistering class, so she knows how to go quick with this horse.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7 strides all day long down there.
This horse
Keeps
lands
moving
with
on.
such balance. It's amazing.
I think it allows her to just stay moving at every opportunity, Brendan.
This is quick.
Lands at 31.
This is quick.
Lands at 31. So she's in and around the 38-second mark. 38.93. So goes into 5th place.
So Courtney 3rd and 5th at this stage. Good day at the office.
Oh, pretty good day out. Horses get a big pat and a carrot.
Both horses jumping double clear in the 140 championships. Nothing wrong with that.
Not a bad way to end your show. Drive back down the N3 to Durban.
Yeah. Well, are they sticking around for Easter show?
I'm sure they would go home and come back. Okay. Callawho's Larison up next. Shayton Hendricks, another rider that's seen himself in the prizes all week long.
Larison and Katori, just two completely different types. 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go.
Twice in a row.
And then he'll do the 7 down here, definitely.
Absolutely, Larison enjoying his time in the ring.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Easy as you like. Well organized by Shayton.
Balancing up the last few strides in the 7.
Whenever we talk to Shayton in commentary, he always talks about disciplined distances. He's an incredibly disciplined rider, is Shayton.
Keeps it tight to the last. The
What a
BIOGEN
good
wall.
round.
42
Shayton.
seconds flat. Puts him into 10th place.
Just for that horse looking full of the joys of jumping, I should say.
Just really having a party out
Yeah,
there today,
yeah,
enjoying
yeah.
his job. Happy to be back jumping. Lorette Knowles-Taylor goes next. Number 25, Arupo de Emma. Said she's been looking good. See what she can throw down here this morning at Maple Ridge. That's quick, 1 to 2. 4, 5, 6. Oh, well ridden. Lands turning. flowing 7 down there.
Stays organized here. She wants a good shot to the double. Whoa.
Oh,
Big ask at the last. Our time's unfortunately gone dead again. Oh. Exceptional riding from Lorette there. This partnership just seemed to be getting better and better.
We said it at Maxwell's. Brendan has a World Cup written all over him, that horse, this year. We're just waiting for the time to be confirmed. 100% they've got it wrong. 37.41 puts her into 3rd place.
Second.
Sorry, into 2nd place. They're just really causing havoc here. The timing equipment. So our top 3 at the moment: Capital Katori, 334 Capital Katori, Leona van der Merwe, 37.10. That is our leader of the class. Lorette Knowles-Taylor goes into 2nd, 37.41 on Oropoda Emma. And at the moment, rounding out our top 3, Divan Borsman, Cornerstones, Midgard, Zakiro, 37.79.
All in the still the same second of 37 seconds. Is anybody going to go under 37 seconds and pip Leona van der Merwe off that top spot? There are a few quick ones left to come.
So, still to go. Sunny Park Stables in Suggy DB, Nicholas Sam Riley. Then Big Smile, Indigo Fundamental Theatre, Tessa Joseph. Calaho Lorenzo. Let me tell you, if someone's going to break that 37-second barrier this morning, my money is on Lawrence Moitz and Calaho Lorenzo. Charlie Ann Crockett still to come on Tack and Togs Khaleesi. It's another one that could be lightning quick.
And then we've still got, I think, Matilda.
Matilda's been scratched. Matilda's been scratched from the jump off. And then
Crumble and Lorona.
My class favorite, Lorona. Chris saving the best for last. So we're just giving Nicola Sam a chance to finish up her warm-up with Sunny Park Stables in Suggy DB.
Got a good shot there of the BIOGEN Bucky there. Big thanks to BIOGEN, the headline sponsor of this 2025 Maple Ridge President's Cup. BIOGEN is an authentic sports and wellness brand with a wide premium range of vitamins and supplements that cater for all sporting codes, disciplines and lifestyles. As a brand, we at BIOGEN are deeply committed to the health and fitness of all South Africans and are a proud sponsor of the major equestrian titles such as World Cup qualifiers and now the President's Cup for the last 5 years.
Just a big shout out to all of our other sponsors here at the show: Winks, Hollard, Shoes, Tack and Togs, Equicover, Spurwing Horse Feeds, Trawmeal, Maple Ridge Equestrian Farm, Discover Sport, and then our sponsors of this class, Back on Track. Massive shout out to all those sponsors involved in this show. It's been a world-class event all week. It started on Tuesday, so there's been a full festival of jumping here this week. Working their way up to the big one this afternoon. It's going to be the Adults President's Cup class. 20 riders riding out for pole position in that class.
Sounds like there's also only a pole in between, like the top 10 riders or whatever it is, so definitely all to jump for still.
We'll be giving our viewers all that information for that class a little later, as we see in Suggy DB making his way into the arena. He really looked a picture in that first round, Brendan. I mean, I'd venture to say, it's hard to say because he's won the World Cup title, this horse, but I would venture to say the best I've ever seen him look.
And I must say, Nicola looking really organized as always. He's looking bouncy and ready for it. She's practiced that little inside turn to the BIOGEN double. Let's see what she does.
Keeps it neat and tidy, 1 to 2. Good shot there at 5.
Here's the 8 inside.
Balances, yeah.
Beautiful shot. Oh, she pulls it off. The crowd shouts, go. Time to beat 37.10.
Comes home 38.19. Good enough to go into 4th place, Brendan.
Just shows you how quick Leona and Lorette and Divan really were there. I mean, Nicola not messing around, but still not able to break that 37 barrier.
Tessa Joseph up next. She brings in Big Smile Indigo Fundamentalsteader for the Flax family, riding out of the Burlington stables.
Now she had a peach of a first round. Let's see if she can recreate that here.
Yes. Good shot. She's quick there, 1 to 2, Brendan. They need to land out that BIOGEN double at about 30 seconds to be in and around Leona's time of 37. She's gone around.
She's got an amazing shape. Such a quality front end.
And covers the ground. So she landed at 32 seconds out the
fraction
double.
behind Leona.
Yeah,
But
good
still-
round, 39.44. Good enough to go into 10th place. Shows you how quick they've been. Like you said earlier, I mean, you have to really throw the hammer down here
look,
to
this
get
is-
into the top 6,
This is
Brendan.
pretty much the best in South Africa for sure at this level. I mean, to say that you were 10th or in and around 10th place in such a strong competition is definitely no mean feat. Right, 36 up next, Lawrence Mowat, Callao, Lorenzo Sten. This was your pick.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Lorona's also still to go.
Okay,
with
fair enough.
Aiden Lithgow just throwing down all the pressure here for young Lawrence Moat, telling him he is the favorite. He needs to throw it down. Can he win the class?
He
Love a little commentator's pressure when you're in the ring. Rub at 1 and it stays up. That's the call to go flat out because you know it's your day.
You know, Lawrence has been keeping a lid on this horse for the last few
Is he
weeks.
going to go? Ooh, yeah.
Here we go. He hits the afterburners.
I
He's
mean-
moving.
Balance now on the 7.
Wowing 7
Inside.
inside.
This is crazy.
Come on, Lorenzo. The crowd shouting on their feet. Lawrence is moving. He's at 30 seconds round the corner. Is he going to beat Leona's
Yo.
time? He clears the last. 35.85. He points to the sky. Lawrence Mowat, take a bow, young man.
That's for you,
Whoa,
Gordon.
yeah, that's for you, Dad. Oh, man, I got goosebumps, Lawrence. That was incredible riding, young
We
man.
said, is somebody going to break the 37-second barrier? 35.85. He breaks the 36-second barrier. Whoa. What a round,
Pressure
Lawrence.
for tyres, as you were saying. Aiden put the pressure on him before the class. He said he needed to go. He answered the call in every way, shape, and form. Unbelievable riding. Lawrence Mowat, 35.85. Woo! But we're still not done.
Takan Togs Khaleesi on track now. Charlie Crockett. She's quick, 1 to 2. Let me tell you, she doesn't back away from a challenge.
Oh, soft fence.
The front rail's gone down. I think actually the first time we've seen that back on track jump fall, this jump off. Lawrence was so good there on the 7, balancing at the end. And let me tell you, that horse has a wood allergy there at the last. I mean, he turned himself inside out.
He
at
did
the
it at
wall.
Stain City for Lawrence as well. That's such an amazing partnership. Phew. My heart's pounding after watching that round.
Super round there by Charlie and Khaleesi, just the 1 rail down.
Yeah, I suppose also just getting back to full fitness as Charlie after her surgeries and a bit of time off.
Yeah, and I think, like you just said about getting back to full fitness, her horses wouldn't be at full fitness
For
yet.
sure not. No,
we
no,
saw
for
we
sure
saw
not.
Odie and Khaleesi have a soft rail in the jump off, something that we wouldn't usually see from those horses.
Sure.
So I think, yeah, just good to see her back, and I think the rider's happy maybe that she's not at full force yet, because when she is, she's going to be hard to beat. Ashley Healy on track now with Hausberger's Sir Crumble.
Oh, that was
Quick
unlucky.
1 to 2,
Yeah,
and the
she
horse
was-
almost just opening up late there at the vertical, kicking it out behind. Really unlucky rail.
But just again, to get off one onto another, it is so incredibly difficult for these riders.
I think this horse You think of Goofy's way of just skimming along the ground,
Yes.
so, and then this horse, this massive,
He's a rubber
extravagant
ball, yeah.
canter. Gets a little keen to the wall, leaves it up. Lots of wooing going on with Ashley's horses today. They're all very keen. So, one man left who can upset the apple cart for Lawrence Mowat. It's Chris van der Merwe, and let me tell you, if there's a horse quick enough to do it here this morning, it is 334 Lorona.
Ladies and gentlemen, buckle your seatbelts because here we go. The last in this class, 334 Lorona, Chris van der Merwe. He was first to go on back here, last to go on this special fiery mare. I don't think he's going to leave anything for guessing. He's going to give this absolute horns.
Hunting down 35.85.
Oh, he's quick.
So he needs to jump out that double, Brendan, in 30 seconds or less, depending on how quick he can get to the wall.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
He's
8.
one extra.
One
He
extra
has
nips
turned
inside.
inside. This horse is quick, though.
Come on, Lorona. Big press, and he's going to
Come
hammer
on.
it to the last. He's in and
He
around
got out
that
at
time.
29.30.
Time to beat 35.85. 35.71. Chris van der Merwe, take a bow. Unbelievable. What a jump off. Sten, you called it.
You
It
know-
wasn't done till those two horses have jumped.
You know, Chris van der Merwe has been in a little bit of a dry patch.
He
Our
has.
good friend Liam Stevens said the other day, you know, we were chatting, he said the only thing Chris needs is one win
Yeah.
and the floodgates are going to open. Well, let me tell you, Lorona won a class earlier this week
Yeah.
and the floodgates have opened.
He
Chris
obviously-
van der
yeah.
Merwe taking the win here in this BIOGEN sponsored 140 championship class. Knowing his horse, he still did the 8 down
Yeah.
to the vertical, but she is an absolute freak, this horse.
Freak, you know, he's not her favorite for nothing. I mean, he often spends a bit of time with her in the stables in the evening and that type of thing. He always knew that she was a little bit special. I mean, let's chat a little bit about Chris's form. You know, it's something, and I mean, we are Chris's friends. We're a tough crowd, if you know what I mean. And he's been there and thereabouts. Leona's been riding the wave. Leona's been winning a lot. Chris has been there and thereabouts. He's been producing this very, very fine string of horses meticulously. Chris is like that. He takes his time. He makes sure that his horses are 100% ready. And when they were ready, he was going to pull the trigger like he did today. And oh my gosh, was that not something special to watch?
See him just walking his horse off on the grass here next to the arena quietly. I haven't seen Chris look like that in a very long time.
Sure, viewers, I hope you guys enjoyed that as much as we did. That was absolutely spectacular riding. I mean, just rounding off our top prizes here, the winner of this class, Chris van der Merwe, and the amazing 334 Lorona and a time of 35.71. Second place, Lawrence Mowat. What an effort. First person to go under that 36. Second time, 35.85. And then 334 Capital Katori, Leona van der Merwe letting her husband stand on the top step today. Time 37.10. That's our top three, but
Great to see the Van der Merwes representing on the podium there, Brendan.
for sure. But I mean, then still just rounding out our top prizes there. Oripo de Emma, Lorette Knowles-Taylor in fourth place. Unbelievable riding from her. Divan Bosman in fifth. Nicholas Syme Riley with Sunny Park Stables and Sagi DB in sixth. Courtney Webber with Opal Delabastide in 7th. Hannah Gerber with CDE Lawlock Picasso in 8th. Courtney Webber again with Forsyth Caspian in 9. Geordie Byrne with Callahoo Sequavella in 10th. Amy Hay with Othello Funhead Kaiserhoff in 11th. And rounding out our prizes, very well deserved, Tessa Joseph. Big smile, Indigo van der Middelstede. She'll be over the moon with her prize in that class.
Yeah, representing the Burlington Stables. Great result there for Tessa. Phew, what a class.
What
I
a
think,
class.
viewers, we're going to take a quick breath while the horses get ready to come in for their prize giving. We'll have that prize giving for you shortly.
Ever wondered why Peptan collagen is considered top tier among all the hydrolyzed collagen out there? It's because Peptan sets the global standard for quality, versatility, and performance. BIOGEN Peptan collagen powder packs a powerful 10 grams of Peptan. These collagen peptides are essential for healthy joints, bones, muscles, and skin. They are the building blocks that keep your body strong and ready for anything. By boosting elasticity and the regeneration of your connective tissues, you can stay injury-free and always prepared for your next adventure, whether it's a tough workout or just getting through a busy day. So, while you're out there taking care of the world, don't forget to take care of yourself with BIOGEN Peptan Collagen.
Just an unbelievable jump. We just got better as we went along. Here we have second place. 3710. People that might not be beat, that was good enough. On 334 capital story. We built up the high on Lawrence Mode. Did this in 1.7.
Absolutely obliterated Leona's time in 35.85. You thought it was in the bag. So
Right, viewers, join us down there in the main arena for the prize giving for this unbelievable class. Aidan Lithgow on the mic here in the arena just said that we were absolutely treated, and I must agree with them. This was a real treat to watch. Chris van der Merwe, 334 Lorona, he just came past us saying he hasn't been that fast in a long time.
His heart's still beating out his chest. See our representative from the Back on Track team, Jonathan Clark, going out to present our prizes. I must say, to be on the podium, you get a lovely day sheet like that from Back on Track. Real smart win today. Oh, that mare, she's got so many titles written all over her name, I think still to come, Brendan.
Yeah, and for Chris, you know, he's a real hard worker. He's made lots of changes in his life. He's buried himself in the sport and in his 334 life. And I'm really excited for him that he's starting to reap the benefits of it.
Calaho Lorenzo there in second place with Lawrence Moet. I mean, he must think he left it all out there today. He really put his foot down.
Yeah, he really, really did. Unfortunately, not good enough today for Lawrence, but really valiant efforts.
Leona van der Merwe and 334 Capital Katori coming home in third place. Said to really kind of her to let Chris take the win here today. She said, for once, she actually said to me, no, he won that class.
He really did, I must say. An unbelievably speedy jump from everybody in this class.
Just saying, we said the top three would all be within a couple tenths of a second of each other, Brendan. 3/10 of a second or 4/10 of a second separating those top three horses. Unbelievable riding.
Lorette Knowles-Taylor with her fantastic horse Oripudu Emma, really enjoying some fine form at the moment. Divan Bosman,
our youngest in the prizes here today.
Oh, he almost went really quick out the sort of halfway through the class. We were sort of wondering
he was early on, I think.
Wondering whether he had done enough. Just proves though it's never over till it's over.
We said it earlier. Experience, goes a long way in this sport, and showing here in this class, the experienced riders really bringing it home.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nicholas Samrali and Insagi DB finishing in 6th place.
We're going to ask the riders to step up onto the podium now. And once again, ladies and gentlemen,
Those spectators on the side looking a bit sleepy. I think the adrenaline rush has just hit a low after that. Yeah, look at Chris smiling on the top of the podium. Good to see him back there. Lawrence Moet went wild for his 2nd place. That was a great round by Lorenzo. And Leona van der Merwe rounding out our podium in 3rd place, that she's really starting to call home the podium.
Absolutely.
Jonathan Clark
Really
putting the
a lady who
3rd
I'm
place
sure is a
sash
real
on
name
Leona.
around the South African public. I'm sure there's
2nd place sash to
there's many young ladies out there who'd love to ride like Leona.
And of course, the winner's sash
I must
to
say he's
Chris
really is a
van der Merwe.
character, such a positive guy. He's always got something nice to say, something funny to say, and top of the pops today. Back a little bit where he belongs, to be fair, Chris van der Merwe.
Lovely for them to be presented their prizes by the great Jonathan Clark, who's been on the podiums and in the prizes all week. I saw him on the podium yesterday in the 130 champs, and their lovely horse Back on Track Nero for
Absolutely.
owner Linda Illerine. So that was lovely to see. Talking about people being back where they belong. Oh, one more picture, Laurie.
Here you go, Chrissy. Congratulations, boy. A harder working man that you're going to struggle to find. Special to be able to share the podium with your wife as well, I think.
And I think the first of many for
Yeah,
Chris
yeah.
this season. You know, you said it, you called it. He's been building for years, and I think finally he's starting to reap the rewards of all that effort that he's put in with these horses.
Absolutely, you know, I think all
And
these
the
riders,
horses have grown to a point where they're ready to win
That's the
classes
thing.
now.
That's
Yeah.
the thing. Because they've been so well produced and are so ready for it, you can see when Chris puts the hammer down and he asks the question of Lorona, she's ready. She never once was unsure of her footing, of her feet, anything where she was.
She was careful as a cat jumping into that BIOGEN double. Landed a bit short. You saw him just throw his hand a bit at the mare. She jumped out. She knew exactly what was being asked. Lovely to see the grooms
Well done, gentlemen.
receiving their prizes. 2 of the 334 stud men there.
Lorraine
Hard-working,
is
hard-traveling
up on the top
team.
step.
Yeah, very much on the road most of their lives. These guys traveling up and down the N3 highway to all the big shows.
And let me tell you, they love horses because there is nothing else to love there in the Midlands other than your horses. Those men really spend day in and day out with the horses. Very dedicated. Lawrence's groom, many years for Lorenzo.
Fantastic sashes being handed out to these very hard-working men. Congratulations, guys.
Well-earned prize winners here in the Back on Track 140 Championship, Maple Ridge on a Sunday morning.
That class definitely got my blood flowing.
We spoke about the youngsters knowing how to go quick. Oh, it's the Junior President's Cup class up next.
I hope they
That's
were
gonna
all
be-
sitting there watching. Because
And let me tell you, I want to say it, youthful confidence. They would have been watching thinking, that's exactly how I'm going to ride my round. As we see Chris van der Merwe and 334 Lorona making their way off on a lap of honor. Lawrence Moet in second, Leona van der Merwe third, Lorette Knowles-Taylor fourth, Devon Bosman fifth. Rounding out our top 6, our arena finish here in the 140 champs, Nicholas Samrali. So viewers, I hope you enjoyed that class as much as we did. We're going to try grab Chris for an interview straight after he's got off Lorona and finished giving her all the carrots in the world. So don't go too far. We'll have that interview for you shortly.
The riders to take note, a few with a pad has been
Welcome back, viewers. With me, I have the winner of the Back on Track 140 Championship class, Chris van der Merwe, my good friend. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Well done for that win. I mean, an incredible class. I want to start with the fact you had 3 horses in that class. Tell us a little bit about your plan for each horse.
Absolutely, yeah. So I had Bakuya in first. He did the first 2 qualifiers, really did a step up. My good horse, Brandon, I'm a little bit more experienced. He came down with the virus on Sunday, so he couldn't come. So I put Bakuya in the big class. He jumped really well. I brought him down today just to take a step down. He was double clear. I thought rode really good, and he'll step into the Grand Prix and World Cups this year. So I'm really proud of the setup.
I think Bakure, for me, out of the whole class, looked foot perfect. He was incredible. I mean, if you talk about horses jumping perfect rounds, I think he jumped the rounds of his life. I think he looks better than he's ever looked. Your production job has been amazing. Big things for him this season. I know he jumped last year in the Grand Prix already. This year, maybe a World Cup in sight?
Absolutely, yeah. I think we've gone back a step here and there, finished up some finishing touches, but today everything felt perfect, so we'll definitely be in a World Cup soon.
And then tell me a little bit about Bellabeto's round.
Yeah, Bellabeto is a 7-year-old stallion by Baloo de Roy. He's Baloo de Diorado. His first 140 championships. He jumped beautifully. There was a horse here at the back. He's still a young stallion. Got distracted there, but the rest of the round I thought top. I have all the hopes for him to be a world-class horse. Yeah, very proud of him.
And then obviously you took the win on Lorona. I know she's one of your favorites. She's definitely my favorite horse. For our viewers at home, a little story back in the day of Chris telling me at Stain City that I really had to watch this fantastic horse, Lorona. And I mean, she didn't canter through the start that day. It's been quite a production job that you've done. And I mean, tell us a little bit about her at home and that.
Oh, it's my absolute favorite horse. I really love her. Leona definitely comes second to her. Yeah, she's got personality. You know, I think I've learned to work with her personality, and she will fight. You know, I was really tight into this double. She'll put her heart on the other side every time, and then she's super careful and scopy as well. So she's got foals coming already, so hopefully she brings that onto her foals as well.
You touched on Leona comes second to Lorona. Leona's later on in the big class. She's got 2 rides in that class.
Yeah, absolutely. She's riding beautifully. I think she's done a great job. She's got a mare called Finale. It's lying first. And then she's got Vedante is lying second. She's at an amazing show. So, and then obviously Katori jumped really well. All these mares Leona's produced, and all of them have foals on the ground. So really good for us for the stud.
You talk about having foals on the ground. You guys have your first auction coming up later this year. Tell us a little bit about when that's going to be and the format of that auction.
Yeah, so it's going to be 1st or 2nd of November. Obviously the formalities, and then the 2nd the actual auction will be. We're looking at having 10 riding horses, and then we'll have 10 free jumping horses, and then 10 foals. So it's a new format. We're obviously new on the block, and we want to try something different. Yeah, some stunning horses. Leona and I are already riding the riding horses a little bit, so I can say there's some exciting horses to look forward to.
There you have it, viewers. So from Chris van der Merwe himself, if you want a horse that's been produced by one of the professional van der Merwes, you'll have to be there for that auction in November. Chris, just on behalf of us in the commentary box again, massive congrats. We said it's been a bit of a draft spell for you. We mentioned, Liam said it's going to take 1 win for you to get back on track, and the floodgates are going to open. Well, let me tell you, the floodgates have opened, so well done.
Thanks, man. Thank you very much for everything you do, and good luck for the big class.
There we have it, viewers.
Sorry, a special thank you to BIOGEN, all the sponsors involved, Back on Track for sponsoring this class. Without the sponsors, nothing of this is possible, so I just want a special thank you to that. So thank you very much.
Massive congrats, Chris. So at the moment, we have our riders walking the course for the Tack and Togs Junior President's Cup competition. Viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll have all the action for that for you shortly.
We have been advised to actually afford Eagles post-watch. The non-President's Cup riders will go first. President's Cup has been whittled down. After the first two rounds, the President's Cup has been whittled down, so the non-President's Cup riders will go first. Then we'll take President's Cup riders in reverse order of classification. In terms of the President's Cup for the juniors, classifications look like this. Leading the way, 0-50 score of 2 rounds. Huntsman, Yellow, Karina de Rebel sits on a 0-50 score. So he's going to have to protect the score right for the clear. Whilst the other competitors have hoped his lines, which will give them an opportunity. Sitting in second is Luca Watson from Carlson 113, who sits on 1.22 penalties. Of course, you have a rail, 4 penalties and 2 to score. Conway, Hamza once again, sits in third at 1.72. Holly Smith, Fran Aaron Bowling in fourth, 2.47. Giselle Smith on Cosmo fifth on 2.65. Giselle on 9 for Susie Q in sixth on 2.88. So we go down the rankings. And once again, just a reminder, it can change very quickly, very easily. One penalty, one rail down, and add 4 penalties to the rider scores. It is over 2 full rounds, riders will have the opportunity to walk the second round. Thank you, Josh. Big thank you to them. The President's Cup Juniors. Following Provide. Back on track. Shoes. Gold. Eurus. DTB Well. Spurwing. Frosty Pit. Whitney. Equity Cover Insurance Solutions. Discoversport.com. Universal Arenas. Cornmeal. Wix. Landing. Zero Germ Sunscreen. Big thank you to all of you. Today is the last chance to the Discover Sport Show Jumping Competition. Discover Sport Video Games giving athletes a space, share their talent, and connect with opportunities. We've seen incredible moments all week. Now it's time for yours. So your best to discoversport.com. Using the hashtag President's Cup for the day. The winning clip takes up 5,000 Rand, 3,000 Rand, 1,000 Rand, make it count. Take a few clips from previous last week posted. The top two competitors, Chris and Lawrence. Each also mentions his effective topic here. That's pretty good too. 10,000 Rand to win the winner of this class. Good to connect themselves. Big thank you once again to Brett Weber for pitching these wonderful tracks all week. It all comes down to today. President's Cup Juniors will be decided in the next hour and a half or so. 520 meters is the length of this first track. Remember, President's Cup are two full tracks. 84 seconds time allowed. 84 seconds. We will be taking the non-President's Cup horse and riding combinations first. So remember, we've got the President's Cup on the go and the standalone class as well. In the standalone class, the second round time will come into play. We are now looking for our first horse rider combination to come down, although we have been advised of a few scratchings. So it looks like coming in first will be number 6, Kathina.
Right, viewers, thanks so much for joining us. 2025 Maple Ridge BIOGEN President's Cup is where we are at today. You join us for the Tack and Togs Junior President's Cup Final. This is over 2 rounds and it is in a cumulative class. These riders have all participated in 2 rounds already, and then this is going to be the 3rd round to give them an accumulative score for the overall President's Cup. First off, looks like we've got number 6, Sifakile Kofina, and this is Sitle Kosa.
Early rail as fence number 1 goes down. The slope on this arena can be quite challenging for the horses, Brendan. Like they're jumping a double down the hill. Horse making light work of this triple bar to wall line.
I think that's quite a tricky line. Little open jump at the triple bar and then have to balance up for the wall.
Giving a foot of room into the treble. And I must say, I thought that was going to ride a little short coming down the hill, and
Sure.
it does for her. This horse looks like it really enjoys jumping from a foot of room. Quite a tricky line, that last line, 11 to 12. You're blinded by the BIOGEN vertical of that treble.
Right, so 20 penalties there for Kofina and Sitle Kosa.
So again, time allowed of 84 seconds, Brendan. Course designer Brett Weber not really pressurizing the riders for time. Nicholas Deploy goes next. Callagho Courts is last. So for our viewers at home, I hope this isn't too confusing, but some of these riders early on in this class, or all these riders early on in this class, are part of the competition today, but are not in contention and not part of the President's Cup title for the juniors that has been run over the 3 classes, with the final being today.
Sure.
I hope that makes sense, because I confuse myself when I start to say it, but I hope that. Ooh. Oh. Courts is last, making a big effort jumping out that treble. Brendan, up or down? Treble for you, jumping up or down?
Look, I mean, with an Oxer jumping in, maybe up.
That was going to be my next question, or my next comment.
Rather vertical jumping in for sure. Build a little.
Oh no, I mean, given my horses that I've had over quite some time, I would think Oxer to Oxer to Oxer. I love to belly flop a vertical in the middle of a treble.
So Nicholas losing his stirrup there, but still staying organized.
So number 8 goes next. It's Midgard Zaratoga, Daniela Sonbuchler. So we saw Midgard Zakiro in the prizes in that 140 championship class Now Midgard Zaratoga.
Right, the time has been reassessed and it has been shortened.
So time allowed has been brought in to 81 seconds allowed. So still those first two riders well within the time allowed. As we see Daniela starting her way on track.
This horse interestingly bred.
Brendan has that puzzled look on his face where he's about to say something clever.
This horse is by Consuelo out of a Gluck's Cup mare. Is it not very similarly bred to Zakiro?
Yes, it is. Oh, we're going to have to do some homework here quickly.
Ouch. I hope that Daniela is all right.
As Zaratoga makes his way off to graze a little on the bank. Lovely picture of a vehicle that I often mistake for yours, Brendan. The BIOGEN red Isuzu.
Yep.
I used to have a blue one.
I definitely have a red one.
I'm always very cautious as to how I react when I drive past that car, because it could be you, or it could be a sponsored BIOGEN athlete. You just never know. Oh, Zaratoga just making light work of the bank around the arena here. Jumped out.
Right, Daniela gives a thumbs up as she gets helped out the arena there. We never like to see that. This is a really tough sport. This ground is definitely not as soft as it looks. Any high impact fall like that is really painful. So we wish Daniela well.
So, young lady also riding in her national colours. Janine Kutsia goes next. She brings in Rotaflow Caracas. Brendan, ice cream and a cream soda for breakfast this morning. We saw her at the shops on the way here.
I'm still puzzled by that, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm not a big ice cream person at the best of times, and I can safely say I've never eaten an ice cream before 8 o'clock in the morning. But we hear that it might be a little...
winning recipe.
A winning recipe for Team Rotaflow. We saw Janine and her brother Jonty this morning eating an ice cream before 8 o'clock in the morning.
It's something that I think looked like a cream soda as well. Thank goodness for Aidan Lithgow. He's not on the actual live stream today, because the Broadcasting Complaints Commission Code of Conduct would have had a field day with that comment. A few viewers managed to pick it up from home as Janine makes her way on track.
Just chatting about this young lady, you know, she's able to, another one who's able to pilot all different types of horses. She's
she has really, despite that stop, she has really developed a fantastic partnership with this horse.
Really with.
And Brendan, a horse who was piloted by very experienced, very talented adult riders.
Sure.
Who didn't really manage the horse that easily. And Janine has really formed a great partnership with him. A bit uncharacteristic. I mean, we know he's had the odd issues at doubles and whatever, but his form of late has been spectacular.
She really is a tough jockey. She really does get stuck in, but
trains out of the CC equestrian setup. Charlie Crockett.
Just watch this young lady's upper body. Watch how strong she is. There you go. That was a good example of upper body control.
Horse getting a little strong towards the end of the track.
Look, still fairly new in the year for all the horses to be seeing such big jumps. I had a quick chat to Ronnie when he was walking the course with his clients. He says, you know, none of his horses have really seen big jumps yet, so we still are sort of at the very beginning stages of our season. So I suppose horses still getting up and running, fitness, sort of getting their eye and getting their footwork organized, all that type of thing.
Next up, number 10, Ultime de Lapi with Georgia Scribanti, a young lady who we all have so much time for, a real talent, a personality we've all come to love. Brendan, you've been chef de keep on teams that she's ridden on.
Yeah, she's a very interesting young lady, and I must say she's part of our Team South Africa that's going to be competing at the Easter show. I think that, you know, obviously she was unbelievably ranked and all that type of thing, but just as far as being an ambassador for South African show jumping, the way she conducts herself, and potentially being a role model for some of the younger kids in the team, was sort of where our heads were at with this sort of
also,
process.
I mean, it's one thing you could be the top ranked rider in the country, but to be a team rider takes a whole nother bag of talents.
Absolutely, and it's definitely something that's on the rise in South Africa at the moment. We have a big team push. It's fantastic for our sport. It's a huge part of development and big part of the future for our country. Just hopefully getting up to some proper Nations Cups, whether it's at young rider level or even at adult level. There's a heck of a lot of exciting things on the cards.
George, textbook through the treble combination. They're putting together a really good round here. This is good. She's 2 from home. Just this last line. With a smile on her face.
Just uses her voice as she goes to the last, jumps it for fun.
Easy as you like, a big pat through the finish line. Brendan, you spoke about her being a great ambassador for the sport, a lovely personality. It's so funny, given her father and that, and you just think the talent that she has, the manners that she has, obviously all comes from the damn line.
I thought you were setting Dino up for a little punt there. No, look, a hugely sporting family. George's dad, also a Springbok. Hugely competitive family, but it seems like there's also a heck of a lot of fun that happens down there. I must say, it does look like everyone has a huge amount of fun.
Absolutely. Layla Hunt is starting on track now. Diamond's Nikita.
Very interesting horse, this, I must say. She really does have an incredibly explosive jump.
Thank you, Vodacom. Our signal has been restored here in Krugersdorp. We finally use our apps that are available to us again.
Nikita is a 9-year-old mare by Numero Uno out of a Carrick mare. Oh, that mare gave an exhibition through there. Wow, pricked her ears, really watched the poles. See, I think she lost her way, and it looks like her saddle slipped.
Saddle slip. That's what happened. It looked awkward. That was performed some sort of sorcery to clear the tack and togs vertical there.
It was quite well recovered, I must say.
It's what youth can do for you. And look at the horse's expression. Pricks its ears, cracks on. Where's the next fence? I love it.
She really is an exciting horse, this, I must say. It's definitely one to watch this year.
Shame the round before that little mishap with the girth. I mean, looking at pretty solid effort.
Solid,
there.
I agree with you.
So another one of your team members up next, Brendan. Hamza Minty comes next. He brings in number 12, Continental Drift.
I think another interesting young man that's really put his hand up to be counted as of late. He really does ride with unbelievable style and speed.
Recently made the move up to Johannesburg, trained by Chad Cunningham. I know Hamza and Utman's father has purchased the most wonderful property just off Zinnia Road, Equestrian Paradise. So those boys have made the move and are now in the equestrian hub of the country.
And I must say, I can imagine, I mean,
I think we can go as far as saying Johannesburg, Kyalami area, Brendan, the equestrian hub of Africa.
for sure. I mean, there's a whole lot of stats around Kyalami and numbers of horses per square meter and all that type of thing. It's definitely, though, the hub, as you mentioned.
Second most densely horse populated area in the world, second to Kentucky. Number of horses per square meter.
Yeah, crazy. Hamza does have other horses in this class. He's actually leading the current President's Cup ranking at the moment with
And in third, I think, on
and in
Corrida,
third,
Calaho, Corrida Durabel.
Corrida
sitting in
and
pole.
Conray first and second. Yeah,
First and third.
third. Sorry.
Separated by his good friend Luca Watson in second.
So Hamza just feeling his way around this track, getting ready for his bigger horses a little later.
Yeah, on Continental Drift, actually behaving himself relatively well today. He can sometimes be a bit of a handful.
Yeah, a little fiery sometimes, gets distracted at the gate.
So a young lady that's been doing quite a bit of traveling of late, Giselle Smith, goes next. She brings in number 14, Frischgewart Golden Dancer. Was in Robberg, well, in Plet 2 weeks ago, commentating at the new Robberg Equestrian Centre. Wow, what a venue, I must say.
You know, it looked amazing, I must say.
But Chazelle was there and had an amazing show, as she always does. Had some fine results. Sorry, so they are running in strict program order. So we are going to wait for Janine Kutsia, Rotaflow Capital Hawk. Just while we have a moment, big thanks to all the sponsors here at Maple Ridge. Shout out to our main sponsor BIOGEN, and then to all the other sponsors that have made this show possible, to Winks, Hollard Equipage, Shoes, Equicover, Spurwing Horse Feeds, Trawmeal, Discover Sports, Back on Track, and our headline sponsor for this class, Tack and Togs. Big shout out to all those sponsors for making events like these possible.
So we are just,
Golden Dancer looking remarkably relaxed.
I think
As
it'll
he
probably
walks around, yeah.
suits Chazelle just to get him in here a little bit and wander him around as we wait for Janine Kutsia to bring in Rotaflow Capital Hawk. As we mentioned, that this is an accumulative competition, so the judges being very particular about keeping everybody in program order. Nobody would have any form of advantage.
Giselle, would you like to go? Giselle is ready.
Right, so as I say that, the judges have decided that Chazelle is ready and warm. Golden Dancer looks like he's ready to tackle this track, so Giselle Smith. Number 14 up next. Fishkavad, Golden Dancer.
As we just having a little in-between commentary snack here, BIOGEN protein peanut butter flavored pretzels.
I mean, treat yourself, eh?
Oh,
They're
on a
delicious.
Sunday morning. Guilt-free as well. So Giselle hailing out of PE, trained by Diane Porters.
Shame. She almost was a little slow to get going there.
Can I tell you my pet hate? Coming into the arena and walking around for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I want to be jumping my last jump in the warm-up, cantering down to the arena. Unfortunately, it can
Oopsie,
happen.
this horse got his legs stuck. Oops, oops, oops. So, not
Brendan.
Golden Dancers Day today, unfortunately. Sorry, Sten.
Sorry, just to go back to one of our earlier little question marks while we had no signal here. Carol Nerdin, all the way from Natal, just letting us know that Midgard Zaratoga is a full brother to Divan's horse, Midgard Zakiro.
I also had a Consuelo Glückskap. It was also fairly tricky and quirky, so
Can't
obviously
remember his name.
Gaucho?
Gaucho.
Yeah.
Gaucho M.
Gaucho O.
Oh, Gaucho
Gaucho
O.
O.
It's close. Gaucho O, dear.
Yeah. Trust me.
Who you won many a prize on,
Many,
Brendan.
many, but he was also tricky, and you had to have your wits about you when you rode him, and
I sort of felt like you overplayed that. He wasn't that bad. Don't ask me if I would ever sit on him, though.
so unfortunately not Golden Dancers Day today for Giselle. That said, though, she does have two other horses in this class. She has Diamond, Susie Q, and Cosmo K. So
Am
she's
I
going to
right?
have to...
Both of those horses sort of being in contention
Yeah.
for the main President's Cup
Yeah,
class.
she's going to have to go and dust herself off and go and organize her life so that she can get ready for her other two horses.
Whoop. Janine comes trotting in on Rotoflow Capital Hawk, who's playing some circus tricks there at the gate. There you go. Found the forward gears. You spoke about this young lady's commitment and work ethic, Brendan. I'm pretty sure that horse box of theirs goes past my property no less than 4 times a day.
Even me.
On the way to lessons. Oh, yes. of
Even
course,
me, I
yes.
see that Rotoflow truck going past every single week. They are unbelievably disciplined, our team Rotoflow. I think the whole family. I mean, we've got Jay, Janine, and Jonty all now doing their thing.
I do think that I rode this horse on the auction. Janine does a fantastic job with him. From day dot, he was going to be talented, but could be a little wide-eyed. And it looks like she's done a fantastic job in producing him, because to be able to jump around these spooky arenas like this, in the style that he's doing it.
Come on. Well ridden. Rotoflow Capital Hawk, an 8-year-old gelding by Capital Humeres out of a Nabab Derev mare.
So often when we see that Nabab Derev line on the dam side, Brendan,
Just scope for days.
quality, quality,
Yeah.
quality.
Beautifully ridden. Come on. Come on. Oh. Nearly left it up there.
Nearly a Houdini at the Bene water jump.
I think that's another one that we're going to keep our eye on this year.
That horse looks like it's got some big jumps in him as
Oh,
well.
Proper. Obviously just a little fiery character, and I thought Janine really did show her class there. Hawk had a little look at this plank. As you see, she had to really hold her body and press him out of the sea element.
Strong lower leg. Brave riding there. Anru Bosman goes next. He brings in number 15, Capital Chavon. So this being this is our first competitor of the actual overall President's Cup class. Saw his brother finish well in the money earlier in the 140 championship class.
Oh. Oops.
Am I right in saying Anru the youngest in the family?
Definitely. I mean, there are a few boys. I think he is the youngest,
Yeah.
yes. And I mean, not so long ago was he on his ponies, whizzing around here on Mighty
I mean,
Warrior.
it doesn't take much, but he's now a head taller than both you and I.
Yeah, also, yeah, it doesn't take much. You're right.
But 6 months ago, he was shoulder height to me.
I must say, that said, I saw Logan Hook the other day, who is Anton's son. I couldn't believe how much
Another
taller
young
he
man that
got.
doesn't have long left on ponies. He's going to be hopping onto horses soon. Luckily, his father, a breeder of many talented horses, so that'll be just fine. Good shot, second time round. The horse. Oopsie. Wonder what it was about that jump that the horse didn't like, because I thought he had a really good ride second time. Raises his hand, deciding today's not the day for Capital Chavon.
Next to go will be Colin Amber Saint and Amber carries forward.
Right, 16 on track now. This is Corland Amber Massane.
This is quite confusing for us. We've got one sheet that goes in reverse order and one sheet that goes in running order. Lots of numbers to be had here. So Corland at the moment sitting on a score of 43.78, which was explained to me is on penalties and time.
Yeah.
And the time is not their actual time, it's a coefficient of all the times divided by the number of horses in the class.
Sure. Yeah.
I pity whoever has to do the maths for that, so hopefully there's an app or something.
Hopefully, because we're definitely not sitting here because of our maths. Well, I'm definitely not.
I'd like to think I'm good at maths, but when it comes to coefficients, come on, Amber. I saw her walking the course with Ronnie Healy, the great man himself. I'll be looking to stamp the authority here, give us our first clear round. Sorry, we have a clear round from Georgie already. So looking to give us our second clear round of the class.
Oopsie. Corland not liking the look of this triple bar today.
Thought I recognized Colin. He used to be with the girl from Natal.
Van Rooyen, Jamie Van Rooyen.
Rooyen, that's it. Difficult for Amber. She's here with sort of an assistant trainer, Ronnie. I think her normal trainer, AJ Rademacher, not able to be here at the show. Another man that travels to a lot of away shows. Spends a lot of time in the truck. Does his horses. Isabella Sanders up next. She brings in MRM supports Calaho Corrado. Gonna let Brendan just allude to this horse's tack setup, maybe.
Corrado, a 7-year-old gelding by Carnival Lucilla out of an Escudo mare. It's
Goes in that Hackamore noseband that
I think it's just, I mean, I'm going to stick my neck out and call it the Rogan Hackamore, as I think it's
no,
been.
that is for sure the Hackamore noseband that was made famous by Kent Farrington and Gazelle
Oh, it's the shorter one. Okay.
in Aachen, where he won when he won the Rolex Grand Slam, where he won the Rolex class in Aachen
And yes,
with a
Is this-
snaffle. Yeah.
Oh, what a beautiful jump at the triple bar.
We've seen Dominic Alexander riding Capital Collier in that noseband with a lot of success as well.
Yeah, I must say I have noticed that I've actually never ridden in this Hackamore, to be honest.
Oh, there you go. I have.
It just amazes me how there's so much technology these days that is at our disposal when it comes to equipment for our horses.
You mentioned just now, Isabella trains with Rogan Askin. We heard him on the mic yesterday. Nice to have an educated voice providing us with some entertainment yesterday. Makes quite a difference for once.
That's a very interesting bit set up on that horse's in
So
his
it's
mouth.
very similar to what Kent had
Yeah,
with Gazelle.
yeah, and it's interesting for the viewers at home. It might look like it's quite a lot in and around that horse's face, but it's all sort of
Distributing pressure.
hugely distributing
So
pressure.
you end up
Yeah,
holding the horse's head
Yeah.
more than holding them out.
hugely, absolutely, absolutely.
Just to touch on Isabella's other horse, Moonlight, I believe, had a surgery the other day. So just wishing him a quick recovery. Be very interesting to see him back in the sport as soon as possible. So wishing them all the best with his rehab and his recovery. Christian Prinsloo riding next. He brings in Brandenburg Classique.
This is 7-year-old gelding by Colbert out of a Land Earl mare. Christian rides out of the Glover Paddock stables with
Tasman Mare.
Come on. I must say she's hugely involved in the sport and invests a huge amount into her pupils.
This guy really has come on in leaps and bounds, Brendan. I think back to 2 years ago where he was at, and
Sure.
to be jumping around classes like this
Yeah,
now.
absolutely.
Say how much Tasman invests into her riders and pupils at the Glover paddocks. The other day at the horse show, I don't know if you were there, Kip, I saw about 16 of them riding
Amazing.
together
Yeah.
in the warm-up
In the
arena.
team event.
Yes.
Yes, it was amazing to see. They have
Another lovely initiative, that team event there.
you know, we've sort of chatted about it all day. Maybe the horses that aren't super mileaged at the level that they're in often get caught out with the more technical elements like the trebles and the doubles. I mean,
Which is exactly what this horse has found tricky.
literally, I mean, besides getting distracted to the last, just maybe losing his momentum to the treble. Other than that, a good round.
Very good round. And I think you said it earlier. I mean, this is the best of the best. You know, Brett is building at the very top of the sport. These tracks are not made for schooling rounds. This
Sure.
is proper testing riding, which shows we've had 13 starters and still just our one clear round. Georgia Scribanti, our team, our only clear round so far in a time of 75.35. Our team, strangely enough, not in the actual President's Cup.
I think,
Not in contention for the President's Cup class. So there must have been something that happened, because that's very unusual. I mean, that horse would normally be one of your top contenders.
absolutely. He,
So starting on track up next, we have Daniela Mankies. She brings in Eagles Lagos. Daniela rides out of the Dyser Stables setup, trained by Superstar Stevens himself. That would be Liam Stevens, for those wondering.
oh,
That distance is ridden long,
But
Brendan.
it's weird. They get
Get
it's,
dead
it's,
at the back on track oxer.
Yeah,
The
they
plank
get
backs
slow
the
to
horses.
the oxer, I
But I
think.
think it's a very short approach, and that oxer really makes the horses back up.
and they land a bit short,
And
as you say, in
all
a
the
heap a
horses-
little bit.
Can I even go as far as saying not even from the rider's ride to the oxer, just that oxer
Where the
alone,
nature of where it
even
is.
where they've ridden it really well, the horses have pitched high and landed short.
Yeah.
And I mean, swimming up to a vertical one thing, but swimming up to a double going downhill like that, Daniela's going to have to just keep her wits about her here. Ooh.
Unfortunately, an elimination here. For Danielle will not return. For Danielle and last or final. Eagles next will take no more parts.
Looks like Daniela's all right there. That was a pretty spectacular fall. Gosh, again, just trying to get down the distances, and unfortunately that not the ride that she would have been looking for. Right, next up, Millbrook, enough said. Sarah Kate Capizario.
So, in the President's Cup competition, Brendan, they bring in a score of 17.71.
I must say, this horse is...
Currently lie in 28th position.
Oh, man.
That short approach away from the viewers there in the corner, I'm not sure if our cameras do it justice, but there's probably only sort of, what would you say, Brendan? 14, 15 meters off the side.
And I
off
think
the
it's
side
also
of the
early
school,
in the course. You jump one, a little easy vertical.
and then turn away from the gate, coming away from home. Whoa. Wow, careful like a cat.
Yeah,
there.
this horse is by Eldo out of an Acclaim mare. It's funny, for me, you can see a little bit the Acclaim in its face, and then just the athleticism in its body. It's a very modern built horse.
For a slight horse, it has massive steps.
Sure.
We can see Sarah really having to sit against this mare.
Sure.
It's funny, I said how she's having to sit against this mare is actually a gelding, but he really a hot, fiery
Yeah.
guy, isn't he?
Shame he had the water tray down, and Sarah just said it's okay as he landed and settled him down for the last as she came past us.
I really feel though, Brendan, if Sarah can get or harness all that energy,
Yeah.
we spoke about it like with Chris van der Merwe earlier, having to harness Lerona's energy in order to make her what she is today.
Sure.
If Sarah can
Absolutely.
get that horse's mind on the job, he has all the attributes to be a top show
Absolutely,
jumper.
does all
Quick,
the right
careful,
things.
big step.
Athletic like hell.
Just needs to get his mind on the game a little bit better.
Sure.
Janine Kutsia goes next, number 21, Rotoflow Q Bellissimo Z. A horse that spent many years in production with Dominique Alexander. Let me tell you, those are no small shoes to fill, and Janine has done a great job in filling them.
Yeah, really she has. I must say, when I saw her take the horse over, I thought exactly that. I mean, a young girl getting on a big stallion after...
young, small girl.
Yeah, and I mean, after getting on a horse that's been produced by Derby winner, SA champ winner...
6-foot triathlete Dominic Alexander.
Good ride.
Also speaks a little bit to his training, Brendan. He made this horse rideable, and Janine has made the horse now go in her way.
Yeah, made it for her. I agree with you. She's had a few fantastic rounds on this horse, I must say.
The softest front rail jumping into the BIOGEN treble there.
Again, the discipline through her entire body is amazing to watch. She doesn't often lose her balance. She never loses her lower leg, that's for sure. So wanting to keep it on the 4 penalties there. So she has another round on 4 penalties. She had 4 faults with Rotoflow Capital Hawk, and now 4 faults with Rotoflow Q Bellissimo Z.
So in the single competition today, that means she sits in 2nd and 3rd at the moment, with Georgia Scribanti sitting in pole position at clear round in a time of 75.35.
I mean, that horse has just trotted past us. He's a solid horse for a small girl like that to pilot, and she does an amazing job.
And a fit horse. I mean, he's barely breathing. Layla Hunter returns, this time with C.S. Monsaka, number 22. Wow, all these numbers are really confusing. C.S. Monsaka. So currently lying in 24th place in the President's Cup competition. Total score of 16.82. If you were to pick the bogey line of this track,
For sure, 2 to 3.
2 to 3.
Yeah.
And in actual fact, I mean, that back on track Oxer at 2
really takes a lot of organization.
I'm no builder. I mean, my eye's not that accurate, but if that is 130, I'll be impressed. I think it's 125, that Oxer.
So you're saying it's not over big?
It's not over big, that Oxer. Early on in the course, I thought Brett would have thought that he's been kind, but amazing how it's ridden so difficultly.
Sure. So Layla wants to organize herself now for this straight line.
Monsaka is still a young horse, only 8 years old, Brendan. So, sort of a lot of mileage still needed and a lot of growing up to do.
She's actually got 2 really nice horses, I must say. I think that Nikita jumped beautifully earlier, and if this is what her young horse is, I mean, she's got lots of growth to go. But
She's
I mean,
well poised to having a good string.
Very. And to have 2 open horses, I think, at this level and this age is a real bonus to have.
African Artisan goes next. It's Olivia Roberts in the saddle.
It's also thoroughbred, huh? Amazing. Gee, he's such a good-looking horse. 9-year-old gelding by Visionaire out of a Jalid mare.
Part that I find amazing is that Olivia is still a junior. She's been around at this level for so long. Another horse to have a look at that back on track Oxer.
Yeah, it's weird. It's not, I mean, the plank doesn't look like it's in a overly spooky place either.
You managed to walk the course. Does that back on track plank have back on track writing that side?
And it's a sloper as well for me. It's not over square.
So it's a plain white plank. It's a plain white plank.
But I mean, a black and white jump with a plain white plank, you wouldn't suspect to be super
If
distracting.
that was in the 5-year-old class at the Young Horse Performance Series, you would think nothing of it.
Yeah.
So it's amazing how it has definitely, the horses have taken offense there.
I think definitely where it is, the nature of where it is in the course, and I think anybody who's been watching this still to go, make sure that you start number 1 with the right canter, that you don't feel like you need to accelerate to number 2. Everybody who's sort of suddenly accelerated their horses up to number 2, the horses have almost looked a little bit surprised by the sort of sudden change.
Approved goes next with Marne Lombard. Riding out of your old stable, Brendan, the Farnham team.
Yeah, I must say, and she looks like she's really enjoying it there. It's an unbelievably professional environment to live and train in.
I mean, you're training with the best of the best in South Africa, and I must say, you can see it in her riding. She's really stepped up her game.
I
The
agree.
confidence that she's riding at.
Consistency.
I've watched and been around quite a lot with Lorette and the juniors when I've had my pupils, and she really is fantastic for these young kids' minds. She's a confidence giver, I think.
Yeah,
Lorette.
agreed. Horse is also looking like it goes in a hackamore these days. I don't remember seeing this horse in a hackamore.
Yeah.
Obviously trying to find out if they can
Just to give her an easier feel.
Yeah, a little bit
make
of
Marne's life a little easier. Maybe the horses jump a little better. Yeah, I think the Farnham way is sort of they ride at. If you make it to Big Farnham, you ride with Lorette.
Yes.
And when you're ready to have a grumpy trainer who shouts at you a lot, then you move on to Barry. Marne, lovely round there.
Just 8 faults. I mean, really consistent riding. She really has upped her game since she's been at Farnham.
So, sort of just going back to what I said earlier, I think that back on track Oxa early on, I said, oh, it's not that big. But let me tell you, by the time you get to the second half of the track, this is a proper junior track. Number 12 looks solid, that E-pole Oxa.
And that's got a
Going
big
up
red
the hill.
plank underneath it and no one's looked at
And
it.
they've absolutely been fine.
Yeah.
So Luce Greef up next. She brings in Sans Dancer. So we're starting to get to the business end of the competition here, Brendan. Sans Dancer sits on 10.76 on a score of 10.76. So just outside, sort of 2 poles down now, away from the leaders. Remembering that we only have that one Hamza Minty and Callao Carida de Rebel sitting on a score of 0.
A little bit of interesting information that Lachey's mom, Marlene, jumped her first 140 this year at President's Cup.
I think when 2 soft rails down, but an impeccable round, looking the part.
Really, I must say that must be something that makes her smile inside. Whoa.
Right in saying Lachey rides with Nicholas Simon.
With an upper body like that through the triple combination, I would expect nothing less.
That's exactly where I was going with that. She took the words out my mouth. Lachey and her mom, super stylish riders. Not only are they always immaculately turned out, but they ride in a beautiful way as well.
Yeah, and also just seem to be riding this confident wave, just slowly, you know, they always there and thereabouts. Fantastic for Marlene to have jumped to 140 at this show.
Soft rail at the last. That was jumped a fantastic round, really. The score not sort of matching the round, having 4 down, but really good riding there from Lachey. And a big pat at the in-gate, leans down, gives her horse a hug.
Yeah, of course.
We like to see from these young riders.
26 up next, Callao Casey. Georgie Scribanti comes in for her second ride of this competition.
So Georgia Scribanti And Callow Casey currently sitting in 9th place in the overall competition, the President's Cup competition, on a score of 3.64. So she's just elected, obviously, to come in earlier because she does still have 2 rides in this class.
Sure.
So she has given us our only clear round so far of the competition, Brendan. Should be looking for another clear in the bag. I must say the first clear round on our team looked like she was hacking around on a Sunday. I guess it is Sunday. She was. Just not quite the normal hack that they have around Hamilton's property on a Sunday.
Definitely not. Looks like Callagher Casey has got a new sponsor. I think she's riding under the EPOL flag at this stage. Exciting times for them. She's so reactive, this girl, and I must say, the mare answers every time. Come on. Here we
Easy
go.
as you like. Oh, big pat through the finish. The horse almost bumped her in the face. She was so eager to lean down and give her horse a pat. But there you have it. 2 from 2 for Georgia Scribanti. And she may get 3 from 3. I'm pretty sure I'd put some money on it.
Especially with who's left to come. I must say he's been on sparkling form as Crawford this show. So 27 up next. This is Chazelle Smith. She brings in her second horse of this competition. This is Diamond Susie Q.
A horse that Chazelle's trainer Diane reminded me that I was another one that I'd inquired about on this horse. I think she's an absolute rock star. Got to watch her in person again at Plet just a few weeks ago. And Brendan, interesting piece of information for our viewers. This horse had a foal at the end of last year.
Really? Oh,
So natural ability and bucket loads. I mean,
How
she's just
was
freshly
that?
back in the ring. I think this would be her 3rd or 4th show back in the ring.
isn't that amazing?
I think it was this show last year was her last show. She had an injury or there was something wrong. And they decided to put her into foal. She went in foal, had the foal, and she's back.
And is she ever, I must say, as you mentioned, just scope and spring and bucket loads.
I'm really hoping Diane's watching and she can send us through the full story, but I'm pretty sure I've got it right.
I'm pretty sure Diane's watching.
Charles was the one that gave me the story, and he had been sipping on champagne for a few hours before he managed to tell me. So I'm not 100% sure.
She's organized, this young lady. The horse wanted to really push its shoulder out round that turn. She catches him with her outside rein.
Easy as you like. It's another clear round. Diamond Susie Q, Chazelle Smith into the jump off for this competition. And as you just pointed out to me, they do sit in 6th place at the moment, Brendan, in the President's Cup competition.
So both Casey and Susie Q now both having secured their clear round to put pressure on everybody for the next round in the President's Cup.
Remembering that both those riders are yet to have a rail at this show, with their scores being very good. Casey score of 3.64, and Diamond Susie Q score of 2.88. So those would just be the time.
Sure. Separating
time,
them. Yeah,
separating those riders. So clear so far over 3 rounds.
Isn't that amazing?
Over 3 competitions so far for Chazelle.
Right, next up 28. This is Ella Kastelek. She brings in Callagher Valencia.
Strange that I was just mentioning Charles Roberts. Was this not a horse that he rode?
It was, I think it was.
I'd have to... We'll wait. Our trusty Diane, I'm sure, will be on the phone.
Ella has been a very busy young lady as of late. Been traveling internationally to go and ride. She's trained by Michael Blom, who I'm sure will be here eagerly watching
I
on.
saw him walking the course Standing nervously behind the in-gate pillar.
Yeah, there he is.
His Pharrell hat.
He's also hugely invested in his clients. He's got a
very busy yard in Kyalami. Teaches the youngest of the young to right up to adults.
excellent riding there. Big whistle from coach as she goes through the finish.
One down.
What did she hit?
It's a big thumbs up, whistling from the in-gate there. Spoke about Lorette Knowles-Taylor knowing how to teach young riders and to give them confidence. Let me tell you, Michael, much the same.
Very
He
much
fills
so.
his riders with confidence day after day. Callao Valmarie up next. Emily Kruger, another young lady who rides out the Farnham stables.
And another one that if she goes clearer, she is absolutely blitz in the jump off.
Horse that was originally produced by Kaylin MacDonald.
Also had a fair amount of success with Kaylin.
A fair amount. Took home prizes in bucket loads with Kaylin and has just stepped into doing the same with Emily. It's slightly trickier horse to ride, and Emily gets a fantastic tune out of her. Same Hackamore again.
She's a 10-year-old mare by Victory Forever out of a Celery mare.
Same Hackamore that we were talking about
smaller
earlier.
one.
That smaller, that Kent used as more of a nose band with Gazelle.
Oh, that triple combination is short down the hill there.
Going
You really,
downhill,
yeah,
vertical, jumping out. Real tricky for these hotter horses. Kaylin just had her second child,
She did indeed.
young boy.
Was it not a girl?
No, I think another
was it a
boy. Oh, I think a boy. No, now you make me second guess myself.
She's got scope, that mare.
Boy or girl, let me tell you, with a big brother like Cade,
There you go, Kate.
is in for a party, that kid. So not their day today for Emily and Callao Valmarie. But it's a partnership that you're going to have to keep a close eye on this season in the junior ranks. They are winners through and through.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, man. Holly Smith on track now, Capital Clarissimo. Oh, is she going to carry? No. Oh, and he stung himself. He stung himself.
Oopsie, I think he's hurt himself.
I don't think to be too concerned from that. I think the horse has just got to lay me. If you were to hit your knee like that, I think that's what's happened. He'll walk it off in a minute.
So viewers, just to give you a little update on Clarissimo there, and unfortunate scenes. He looks like he twisted his shoe really badly. Obviously, that was why he didn't want to put his foot down. So it looked like Domini and Ronnie to the rescue, and they all ran in there, pulled Clarissimo's shoe off, and he looks much happier to walk out the arena now. Thankfully, we never like to see that happening.
Clarissimo's previous jockey, Leona van der Merwe, running into the arena to make sure old love of her life is all well, but I think he'll be good. I think that was just, like you say, a twisted shoe, and what often happens is the toe clip. I've seen it happen.
Yes.
So the toe clip then ends up pushing into the horse's foot.
Sure.
So they don't want to put any weight on, but they're not actually lame. They just don't want to stand on that
Of course,
shoe.
make it worse.
Jenna Kirk goes next. Elmo at number 31. So currently sitting in 17th position on the overall competition are Elmo and Jenna Kirk. Score of 7.33.
Elmo, an 11-year-old gelding by Asaro W out of a Berggraaf mare.
Do you know who that Berggraaf mare is, Brendan?
Yeah. She was a very, very famous mare that was ridden in the 150 classes by Ronnie Healy. Her name was Rocket.
Could I go as far as saying almost the horse that put the great Ronnie Healy on the map?
Yeah. She was an incredibly special mare, and I must say, when I heard that Rocket had a foal, I was really interested to see what was going to come of it, and Elmo has been an unbelievable competitor.
With Kaz Lear previously, I mean, this horse. Okay, there you go. Dad shouting from the sidelines here. Come on, my sweets, get back in the saddle. Go, my boy.
Come on, Elmo. We've mentioned he's a real fighter. He's got fire in his belly.
Jenna Kirk, take a bow. You are a legend.
That was pretty amazing. She'd want to settle down now, organize her life again. Looks like she's got him settled.
Come on, Jenna. 2 from home. Come on.
We've definitely got Jenna's parents behind our commentary box. There's a huge commotion going on next to us. I think they're going to lift the roof off this place.
Leaves it up. 75.95
What
comes
an
on
effort.
clear.
Sure. Wow. I hope we get it. Here we go,
about
viewers.
class.
Watch this. This is unbelievable athleticism from both horse and rider. 3 strides in the 2. Then 2 strides in the 1. She manages to clear it. Stays on. Wow.
Fair in saying she was barely in the saddle there even to jump the last.
Yo, she's going to give him a big pat as she goes out.
Both hands, one on each side of the neck. So Hamza Minty goes next on Callagher Conray, currently sitting in 3rd place in the overall competition on a score of 1.72. Obviously electing to come in early so that he's not too rushed when he rides Callagher Corrida Durabel, who he's currently in pole position on in the overall competition.
Fantastic. 11-year-old gelding is Callagher Conray by Concoriano out of a Stolzenberg mare. Oh,
And viewers, feast your eyes.
if you want to know how to ride the triple bar wall, that's pretty much, you don't get better than that. I believe that Hamza's purchased this horse's full sibling off the auction recently.
Quite tricky, that treble. It's almost a fraction long jumping in and short jumping out. So when the riders try and do all the work to set them up for that middle element, that they don't jump in to the second distance too long. The horses almost
Leave
stutter at
themselves
the
to
space.
room. Yeah, it's tricky.
On that note, though, did Hamza even look half flustered? Not at all.
I think just again, organization is something that comes to mind every time I watch this young man ride. Upper body control, easy as you like. He's put a whole lot of pressure on the rest of the competition.
74.72. Whole lot of pressure on the rest of the competition, including one of his best friends, Luca Dominic Watson, and himself, who are the 2 riders or the 2 horses ahead of him.
So that was a real pressure round by Hamza Minty. Leaves all the poles up, really puts him in the driving seat in the overall competition and for this competition today.
Eagles Cognac goes next. Amber Boertes, number 33.
Coming to today's competition on 10,27 penalties.
Eagles Cognac, owned by Lloyd Nichols. There you go, Amber. That's how you do it.
This young lady is unbelievably powerful in the saddle. See Cognac sort of leaning off to the left there. She had her right rein, keeping her right leg, keeping him straight.
Left hand on the neck, right hand up off the neck, holding the horse up. That sort of cross-range way of holding the horses. Really effective when you have a horse that almost feels like they're getting too strong for you.
She really
Super,
is a
she's
young
clear,
lady.
2 from home. I'm right in saying still on ponies.
She's, yep, I would say 14, 15.
Oh, big at the last,
Gee
leaves it up.
whiz.
She looks back just to check, but she's done it. Clear round 80.61. 4/10 of a second inside that time allowed of 81 seconds. Beautifully
Perfectly
timed,
judged.
round. Super round there by Amber on her new ride. Eagles Cognac.
Just really showing good body control through that tricky BIOGEN triple combination.
Jade Anderson goes up next. Number 34, Max Star Dark Knight.
Max Star Dark Knight is a 12-year-old gelding by Max Star Obi-Wan Kenobi out of an Olympic Pharaoh mare. There's a bit of dressage pedigree in there.
This horse originally ridden and produced by Jenna Glancy. Had a super successful career with her, and Jade recently into the saddle and looks to be getting a fine tune
She was.
out of Dark Knight. Commentator's curse, sorry.
He sort of looked like he saw that like he's never seen it before.
Looking there at the camera angle that they had from the triple bar, I think you can see like the walls up against that big grass bank. There you go, you can see it.
There is a lot of distraction in that corner for sure.
It's been the bogey corner so far today. So next up, number 35, Victoria Gravenstein. She brings in Sunny Park Classic Queen. Another young lady riding in her national colours, Brendan.
Absolutely, and I think just always a partnership that I always like to watch. They, the horse a little bit unorthodox in the way that she goes, but I think Victoria does an amazing job at just letting the horse do its job, stays away from her.
I'm trying to put my finger on it. The class that she won in the Bob Charter, Derby or the Outdoor Grand Prix? Junior Outdoor Grand Prix?
Junior outdoor.
Last year, a class I'll never, it's a round I'll never forget. I'm sorry I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure it was the Junior Outdoor Grand Prix. This young lady rode, I mean,
Exceptional.
second to none. And it showed, obviously, she got the results in the win, but wow, that was the day that she really stood up and said, here I am, this is me.
Yeah, agreed.
Another young lady that trains out of the Sunny Park setup with Nicholas Samrali.
You can just see the upper body control.
Yeah, you actually don't need us to say it. Just watch. We'll let you decide which riders train with Nicola. Soft rail jumping out
She was
the
so good
treble.
over A and B.
Perhaps, Brendan, early on in the season, a little bit of fitness coming into play.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, the horses definitely still have to get up to standard, up to the level. We haven't had lots of big 130 shows this year yet.
And the way that this President's Cup competition is laid out, it's quite taxing on the horse's fitness.
Sure. No, you
I
have to
see
start
like
almost
someone
hit the
like
ground running.
Yeah, two soft rails for that horse. She jumped a beautiful round though. Sorry, I was going to say, I was chatting to Ronnie in between course walks just now. He was saying Magic Boy qualified for the President's Cup, but he's withdrawn him because the horse just not feeling strong enough or fit enough yet.
Sure. It's a good call at the beginning of the season.
Absolutely, and I think like with a horse like that, that's maybe where those two rails come in. There you go. I've just had it confirmed by the show jumping encyclopedia himself, Aidan Lithgow. Victoria was last year's Junior Outdoor Grand Prix winner.
At 36 up next, Janine Kutsia is back again. She's been a busy young lady this morning. She needed that ice cream for breakfast, that's for sure.
She could have had two.
She brings in Rotaflow, Capital Cameron.
There you go. I'm going to put this a little bit more eloquently than Diane messaged me, but she said, listen, Susie had an unplanned one-night stand with Golden Dancer.
I love that.
That was the story. That's why she was sluggish at the show.
An unplanned one.
So she was pregnant. They had no idea they were competing her.
That's amazing.
And that's why she was... And there you go again. Devon, thank you very much for that piece of information. Brendan, I was right. They have just had a boy. And he is definitely not in for a party with Cade. I reckon Cade's going to be the best big brother that's ever lived. Nice just to be interactive with our viewers. Oh, what's that second message from Diane? Nope. Not live stream material, that. So congrats to Devon and Kaylin on the birth of their boy.
This young lady must be exhausted after having 3 trips around such a big track.
And I think she'll be okay with me saying 3 tricky trips
Definitely.
around. I mean,
Yeah,
horses that all take a bit
She
of riding.
all has unorthodox horses. They all look like they take a heck of a lot of adjusting and sort of very much sitting still and letting them do their thing. And she's unbelievably good at doing that.
Which just makes all the wins that she has so much better.
For sure, you know, we talk about
that
building,
much sweeter.
and we talk about building strings and that type of thing. You know, in the past we've spoken about Ronnie's string of horses, we've spoken about Nariska's string of horses,
Chris Leona, Shayton.
None of those strings of horses all sort of started off winning. You have to develop them all. You have to get them fit, all that type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, the joke is literally, unless your father is Bill Gates, you do not buy 150 Grand Prix horses.
For sure.
Because one Grand Prix horse is enough to put you into, you know...
Financial debt for the rest of your life.
Absolutely, more expensive than buying a house.
Oh, definitely.
Olivia Roberts up next, number 37. She brings in Coscar FZ. She's already had 1 trip around here.
Olivia hails from Zimbabwe. And she brings in the 16-year-old gelding who's by Corland.
Olivia currently sitting in 11th, just outside the top 10 in the President's Cup competition. Score of 5.85.
Okay, so she definitely won a clear round here to...
She can put a clear round in here. She'd be putting pressure for a good prize in the President's Cup.
Sure. Now that was a soft fence.
And a late falling rail.
Yo, she was nearly at the B element when it fell.
She had every reason to look back in disgust at that front rail of the BIOGEN Oxa. Which she didn't, because she's far too polite. She'd literally landed and taken 2 strides before that fell.
Before it fell.
Must have rolled 4 times in the cup. Again, Brendan, another horse possibly jumping at altitude compared to what he's used to.
For
possibly fitness coming into play early on in the season. Textbook equitation position over the last. I mean, she really is
Still only out. Sort of 2 soft fences along the way early in the season.
Yeah, getting sort of towards
Watch
the
ya.
business
Oh.
end. Yeah, she was on her 2nd stride when that rail fell. So we're getting to the business end of the competition here, towards our top qualifiers in the President's Cup competition.
38 on track next. This is Catherine Frank, and she brings in Karatuzi. Karatuzi, a 13-year-old gelding by Caratano Z. Another young lady who's produced by Chad Cunningham, top equitation rider.
Chad or Katie?
Katie.
Both?
Both.
So Katie sits inside the top 10, a score of 4.42.
So another one who's had a really consistent show. Oh, good riding through there. Stepped out easy.
Communication going a little awry there in the corner, causing a circle. Jump that Bene Oxa for fun.
Whoopsie. Oh man, there's so little room for error in these bigger classes, unfortunately. Katie not getting the distance that she was after at the water tray. Doesn't look like any harm done to horse and rider there, thankfully. Sure, we've had a real mixed bag this competition, I must say. It's definitely a class that's taken a little bit of riding. I think just the nature of the class, you know, the horses have been at it the whole show.
And then yet we've seen some of the riders canter around here, well, some of the horses canter around here like they're training on a Tuesday morning at home. I'm trying to put my finger on it. I mean, it's not often that this happens, but I'm a little bit speechless. I'm gobsmacked.
Yeah.
I thought she was riding a beautiful round, and the horse just, not really
Locked on.
not feeling it. Capital Crawford goes next. Georgia Scribanti. She's 2 from 2 so far. So a young lady that definitely is feeling it today.
She cruised down that distance there. She knows this horse so well.
Oh, just a little press of the hand there. Easy as you like. Canters down to the wall. Clears it by 3 bricks.
She knew that he was a little spooky. She started clicking
Yeah,
in the
at the
air
triple
over the
bar.
triple bar, just saying, come chappy, make sure. Oh!
So unfortunately, it's not going to be 3 from 3 for Georgia Scribanti. She has already booked 2 in the jump off though. Brendan, we were just chatting about it off air. Possibly that Oxa, the distance jumping into the treble, if the riders are too cautious, it's a little long, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's also got a plank underneath the B element there, so they
Could
sort of,
be.
as they jump in, they've got to, the riders have to be organized, know the horses well, and keep the pressure on them so they keep moving.
But we've got Brett Weber, course designer, here in front of us. I'm just going to ask him quickly off air, because I'm pretty sure that he's used that BIOGEN jump all week, so the horses would be well accustomed to it. They've been familiarized with the jump.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Brett just saying off air, he thinks possibly the plank underneath the second part, because in the last class we saw the plank underneath the A element and the C element, and the horses, I mean, didn't bat an eyelid.
Sure.
They were a lot of 140, 150 horses.
Yes,
so
agreed.
With
Agreed.
World Cup riders on them.
I suppose
mean,
this is also the best of the best at this level in South Africa,
Yeah.
junior level.
I really think possibly that distance coming down the hill, the riders are a bit wary of the vertical to vertical jumping out being a bit short, so they're almost underriding coming in, and then that foot of room too much.
Yeah.
You always talk about the questions at a fence. So is it spooky? Where is it placed? And what's the third question? There's a third question, but the horses are definitely jumping in, possibly getting a foot of room, and then looking down at the plank at the bottom.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. They're getting distracted by that plank. It slows the momentum down and it leaves you very far away from the B elements, with the C elements still to come.
But
That's
that
the problem.
lingering in the view of the horses as well. Yeah, Giselle Smith goes next on Cosmo K. This her third ride around here. She gave us an absolute exhibition on Diamond Susie Q, and looking much the same here on Cosmo K, giving a little squeal and a buck round the turn. This horse was purchased from Tamar Glixman. I must say, Giselle really putting together a super partnership with Cosmo.
Gosh, that was well ridden. She had the room there. She pressed the horse up into the space. She really does know what she's doing, this young lady.
Foot of room there at that oxer.
Oh, she's had this horse in between her hand and leg the whole round.
Just touching off the back rail.
Sure, she didn't deserve that. That's so unlucky.
Oh, good shot at the last. I spoke about fitness early on in the season. A little bit different for a horse like Cosmo, Brendan. Possibly a victim of the travel. You think that horse was from PE to Plet to Joburg? Sure, like you say, really didn't deserve that rail. Exhibition of a round. For our viewers at home, she's not already a household name around South African show jumping. Watch that name, Giselle Smith. She's going to make it big time.
For sure, I couldn't agree with you more. Van Laren, Beau de Loon up next, 41. This is Holly Smith.
So Holly, our fourth highest qualifier in the President's Cup class. She sits on a score of 2.47.
So just those top four riders literally being separated by time to get their scores.
The top 9 riders were all separated by time. I think, in fact, Chad said to me the top 11 riders were all separated by only time. So it shows you the consistency of these youngsters.
And just how this is the real sharp end of the competition. There is no room for error.
Sigh of disappointment there from Holly. Again, another victim of that B element of the BIOGEN treble. I think important for our viewers and riders alike, maybe, Brendan, to also understand the psyche of the course designers. Brett Weber wasn't standing here in front of us saying, I tricked them, didn't I get them?
No, he's beside
sitting
himself.
here stressed, he's worried.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been the plan. I walk this course, you walk this
Sure.
course. I thought a few of us thought maybe a bit short jumping out the treble.
Yeah.
But I would not have said to you that the back on track Oxer would ride as difficultly as it has at number 2. And if you'd asked me if you were going to have horses stopping in the treble, I would have told you no. I bet you there'll be a couple that have the C element down.
I couldn't agree with you more.
But that would have been my call. Anyway, like you say, moving to the sharp end of the competition, Luca Watson, second highest qualifier in the President's Cup competition. He brings in Carlson 113. A horse originally produced by Bronwyn de Santos, be representing South Africa in the World Cup final.
Yeah, quite an amazing feat for Bronwyn. I'm sure that the reality of it all must be kicking in now as the arena is getting built and the stables are up. I think it's been a heck of a long time in planning for Bronwyn, so we wish her well.
Luca, another young man riding in his national colours.
Yeah, recently received.
Amazing to see how many of these guys already riding at such a high level, Brendan. Yeah, there you go. Positive,
super.
Positive with his body there in the first section of that double. Looks like he really means business here today.
Keep stepping up there, well ridden.
2 from home.
This is going to put big pressure on the rest of the competition.
By the rest of the competition.
Oh, well
You
ridden.
mean Hamza, and he leads it up. Whew, what a round. Luca Watson makes it another clear. 79.83, well judged round, keeping the lid on Sunny all the way to the end there. Great riding there by Luca. Only 15 years old, Brendan.
Right, let's just say this. If Hamza Minty has one down, Luca wins. Do they? But if Hamza has one down, he doesn't jump off.
Sure, you bring the pressure. If Hamza has one down, he's out.
But for sure, it's not over till it's over. This young man has nerves of steel. Hamza Minty with Callagho or Durabel.
Yep, and ably mounted and Creed Durabel. I mean, proper horse.
Oh, well ridden. Exactly what we said. If you've got the pressure coming into the treble, you need to clear the C element. That's where the sort of test comes in.
The care's got to come in.
It's interesting. You can almost hear a pin drop. The arena's all quiet. Everyone's really concentrating. I understand what this round means. Come on, Hamza.
Diamonds are made under pressure.
Oh,
74.97 comes home clean.
fantastic riding there. Gee whiz, under a huge amount of pressure, makes a very, very testing track look pretty easy.
Must say, another horse by probably one of my favorite breeding stallions that Callow has, Brendan, by Corinth.
Interesting, him.
The third Corinth that I mean, I was an underbidder on this horse at the auction. I've managed to get myself a Corinth finally along the way. But Kimberly Williamson has that Corinth Carina, Callow Carina.
Absolutely.
I say he's a stallion that has really, really stamped his progeny with an amazing amount of scope and care. They've all been super talents. So we're going to let the officials put all of the running orders up for the next round. I think there's a bit to do. There is the competition for today and then the competition overall. As you see, lovely views here of the Maple Ridge Equestrian setup, world-class facility. Must be so lovely for Verity and Taranan to look at this, Brendan, and see what they've created as a show holding body.
Sure, absolutely. It really is world class. Those are fantastic drone shots that we've got there. So guys, as Sten said, I think what we're going to do, let's organize our lives, let's get the running order together, and I think we will be back shortly for the jump off.
We are going to have a course walk for the second round.
Sure.
So we'll be back with our viewers for that.
Right guys, I think join us shortly. We're going to get our ducks in a row.
in the second round, and then we will go in reverse order of classification for President's Cup final competitors. So those big scores were the first, and ultimately we will come last. Beyond zero continues to the zero small first round. Remember, like I said, in the President's Cup class, you will time in the second round. So you go through the second round as a jump. For those of you who are in the President's Cup class, standalone. But those of you in the President's Cup final, you have decisions to make. Should you go fast and try and win the class, or should you defend your score and try and go safe? Or perhaps you would like to do both and go 4,000 rand courtesy of Tack and Dogs, and then 10,000 rand for the President's Cup final, and then 14,000 rand, not just 10 or not just 4. That's the decision you have to make. And with those who are sitting on small schools. So we're going to announce about vehicles for one people in a white station wagon, some sort of SHS 849 GE, and a trailer MGB 184 GE.
Well there.
Ever wondered why Peptan collagen is considered top tier among all the hydrolyzed collagen out there? It's because Peptan sets the global standard for quality, versatility, and performance. BIOGEN Peptan collagen powder packs a powerful 10 grams of Peptan. These collagen peptides are essential for healthy joints, bones, muscles, and skin. They are the building blocks that keep your body strong and ready for anything. By boosting elasticity and the regeneration of your connective tissues, you can stay injury-free and always prepared for your next adventure, whether it's a tough workout or just getting through a busy day. So, while you're out there taking care of the world, don't forget to take care of yourself with BIOGEN Peptan Collagen.
will go after Yummy. Enough said, Zero Capsule, 45-1, will be followed by Diamond Defeated, Leila Hunter, Zia Mon Soccer, Leila Hunter. So, judges, we will have a little bit of a respite between those two, or will we be the next one wants to come? Otherwise, it's going to take a fine lot of time. We are already running behind schedule, so Leila going on Eaton's and possibly a little bit later on Mosaka, but if you are going to catching one of those meetings, let us know. Following on Mosaka will be Crew, Lombard, followed by Classic Queen and Victoria. Classic Queen, I've just is match with Valencia. We'll go after that one, followed by Costar, Bellissimo Z, Eagles Cognac, Elmo, Cosmo K, Calaho Casey, Diamond Susan Q, Calaho Conray, Carlson 113, and Calaho Rita de Rebel. So the horses that are competing for the class, we're not talking about the final now, we're talking about the class, will be Ultimate Yummy, Eagles Cognac, Elmo, Calaho Casey, Diamond Susan Q, Calaho Conray, Carlson 113, and Calaho Rita Rebel. Those were the horses and riders who were clear in the first round, who will be competing in both the class, the standalone class, as well, except for Yummy in the President's Cup final. All horses and their riders, except for Yummy, will be competing for the President's Cup final. Right, so the riders now walk course. So as we're ready to close the course, we are now looking for George Probati, Ultimo Yummy.
Right, viewers, we are about to kick off the Tack and Togs Junior President's Cup final, second round. Looks like we've got 8 jumps, a slightly shortened course.
Less technical track, second round, Brendan, against the clock for those that are going to be brave enough to run against the clock. Had it in from Diane, and we've been listening to the rules a little bit. The order of riders won't change if they all go clear.
Sure.
So running against the clock could be a little risky for the President's Cup competition. However, it will put you in contention for winning this class,
Sure.
the final class. So a lot up for stakes here at this show sponsored by BIOGEN. Just looking through a bit of our brief, Brendan. BIOGEN have been sponsors of this President's Cup for the past 5 years now. So massive sponsors here at this show at Maple Ridge.
It's almost something we've got used to, the red arena at the beginning of the year, getting everybody ready.
Looking fancy and smart, like you say, as we've got used to from Shaunae and Evie. All very detailed here at Maple Ridge. Well, we've got a moment and we're waiting for the rest of our riders to make their way down from the warm-up arena. Again, just a big shout out to all of our other sponsors that have made this show the event that it is, to Winks, Hollard, Shoes, Tack and Togs, our sponsors of this class, Spurwing Horse Feeds, Equicover, Traumeal, Maple Ridge Equestrian Farm, Discover Sport, and Back on Track. Thank you to all those sponsors as well for making this class the class that it is. Teamwork makes the dream work. We see Helen Kritikos leading stablemate Georgia Scribanti down to the arena. Our team, I mean, how many times has he been in this arena and now all of a sudden taking offense to the in-gate? In fact, I don't even think it was the in-gate. I think it was the VIP tent there at the top.
Right, so Georgia not in contention for the President's Cup on
Which
this horse.
for me, as a viewer, is amazing because we're going to see her throw it down here. She's going to go quick, put the pressure on the others if they want to win this class here today as well. It's not going to be gifted to them. They're going to have to beat the great Georgia Scribanti. Jumps that vertical right on the inside. Did you count what she did there to the E-pole?
I didn't, but I've seen that Brett's left the plank in at the B element of the double.
And has a soft rail jumping in.
Fence.
Eight strides from 4 to 5. Now this tricky back on track Oxer at 6. No problem there for our team. Keeps the turn nice and tidy here to the triple bar. 5 strides up to the BIOGEN wall. Finishes on the 4 faults.
She definitely eased off the pressure when she realized she'd had one down.
Yeah, and I think had the license to sort of go for it as well, Brendan.
Sure.
See just the front rail of that BIOGEN double going down. Great honesty there from Christian Prinsloo, just telling them that the front rail was down of that BIOGEN double. I would have maybe pretended like I didn't see it.
And just jumped it much smaller than
Give
it
myself a little Liverpool to jump into the double. So it's the first rider of our President's Cup competition. Christian Prinsloo in Brandenburg Classique, riding out of Glover Paddocks.
I think he would be getting himself some invaluable mileage. You know, I think that to get these big courses set up for you under pressure in these big arenas and all that type of thing, it's a huge part about, I suppose, finding confidence and smoothness in riders, is feeling sort of relaxed and happy to be in the ring.
Building confidence, Brendan, because I think confidence breeds, you know, relaxation in the ring. You get once you're confident, you feel less anxious in the ring.
Yeah, I suppose you make better decisions. You sort of hindering your horse less.
And like you say, no better way to get that confidence than by being in the arena doing it.
For sure.
Riding against the best, which Christian is doing here.
And if the viewers can see that he's actually got his hands swapped around, so he's got a Mexican grip on the reins. That will definitely be as per his coach, Taz. Helps the riders have softer elbows, allows the...
Stuart Walker would love it. I keep telling him I'm going to teach him one day how to hold his reins. And if Christian ever watches this or listens, Stuart says that only good riders ride with Mexican rein hold. Riders with true feel. So there you go, Stu. So Millbrook, enough said, goes next with Sarah Capazario.
She's popping a wheelie at the in-gate there.
Enough said, sort of saying he's had enough, maybe.
So number 20 is on track now. This is Sarah Kate Capazario, Millbrook, enough said. enough said, looking really fiery before the beginning of this class.
A team from Burlington have been watching this morning, Brendan. They all said that I'm very boring and they enjoy your entertainment, so please keep it up. They want you to talk more. That from Yanni Kutsia, Mahoy Acupuncture.
Oopsie. Definitely lost momentum around the corner there. That doubles when it was a triple, and even now as a double takes a heck of a lot of jumping.
Plank to plank there at the bottom. It's a lot for the horses to look at. Coming away from the gate, and now it's early in the course as well, Brendan. You see that horse really prick his ears down at those planks. That's for sure what he's looking at. That's the first horse that I've really seen make it that obvious that that's the... Wow, he really has jump, doesn't he?
He is like a cat, this horse.
I mentioned it after first round, but he's one that if they can just harness all that electricness, or all that electricity, maybe that's better English on my part, he's going to be a real competitor, this horse.
I agree with you that he does.
When I say that, what I mean is I'd love to ride him in 5 years' time when he's all calm and relaxed and easy. There you go, Big Patty will finish having had a nice experience here today and some valuable mileage gained.
See, the horse did definitely look down over both those elements. Huh?
Properly, that's the first horse we've seen make it that obvious.
Right, Layla Hunter on track next. She brings in Diamonds Nikita. Oh, this horse has got an unbelievable jump.
Their scores haven't come up for us from the first round, Brendan, but right in saying this horse had two really soft rails, hey?
Agreed, yeah.
Unbelievable how she propped herself there in the double, jumped away.
She's a very interesting mare, this, I must say. I think the first round really showed it. She definitely caught my eye.
Much harder to catch Brendan's eye these days at the age of 41. Much easier back in the day at 22.
Boy, I'll take 41. I turn 43 tomorrow, but anyway. I'd love to be 41
Here's
again.
the last. Shoo. Some celebrations going on from the VIP tent there.
That was a fantastic round from that horse. Wow, you see him make a massive shape over the triple bar. Layla has to really keep her balance, and at the last, this mare has oodles of jump.
Numero uno, shining through there.
Big time. He's a very interesting sire, I must say.
So unfortunately, coming home with 3 for time. Time allowed, 55 seconds. And our scoreboard here giving us little to no help because it doesn't know how to read these classes. Layla Hunt, Monet Lombard on track now. She brings in approved. Early rail going down there at 2, but Brendan, like you said, this lady come on in leaps and bounds.
Again, you know, I mean, I can speak a little from experience. When I moved to Barry at Farnham, I was very undercooked.
Is it fair in me saying as well, the system there quite different to the way many other people train?
I think to a way, but what's interesting about Barry and Lorette, always when I was coming up the ranks and trying to get produced at different levels, whenever I'd ask Barry, do you think I should jump the second round? He would always say, yes, absolutely. Go and get some experience, go and get some mileage.
You'll know better than me. His favorite saying, 1 round in the ring is worth 7 lessons. Is that true?
Along those lines,
Something
absolutely.
like that. And there you go, 2 early rails down in the second round.
Yeah, but she's sort of
For
getting
Monet,
around. Yeah, she's
and approved, and then really settling into it.
for sure. Getting there with some smooth moments. I think that, you know, Loretta and Barry are always so positive in their training. They will find all the good things to take out of that and then train all the things that maybe Mono found a little bit more difficult. And for sure, she will be back to fight another day.
Key thing you said there, looking for all the positives to take out of it. For some of the parents out there, just a word out from me, I don't think there's any young rider that goes into the arena thinking, oh guys, there's live streaming and a crowd here today. I'm going to see how badly I can
I'm
ride
going to try and
today.
knock all the jumps down.
I think everyone always goes in there to do their best, and
Yeah,
like you
for
say,
sure.
you know, we're riding horses that have their own minds. It doesn't always go according to plan, but something you mentioned now, so important. You go back to picking the positives out of it for your horse as well. You know,
Absolutely.
for your horse's sake as
Absolutely.
well.
Great shot there of the BIOGEN Bucky. Just touching on a little bit of interesting information about BIOGEN. BIOGEN was founded in 2004, making this their 20th year in existence. They are the largest health brand in Discam and one of the largest in South Africa. And they are the official nutrition partner to the Ironman South Africa, Ride Joburg 94.7, and the mountain bike events such as the Cape Pioneer.
Brendan, little piece of information again in from Diane. Always nice to know the history behind horses and what it. Nikita, Diamond's Nikita, was bred in George, and Diane and her team from First for Horses, they produced her up to 110, and then Layla Hunter bought her from them then, and she says she is an absolute rock star.
Yeah, I
So
must
there
say,
you
Di
have
has
it.
got an unbelievable eye for horses. She
Ah,
really does. She can pick them.
You took the words out of my mouth, but my next conversation was going to be definitely worth the trip down there to First for Horses. If you're looking for a new youngster,
Absolutely.
and you want someone who knows how to choose them, I would put my money where Dad tells me to every day of the week.
Yeah,
like you
absolutely.
say, and no fly by night either. She's been successful for many years. Knows exactly how to pick them, knows exactly how to train them.
For sure, and I mean, she's always such a huge part of the Eastern Cape team, and any of the team events, she's always dressed in her outfits and always shouting and making a big noise for the Eastern Cape, and so she should, to be honest with you. They always are a nuisance to us karting riders when we're trying to win classes
They're a
and big
formidable
competitions.
team. They don't go to make up the numbers.
Definitely not.
Dai's pupils are competitive from day dot. So next up, looks like we're going to have Calaho Valencia, Elavita Kostelic.
She rode a beautiful first round.
I really would like it if Dai, maybe while she's watching, could send us through a message about this horse's production, because I'm pretty sure Charles was involved in it.
Yeah,
I could be wrong.
she's got fantastic timing, this young lady.
Again, could I say another young lady, much the same as Georgia Scribanti, the feel that she has.
Yeah.
You spoke about her timing. Her hands are impeccable, always in balance with the horse.
I've chatted to Michael Blom about this young lady. She's also definitely caught my attention once or twice, and he said she's unbelievably diligent at home, works
look at that
incredibly
ride.
hard on the flats. All her horses move laterally well. They're very educated through their bodies, and it shows. Big cheer from the crowd as that young lady goes through the finish. Yo, beautiful effort over the triple bar there. She's a jumper.
What a round. Super riding there.
That was a quick change from Layla.
There you go. Quick, just while Calo Valencia is leaving the arena. Charles did produce her and won absolutely everything, Dai says.
As Charles does.
In the show jumping, not just the racing world, Brendan. He also won one or two other prizes at Plet. Don't know if we can mention those. Life of the Party was one.
Okay.
So we see Layla Hunter starting on track. This time, C.S. Monsaka. fit young lady is Layla. 4th round of the morning.
It's always very interesting just getting a quick sneak peek of the parents as they're watching their kids.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it when they stand close to us, but they don't realize that we're right here underneath the hut.
I can watch, I can see all of Layla's fan club up in the VIP area, jumping every jump for her. Mom's lifting her leg and leaping in the air every time.
Holding on to the pillars there.
This really does take an army to get these horses and riders to this level.
To the base, good ride.
Good round.
Spot on. Look at that. There, center of your screen.
There you go. Yeah.
Maybe a proud father in the background there. Cameras are out. What a moment.
Those are serious zoom lenses on those cameras too. They're definitely going to be getting the good shots today.
2 seconds outside that time allowed, so comes home with a 2 faults.
I think that was the plan with both their horses. Obviously,
Yeah,
just
come
go
out
in there.
for a nice round.
Yeah, have a good round. I think, as you said, you mentioned it earlier, the horses leave feeling like they've had an enjoyable experience in the ring.
Name of the game. Number 9 goes next. It's Coscar FZ with Olivia Roberts. Balances the horse and then presses up nicely to the E-pole oxa. It's a new E-pole jump, that, Brendan. I wonder if they're going to do away with the seals that they put underneath. I would be
thrilled.
I mean, it would save me countless sleepless nights.
Yeah, they even made a filler with the seals on
Yes,
the side.
no,
and the
I know.
horses ran for their lives.
Oh, Le Padre didn't. He stood still from about 7 strides away. I was jumping a clear round in the Grand Prix at Storkey Stride, and he stood dead still in the corner. Coscart didn't seem to mind the new jump design though. Gave a big press over that.
He really has conformed beautifully to show jump. This horse so up in front, can throw his back end away so easily when he gets in the air.
And textbook from Olivia there. Beautiful riding. Super second round.
Just outside the time allowed. So 1 for time. Time allowed 55 seconds. Olivia's time 55.27, just outside. So next in is going to be Janine Kutsia. She brings in Rotaflow Q Bellissimo Z. Again, the judges wanting to keep in strict program order.
Spoke about levels of fitness just now. Janine's had a couple trips around here this morning. This horse had just the 1 rail down in the first round, 1 soft rail in front.
Soft fence, yeah. And I think, again, that's the reason that she's riding this round. She wants to get some show mileage in.
I'd love to read this horse's mind and understand how he thinks. Because he jumps... Is that the same fence that he had in the first round, that jumping into the double?
I think.
I'd love to read this horse's mind and see how he thinks, Brendan. Because what I was going to say is, he jumps 3 or 4 fences beautifully, but clears them by enough.
Yes,
as much as he needs to. And then every now and then he gets to a fence that, for no reason, or no reason that I understand, decides to clear it by 1.5 feet.
As he did at the Oxa there at number 4.
Yeah. And then a
Janine
triple
smiling
bar.
as she's going past us here. She's looking like she's enjoying herself.
A triple bar where he could really show off.
Yeah.
He just clears the back rail. Which I think is the name of the game. That's what you want at the end
Sure.
of the day. But I'd love to understand him and understand why he thinks every now and then he's got to jump 1.90 meters.
I really think that Janine's got to stick to her guns with that horse. I'm telling you, he's for sure got a few bigger classes in him for her.
Amber Boertz is setting off at the gallop there on Eagles Cognac. Helped here at this show by fellow PE rider Georgia Roerich. What do you think?
Wow, what a turn.
Brendan, what do you think George's input would have been for this round? What do you think the idea would be? Go for the class? She's not quite high enough in contention for the overall President's
for
Cup.
sure, the class.
So go hell for leather.
Absolutely.
Here. Okay.
That said, remembering that the only other person in this class to have jumped has been Georgia Scribanti, and she had one down.
Yeah. What? She's quick here.
Look at the time.
47.80. So, Brendan, not as quick as Georgia. We said Georgia took her foot off the gas.
She was quicker. Yeah.
She had the 4 faults, but look at her time, 47.14. So Eagles Cognac, Amber Boerts is going into the lead, double clear in a time of 47.80. So for this class, for the final class today, Amber Boerts goes into the lead, riding Eagles Cognac, 47.80. The moment second place is Georgia Scribanti on our team, 4 faults in a time of 47.14.
Got 7 horses left to jump in this class.
Jenna Kirk on track next. She brings in Elmo. One of the most acrobatic first rounds I think I've ever seen. She was incredible to stay connected to a horse in the treble. There'll be a breath of relief here that it's only a double this time round.
Was almost the right one. I would have said keep going on that one. I don't think she could have added another distance, another stride
I think
there.
that was the right ride.
Elmo is unbelievably quick across the ground.
Yeah, I mean, look at the time, and she's not sending it. 48.35. Unfortunately, that one rail going down, so at the moment puts into 3rd place. Definitely gave it a good go. Young lady up next that I've said going to be a big name in South African show jumping here. Cosmo K. Chazelle Smith, she had 4 faults in the first round.
So she's riding for the
So
President's Cup.
this is for the
basically.
President's Cup, where she currently sits in 6th place.
So basically in her head, she'd want to jump a clear round and then put some scoreboard pressure on the rest of the people to come.
Yeah, that's what I would think. Possibly also understanding that this is more of a mileage round. I mean, anything can happen for sure. She could end up on the podium there today.
Yes.
I mean, she's currently in 6th. If she can put a good round together here, leave it all up, there is a chance of her. But those top competitors, for me, are all on such good form. I'm not sure the chances of them making mistakes. But stranger things have happened.
Listen, you never know.
As the rain starts to fall here in Krugersdorp.
Just looking a little gloomy. Gosh, that was a beautiful round.
47.80. Just remembering that she was carrying the 4 faults from the first round. So not in contention for this class, but definitely putting a bit of scoreboard pressure on the remaining 5 horses in the President's Cup class.
26 next to go. Georgia Scribanti brings in Callagho Casey. Right, now she is in contention for both this round and the overall competition. So this is a big round.
5, 6, 7, 8.
She means business.
As the heavens start to open here, I hope this cloudburst doesn't come down too hard. She's got the rain to contend with. She's got a helicopter overhead. Hopefully Casey can keep her mind here. Sorry, make that two helicopters.
Yeah.
Come on, Georgia.
Get this jumped.
Oh, this
And
is
move.
quick. This is quick.
Remembering she started quick. 8 strides, 1 to 2.
Oh,
It's fine. She's good there. Time to beat 47.81.
44.86. Take a bow. Georges Grabanti throwing down the gauntlet for the rest.
Yeah, that's big pressure now.
I'm not sure if our marks are picking this up, but I mean, these helicopters really making a nuisance of themselves. There's so much air to fly in. I'm pretty sure there could be other places they can go fly. What a round, Georges Grabanti, setting the pace 1 to 2 with the 8 strides. And she just never took her foot off the gas the rest of it.
Right, so as we're getting to the sharp end of the competition, as you mentioned, Sten, the rain is definitely beginning to fall here at Maple Ridge. That said, the surface will be absolutely fine with this amount of water, but it definitely is distracting for the horses and the riders.
We're just going to give Chazelle Smith a moment to change her horses. She's got to come in next on Diamond Susie Q. Susie, who loves a little night out, apparently.
So the fourth knot, leading. Clear, 44.86. Georges Grabanti, second place, Georges Monnier. Clear, 47.80. In third, ultimately Yummy, Georgia, 4.26, second round, 47.14. And fourth place, State, Elmo, 4.26, second round, 48.35. Discover football show jumping competition. Discover football dedicated to giving and space talent and enable opportunities.
Right, Chazelle Smith is bringing in her fabulous diamond. Susie Q in next as the rain really starts to fall here at Maple Ridge. It is nothing new. It's been a pretty wet season, to be fair. I think lots of us have been used to riding in the European weather.
Speak for yourself. Ronel has an indoor at Manador Stables, Brendan. However, I do spend half my day outside as well. So, Diamond Suzy Q, Lady of the Night. She's up next. And as Dar eloquently pointed out to me, they're used to riding in this in PE. Actually, better off when the jumps are blowing down.
Whoopsie.
Taking that inside turn there.
So remembering that any faults that incur with these riders to come will allow the riders behind them to leapfrog them. So it
To
looks
move
like
up a
Callagher
place.
Casey will
moved
leapfrog
into
Suzy
fourth.
Q and move into fourth at this stage.
In fact, I believe even Cosmo K, Chazelle's other horse, would move up. So 2 rails going down, costly. Possibly a little distracted there by this weather. I must say, it's not pleasant. Barry Taylor often calls it gentleman show jumping. Not to ride in the rain, not to ride too early, not to ride too late, not to ride too many. So Conray goes next. Callagher Conray, Hamza Minty currently sitting in 3rd place on a score of 1.72. This young man knows how to ride under pressure. Does it day in and day out.
So wanting to put a huge amount of pressure if he jumps clear on Luca and on himself.
Makes light work of that BIOGEN double. Oh, Conrad just throwing all the right shapes.
Oh, he's 2 from home. He puts his foot down to the triple bar.
I mean,
Time
he's
to
not
beat
hanging about.
44.86. He's not hanging about.
I think
Clears the triple bar.
time of 44 is going to be safe, but he's clear. 48.74.
Almost securing himself a podium spot in the President's Cup overall final
100%
competition.
secured himself a podium spot in the President's Cup competition, and as it stands, put himself onto the podium in 3rd place in this class in a time of 48.74. So Luca knows exactly what he's got to do here. Saw a lot of visualizing going on during the course walk from Luca. Obviously all part of his system.
Sonny naturally quick across the ground. Luca wouldn't have to
He's
bustle
elected,
him.
and he's elected to go around the Isuzu car there, the BIOGEN sponsored vehicle.
So he's definitely got his eye on a podium for the actual President's Cup overall competition, which means he would need to leave all these jumps up.
It stayed. Ooh, setting the horse alight a little bit here to the triple bar. Good ride.
Leaves it up. Fantastic riding from young Luca. Securing himself a podium finish on President's Cup Day.
He can do no worse than 2nd place in the President's Cup at the young age of 15 years old. Hats off, young man. Super riding, consistency at its best over the week. I think that's what this competition is about.
Absolutely. And I think just
And
putting a bit of pressure on Hamza.
absolutely, and puts himself into 4th place in this competition. So guaranteed a top 6, an arena finish in this class. Super riding by young Luca Dominic Watson. Not just a fancy-footed rugby player.
So with 1 horse left to go in this class, we've got Callagher, Corrida
Corrida
de Rebel and Hamza. So if Hamza has 1 down, Luca leapfrogs him into 1st. And if Luca jumps clear here, he will win the overall President's Cup.
Jumps clear here, he'll win the overall President's Cup.
Sure. That said, he is also in third place at this stage in this competition on Callagher Conray, so he's really there and thereabouts in this competition.
So Hamza can finish on Conray no worse than second.
In this competition? No, third.
No, well, if he rides badly now,
Yes,
he's still second on Conray.
Yes, you're right.
So
No worse
he's
than
on the
second.
podium,
Yeah.
no worse than second place today. Luca Watson can finish no worse than second. So this round is really just going to divide the podium between the two boys, I think.
I think you spoke about consistency. I think that's just early on in the season. I think we've got to touch on that again. I mean, these riders, this is a difficult competition because it's all accumulative. You've got to be able to start well, jump well in the middle of the show, and then finish well.
And Brendan, I think we speak about it often. These young riders can ride against the best of the adults any day. But for me, where it comes into play is the consistency, being able to do it day in and day out.
Yeah.
You know, I always feel like as you grow in the sport, you make less and less mistakes. I mean, everyone makes mistakes.
Sure.
We saw 3 of the best take bad falls a couple weeks ago in America and Spain. I mean, it happens. Everyone makes mistakes. But the mistakes get less and less as you get more and more experience.
Sure.
Given that you have the correct horsepower. For these youngsters to be putting on performances like this, where they're jumping clear rounds from the beginning to the end of the week,
Yeah.
I think it's really something special, and speaks to the quality of young riders that we have.
I must agree with you there. You get a nice shot of the weather that's rolling in over the Machalis Mountains.
Brendan, used to be your hometown this side for a short period, I think, hey?
For a short period. I lived in Krugersdorp for a bit. It was loads of fun, I must say. It was definitely a change from living in Durban, I'll tell you that much.
Your haircut would have fitted right in, though.
I'll take that. That deserved that.
Very cheeky from me, because I think at 20 years old, my haircut would have fitted right in. In fact, I would have been leader of the pack here with my haircut at 20. Luckily, my wife tamed it a little bit. Not because she's a hairdresser, just because she told me it had to get cut. As we see Hamza making his way down to the arena. It's an important trot in for this young man. This round is going to spell who wins here today at the Tack and Togs Junior President's Cup.
This horse has been on form recently at Revel Stables. They had a show a little earlier in the month, and
I'd like to say this horse has been on form since made his debut in the arena, Brendan.
interesting, this horse was actually bought for Hamza's brother. But I think Hamza feels like he gets a really solid tune out of her.
As the underbidder, I keep saying it, I would have loved to have got a solid tune out of this horse.
Yeah.
This young man is just a class act.
7, 8. Absolute class. Get this difficult oxer jumped and go. Remembering that he would want to, or if he needed to beat Georgia, 44.86. He's not going to do that, but what he is going to do
Is win the President's Cup.
unbelievable riding. That boy has got ice in his veins. He never looked like he was flustered for 1 second of any part of that round. He gave them an absolute riding lesson. Hamza Minty, very, very well deserved. Congratulations, young man.
Brendan, I'm trying to think of a time where he hasn't risen to the occasion.
I want to say
And
that
I
he's
can't.
first and third
Yep.
in the
he is.
President's Cup.
I can't think of a day where this young man has been under pressure in a jump-off situation and he
Yeah.
hasn't risen to the occasion.
Yeah.
Another hats off, I think, to Coach Chad Cunningham. Podiums for all, well, he a coach of every rider or every horse on the podium
Yep.
here today.
Absolutely.
It's a great result for the Shamborne team.
Now, viewers, you get a shot of this amazing mare, just as you was talking about earlier, throwing all the right shapes, jumping clear rounds the entire show,
The entire show.
jumping clear, and then double clear on the championship day when it really mattered. He is a very interesting young man that I must say. I've chatted to him at length. I've chatted to his dad. He's obviously super proud of what his son has done.
Just saying, Brendan, sorry, butting in there a little bit. Our top 3 riders, well, our top 3 horses, so our top 2 riders, not touching a single rail the entire week. And both having a little dip against the clock here in the championship.
Both having a little dip, and we've got a Callagho first and third in this class.
Not too shabby.
Hamza Minty flying the Callagho flag.
And something that we don't spot too often, a podium full of male riders. The boys flying the flag high here.
Great for Corinth, the sire of Corrida
de Rebel.
I'm doing well today.
You loving that name?
And you loving Corinth?
Absolutely. I think he's a breeding stallion who's going to leave a big stamp on the South African sports. I think, you know, a lot of his progeny is still young, but I think he's a stallion that Callagho have used.
Yeah.
And like I say, there's some fine results to come still from that horse. I think
Sure.
the sort of trailblazer for the Corinths, I might be speaking out of turn, I might have left someone out, but that Callagho Karina, that Kimberly Williamson rides,
I agree with you.
it's probably the leading Corinth.
But it jumps in the 140s.
Has jumped to 145 already,
yeah,
so yeah, I think leading Corinth horse in the sport at the moment. Corrida de Rebel's got the 145s written all over her, if not more. With that young man in the saddle, probably the odd Grand Prix.
Amazing.
Smaller horses, but springs for days in their legs. Just absolutely fantastic young horses, I think, coming through the sport.
And I think just touching on Hamza and his organization, and I mean riding both of those horses, absolutely foot perfect, under pressure, when it counted, when it mattered. Amazing, really.
And I think you and I have both spent some time in Chad Cunningham's system, Brendan.
Sure.
Hamza, sort of the perfect model of the system,
Yeah.
and a guy that would thrive from that systematic way of training,
Discipline,
being organized. It's a mental game, it's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
physical game. They really, Chad really does sort of create the whole package in
Yeah.
his young riders.
Yeah.
He knows how to train them, and he knows how to train them to win.
I think that's also a massive thing, you know.
And
is
I think
being able
nothing
to-
more left to be said than that.
Yeah.
From these guys. So I think we've got our riders heading in, Brendan, for the competition from today first. So, sorry, we've been going on about Hamza taking the win and 3 Callagho's on the podium, 2 Callagho horses on the podium. Well, for the class today, it's 2 other Callagho's on the podium as well. Georgia Scribanti, Callagho Casey taking the win. Fantastic round from her, and I might add, in the pouring rain, it was bucketing down with 2 helicopters flying around over us, yeah? While she took her gallop around the school. Big smiles from her. Hamza Minty in second place, Callagho Corrida de Rebel, and Amber Buertas, Eagles Cognac, her new ride, taking third place today here in the final competition.
Yeah, really solid, consistent riding from these juniors. A tough course set out here from Brett Weber, but they say cream rises to the top.
Yolandi going out to present the prizes on behalf of the Tack and Togs team. We see Callagho Casey donning her lovely orange, such a nice color that, Brendan, orange day sheet. Look at those 2 Callagho horses in first and second, both very modern, small types.
Sure.
Just always want to go back to that. Like, people often turn their noses up when a horse is a little on the small side.
Yes.
Just see how many of these good horses are small and win so much. Capital My Lady comes to mind.
Yeah, I mean, even in the lineup here, Carlson. Sonny also probably doesn't stand bigger than 16-1 maybe.
Again. Third place, Amber Buertas, Eagles Cognac. Lovely round from her, Brennan. She was super competitive here today.
And for sure, just a young lady that I will always be watching. I'm really interested in how she goes about her trade. Really organized, super competitive, as all the Eastern Cape riders always are.
Young Luca Watson, another youngster in the lineup, only 15 years old. Carlson 113. Finishing in 5th place here today in the final competition.
Yeah, and by finishing 5th today has secured himself an unbelievably
Little Kodak
Well-deserved.
moment. Yeah, a little Kodak moment there for Dad, Steve. Hey, wearing a matching shirt to me today is Stephen. Guy's got good taste. Super result for the Watson family.
So viewers, that was the prize giving for this class, which was the final qualifier for their overall President's Cup.
Brendan, just saying, out of our top, so our top 6 prize winners, we only had 4 riders there, 3 of whom already have their South African colours.
At least we're choosing the right people for the team.
So you guys are doing the right job there, Brendan.
It's very difficult when you have to select teams for whatever it may be, because there's so many talented riders, but I must say there are a few that, as you say, every weekend just stand up and be counted and do it with such class and with such ease and with such maturity for such a young bunch of riders. It really is amazing to see.
Climbing up top, the highest.
So Georgia not on the podium for the President's Cup class, but showing her class, coming here on the final day, putting together some good rounds.
Yeah, win's a win.
And I was going to say, you know, oh, what a bad day. I didn't win President's Cup. I just won the final class.
Yeah, won the final class. Go home with a nice
in some
blanket.
fine style as well, by 3 seconds. I mean, she was moving.
Yeah, Sten, you're right. Casey's not a very big mare.
Not big. She's tiny. She's, I mean, take her shoes off and trim her a little bit. She could be a pony.
But it's interesting when you see her go, you never think, oh, that's a small horse. It's a bit like My Lady. When they go, they have such presence and such character. Great to see the grooms getting acknowledged for all their hard work. I'm sure Hamza's groom's going to be fairly busy here this afternoon.
You got lots of podiums to climb.
Top 3 grooms climbing aboard.
Well done to those 3 men. Great result. Lovely to see big representation of the country there. A Natal groom, an Eastern Cape groom, and a Johannesburg groom.
Fantastic. I must say that the results have been what they should have been. I think that the right riders have won. I think that the course was testing, but I think that the President's Cup is always tough. It's always a competition that takes a heck of a lot of jumping early on in the season.
And can I say a little bit in defense of Brett, because not that was a bad track at all, but we saw him sweating here when a couple of the I think the hardest part of building the President's Cup, you've got to build it for your top 6 in the class.
Definitely.
The difficult part comes in is where you've got 20 that have qualified for the round. You know, so it's a real feel not to annihilate the bottom of the class, but also it can't be plain sailing for your top 10 riders.
No, it's a very, very difficult job to do.
I think, to be honest, like you said, the result was great. I think he put together a perfectly pitched course here today.
I think that we had 3 or 4 double clears in this class, and of those, it sort of separated our winners, which is, I think, the way that it should be.
Georgie Scribanti taking the win here. Fantastic result for her. Something she's become accustomed to, cantering out first on the lap of honor. Hamza Minty in second, Kaloho Karida Durabal, 2 Kaloho horses on the podium. Well done, team. Amber Boertis in third. Again, Hamza Minty taking 4th place on Kaloho Conray. 5th place, Luca Dominic Watson on Carlson 113. And Georgia Scribanti rounding out our top 6 on Ultime Delapi.
So that just leaves the prize giving for the overall Junior President's Cup for 2025.
Yeah, I think the officials will just be making sure that they've got all their numbers correct before we have that prize giving. So I think we're going to leave you with the scenes of Georgie there while they put it all together.
Right, Right, viewers, let's see that if we've got our ducks in a row.
Hillcrest High and DHS Math Departments represented here.
Or lack thereof. So it's been confirmed. Third place is going to go to Hamza Minty with the fabulous Callagho Conray. Second place is going to go to a very well-deserved Luca Dominic Watson with Carlson 113. And the winner, the man of the moment, the man who has absolute ice in his veins, last year's winner, the amazing Hamza Minty with the even more amazing Callagho Corrida Derabel.
Top effort from those two young men here this week.
Yeah,
Spoken
great to
about
see the boys giving the
consistency.
girls a little run, huh?
Sure, and let me tell you, Georgia Scribanti takes a lot of beating.
Yeah.
Those boys have managed it this week.
So viewers, just to sort of recap what's been going on here today, these riders have jumped 3 qualifying classes. All of those qualifying classes have been sort of weighted with points. And then at the end of it, there is an overall result. So we just had Georgia winning that class, but there is an overall result over the 3 classes. That's always how they separate the winner of the President's Cup. And the man on screen at the moment, donning his South African jackets, very well deserved. Hamza Minty, flawless riding today from that young man. Absolutely unbelievable.
Picture perfect, and like we said, Brendan, I'm trying to think of a time when he hasn't risen to the occasion. And I mean, he was the title holder from last year, and he's retained his title. We spoke about consistency. Well, he really is riding a rich vein of form that has stayed consistent for so long.
Yeah, I must agree. I saw an interesting part of his personality sort of shine through when he was part of the Tri-Nations team. He had quite a tough horse that he had to ride. All the horses were pool horses. It was a small horse which suited him, but definitely unorthodox. And man, he rode it beautifully. He really put his thinking cap on. I actually saw Barry Taylor come up to him afterwards and actually shake his hand and say, "My boy, that's what riding is all about. It's not making it look pretty or posing for the camera or whatever it is. It's when the going gets tough, you got to dig deep and you got to make it happen." And that's definitely what he did there. And again, he's done it this entire week, and that's why he is where he is today. Top honors, first and third in the 2025 Tack and Togs Junior President's Cup. No roses amongst the thorns on the podium.
Brendan, you would know better than me. Hamza, 17 now?
I'm sure 15.
15.
I'm sure 16
he's
maybe.
16.
Maybe
I think he's
16.
16.
I mean, these kids, these years do fly by, but he's definitely not
So
17.
2 guys that still have a solid 2 or 3 years left
Yeah, absolutely.
in the junior rankings.
So we see Luca and Sunny receiving their prizes.
Sonny actually being really well behaved. We used to seeing it. Yep, no, there it comes. Our cameraman, Merritt, better watch out there. Sonny gets excited when he's done well.
And Hamza there with
And-
Conray taking third place.
Conray coming in for his prize. I love it when they bring them in because these horses know
They
when they've
know.
done well.
Definitely, they know. I must say, all of these horses are immaculately turned out for this championship class. Big thanks have got to go to the grooms who we will be seeing a little later.
I thought Hamza was going to be cheeky there, keep one foot on each step there. I thought it would have been a good call.
I really thought he was going to do that. I must say he's very gracious when he wins. So there we have the winner of the 2025 Tack and Togs Junior President's Cup.
Second year in a row for Hamza Minty.
I must say it was a really pressure competition to watch, and both of these young men really just stood up and really made the rounds look fairly easy under the amount of pressure that they were under.
Don't put the third place over your first place, though. Surely, no, guys.
You and Aiden are definitely on the same page.
Hamza hasn't thought that one through yet.
Two Springbok riders on the podium here this afternoon. Sandy Cox, the judge of this class, going forward now to present the medals. Luca with his second placed medal, and Hamza Minty, an absolute dominant performance here this afternoon, first and third in the President's Cup. Unbelievably consistent riding in a sport that is not so easy to be consistent at.
And Brendan, in a big pool of riders as well, 41 competitors in that class.
There we go. The coach, Chad Cunningham, goes forward to congratulate his pupils.
Yeah, I thought he deserves a place on the podium for sure. Oh, a little bicep flex.
Little bicep flex there. The biceps are looking big as well, I must say.
Oh, and in a typical 15-year-old fashion, Luke is like, oh, come on, not my mom.
It takes an army to get all these children around these classes. There you see Luca's parents. Oh, and there's Mohammed up there with Hamza. That's a fantastic photograph. Those are very hard-working parents to keep those kids up at the top of their game.
Huge shout out to them. I mean, the amount of time, effort, and money that they invest into the sport, massive. These moments are few and far between, so lovely for them to share in them.
So we're going to see the overall grooms.
We just spoke about the parents and coaches' role to play. There you see, now they are horse grooms as well. They're holding their horses, holding the horses for Hamza. Because I was quite keen in seeing Hamza hold two horses at the same time.
And as we're going through the prize giving here, Mr. Brett Weber is getting ready for the big class, which is coming up next, which is the 2025 Maple Ridge BIOGEN President's Cup.
As we see this triple bar being pulled wider and wider.
And it's right in front of us here. We're going to have front row seats for this triple bar.
There you go, from the horse's mouth. Brett Weber's just told us 1.80 m, this triple bar. That means if Brendan and I were to lie down, we wouldn't be able to touch one side with our toes and one side with our head.
That's definitely not.
See our grooms receiving their prizes. Lovely to see them being acknowledged.
Fantastic that Tack and Togs have organised sashes for the winners and the grooms. I think it looks so professional. And a little
Sausage
prize.
and plaques.
Yeah, fantastic. Big thanks to the sponsors there. I'm sure those will be going up on the wall at home.
Teacher just having a look at that trophy. Really proud men. They put in so much effort into these horses. They know them They're their best friends.
Yeah, fantastic scenes. A full team effort here out on display. Parents, grooms, riders, photographers, groupies holding the horses while the photographers are busy at work. And there we have it. Hamza Minty for the second time in a row leads them off on their lap of honor for the winner of the 2025 Tack and Togs Junior President's Cup.
Viewers, don't go too far. I'm going to grab Hamza for an interview. Pretty sure we'll let Brendan do that one. He knows Hamza very well. We're going to get him back here, so don't go anywhere. We're going to have that interview for you shortly before we do a big course walk with Shades and Hendricks for the 150 President's Cup coming up shortly.
Big ones coming up next, viewers. Please charge your glasses, get your lunch organized. Don't go anywhere. I would say that we've probably got about half an hour before we're going to have our first horse in. Brett looks like he's pretty much finished with the course. We're going to walk this course, as you mentioned, with Shades and Hendricks, and then it's going to be the 2025 Maple Ridge BIOGEN President's Cup. Join us shortly. Viewers, I'm delighted to be joined by the winner of this class that we've just seen, Mr. Hamza Minty. He gave them an absolute riding lesson. Hamza, that was incredible to watch. I mean, both of your horses were exceptional the whole weekend. Let's just touch on Conray before we get to your mare. He was amazing the whole weekend. Jumped clear the whole weekend?
He was very good the whole weekend. He felt super confident throughout the whole show. I was a little bit worried about some days he can tap the rail behind, but he was super good.
And then let's just chat about this fabulous mare that you've got. It's the second year in a row that you've won this competition. We chatted a little bit off air. It was in your mind. You wanted this class today.
I did want to win this class because I have big goals for the rest of the year.
That's really exciting to hear from such a driven young man. And then let's just chat about this. I mean, obviously your mare jumped clear the whole show. You were under pressure. I mean, we were talking about it in the commentary box, pressures for tyres. You handled it amazingly. I mean, how did she feel the whole week?
She felt really good. I tried a few different things with her because I gave her a day off before every class because she can get a little bit tired, but she jumps the best when she has some energy.
Okay. So
Yeah.
it was definitely planned that
Yes.
way. All right. And then just, I mean, we're going to go on to your last round. It wasn't a huge pressure round. You had to jump clear. It's anything can happen, but I mean, with a mare like that, I mean, it's an incredible partnership. You must be absolutely over the moon to win this for the second time.
I'm super happy. I knew that she'd do well because she's ultra careful and she jumps better when she's going quickly. So I thought she'd do well.
And then let's just quickly touch on it. You mentioned it. You've got some plans for this year. Tell us a little bit about what you've got planned for this year.
So hopefully, because Karita's a bit younger, she'll stay in the 135s, hopefully do a few 140s. And then Conray, the plan is hopefully to win SA Champs, win Easter Festival, and then jump a Grand Prix after SA Champs.
Wow, that's a very, very driven young man, viewers. But yeah, I'm going to let you go and enjoy the festivities here. Absolutely amazing riding. I've got goosebumps. Everybody was screaming. Really, really congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Guys, what we've got next, though, this is the course walk for the President's Cup 150 class. I can see Mr. Shayton Hendricks walking towards us. He's going to be chatting to us a little bit about this competition, which is going to be happening now. Hamza, please be on your way, buddy. Congratulations. I'm going to get Shayton in 2 minutes. Join us now. Viewers, I'm down in the arena getting ready for the 2025 BIOGEN Maple Ridge World Cup. I'm joined here with the brand ambassador for BIOGEN, Shaitan Hendricks. Shait, you've had a busy show. Your horses have been amazing. Tell us how the show has been so far.
Yeah, Bren, this show has been my first show this year. I've had a little bit of a break in the beginning of the year with them being I was overseas for a bit, so it's my first show, so it was a building show for me. So sadly I don't have a horse in this class, but the horses all jumped well. They got some good prizes in the 130 and 135s. Larison jumped a good round in the 140s, so no, I'm very happy. It's the first time BIOGEN sponsored the President's Cup. We've normally sponsored the World Cup at the end of the year, so it was great to see the juniors and the pony riders and everything fill this arena. But yeah, it's been good.
And just chatting a little bit about BIOGEN and this fantastic class that we're about to see here. You've had a little walk around. It looks pretty staunch. The BIOGEN double here that we're standing next to looks like it's going to take some jumping. What's your opinion on the course that Brett Weber has pitched for us?
Brett's been building quite well the whole week. I walked the course now myself. I think 1 to 2 is an easy line just to set you up. It's not also that big. And then 3 to 4 is a good distance, and then you turn back away from the gate to probably the first question on the track. It's the green oxer at number 5, and it walks a perfect 6 strides to a double of verticals. But there's where the discipline comes in. If you fall in, you're going to get there short. It's going to take quite a lot of jumping to jump the green oxer, so you'll see some of the smaller stepping horses having to ride up to that vertical. Then you carry on from that double to the next double that we're standing in front of now. And then there's a very, very, very tight 5 after this double. We know with doubles that you land a little bit traveling to a flimsy little vertical. It's the narrowest jump on the track. It's a mostly white jump. Horses are a little bit funny with white jumps, so I think it's going to be a very tight 5. Then he's moving you on around past the VIP to probably the biggest oxer I think on track is the back on track oxer, and then it's a 5 normal stride to another double. A big oxer jumping in a little bit of a short 2 with a vertical, and the horses are expecting to turn left or right. They have to turn right. So I think keeping straight there will be the next test. And then I think the last test will be the triple bar here to the BIOGEN wall. That's going to take a lot of jumping. And then again, it's 5 strides to the wall. Horses jump the wall pretty well. Most of these horses in this class have seen the wall. We've had the wall in this arena for the last 5 years. So I think the wall shouldn't cause any trouble. But we'll see. They have to jump this full round and then plus a jump off. And they've had a lot of jumping this week. So we'll see.
We'll see. So as you've had it there from the BIOGEN man himself, I think that it's going to be a really, really testing course. Brett set some very testing different elements, I would say. Lots of doubles. I think a word that I often steal of yours is discipline. I think it's definitely going to be the name of the game with this course.
Absolutely. The rule says if you don't have a treble, you have to have 3 doubles. So he's put the doubles in quite clever places. Even in the lower classes, he's been really good at opening you up to all these doubles, where in this class now everything is compressed to the double. So we'll see the difference today.
Absolutely. Well, guys, I know I'm excited. I'm sure Shaitan's excited. I hope you guys are excited at home. We're going to be kicking off with the 2025 BIOGEN President's Cup right after this.
Ever wondered why Peptan collagen is considered top tier among all the hydrolyzed collagen out there? It's because Peptan sets the global standard for quality, versatility, and performance. BIOGEN Peptan collagen powder packs a powerful 10 grams of Peptan. These collagen peptides are essential for healthy joints, bones, muscles, and skin. They are the building blocks that keep your body strong and ready for anything. By boosting elasticity and the regeneration of your connective tissues, you can stay injury-free and always prepared for your next adventure, whether it's a tough workout or just getting through a busy day. So, while you're out there taking care of the world, don't forget to take care of yourself with BIOGEN Peptan Collagen.
So once again, just to recap, 21 combinations will take part in this class. All competitors will be going for the class and the overall President's Cup title. To be eligible to go through to the second round for the class, you need to jump clear. Of course, for the overall President's Cup title, everybody is eligible to go through to the second round. So in other words, everybody barring retirement or eliminations will go through to the second round of the competition. Let's of course they choose to stretch because they're not in contention due to their penalties for the overall title. Thank you to the team for BIOGEN. Now we are first more combinations to make their way into the arena. We're going to reverse order of qualification. That's to close the course. Close the course. Now we can come forward. Take the lead. We are all competitors in the class. Not allowed in this first round.
Welcome back, viewers. It's the big one, the 2025 Maple Ridge BIOGEN President's Cup. Shani Swanepoel just taking the salute on behalf of the class on her ride Nickelback de RVZ. She'll be kicking us off round this track, this Brett Weber designed President's Cup track. Just a note for all our viewers at home, Brendan's just informed me, all the horses, all 21 starters in this class are in contention for the President's Cup.
And just another little useless piece of information, if anybody missed my chat with Shaitan Hendricks earlier, there is no triple combination in this class, and if there's no triple combination, there has to be 3 doubles.
I saw Brett posted about that earlier on in the week. Let's see how Shani gets on here. Sticks to the 9 strides, 1 to 2. Again, slightly rampy oxer going up the hill here. 3 to 4. The horse falsing her a little bit in front of that vertical early on in the track. Now the first big oxer, the first big ask of the track. Putting in a big effort there, Nickelback.
6.
There's that very disciplined 6 that Shayton was talking about, not falling in on the curve, Brendan. That Oxer jumps big up the hill.
Yeah, we've seen that all day.
She just short jump and go up on 6
She did
strides
do
there.
6, yeah. Shayton did say it was a very disciplined 5.
Now
We have
this
seen
back
the
on
horses-
track Oxer that Brett says to me is only 1.45 meters.
Okay, so it's jumped big all day.
He
in
said
that position.
he came sort of to defend himself to me about the result from the last class. And I said, Brett, I think you pitched it perfectly.
Yeah, agreed.
There you go, more confident second approach to that double. I think it's always off-putting when you land on the back rail. The horses don't travel the first couple steps.
Sure.
Even with the safety cups.
180 wide, triple bar, unfortunately. Nickelback finding the back rail.
Let me tell you, a soldier though.
He is a soldier,
He
isn't
just
he?
kept going till the end. I mean, Shani trying her best to give him a good ride, but maybe landed a bit short in a few of the distances. Did Nickelback. Really made Shani's job quite tricky to ride up, like we see there to the wall. She stayed committed. She trusts him. But yeah, not quite getting down on the distance there. Nariska Prinsloo Hill goes next. Number 2, GCS Max, Oregon van der Bisschop.
Nariska's been on a fine wave of form as of late. She's had an unbelievably good show. She's definitely come out
Unbelievably good
fighting.
year so
Yeah,
far.
yeah.
We mentioned earlier, I think she managed to put a foot on every podium at Revel Stables, and in the one class, first, second, and third. A feat I don't think I've ever seen before in show jumping.
Look, Nariska has always been super competitive her whole life.
I must say, Oregon looking like he means business here today, walking, really strutting around the arena. Ten-year-old stallion by Hunter's Skendro out of a Nabab Derev mare. We said earlier, when you see that Nabab Derev line on the dam side, often spells quality.
Is he not the blanket monster?
Yeah, he absolutely is. The one that chooses blankets off in the paddocks.
All day.
My favorite addition to it, though, have you seen once he gets the blanket off?
Shreds
Then he's
it.
like a ninja. He's like, yeah, I'll get you. Whoa. Massive jump over the big Benet Oxer there at 3. Spoke about it now. The first big question, that big green Oxer at the gate. Oh, light work for Oregon. Really disciplined on the 6.
She really tried to stay out even
Tried.
to give herself space.
So Shayton called it. That 6 is going to come quick for the riders. Or for the horses, may I say. Especially going down the hill.
Beautifully ridden. This is the first of 2 rides that Nariska has in this class.
Cleared the triple bar by about 3 feet.
He does have amazing jump, that also. Just leaves it on the 4 penalties there for Nariska and Oregon.
Capital Collier goes next. Number 3, Dominic Alexander in the saddle. Riding in Brendan's favourite Hackamore. The one that Ken Farrington and Gazelle made famous.
Still riding in my favorite.
Still riding. The day he started winning on this horse was the day he put this Hackamore on.
Sure. I must say that definitely.
I say it in jest, but I mean that
No,
I do mean.
It really did. I mean, the horse just found a different gear. He was just so much more relaxed. He looked so much looser. He
A horse that could sometimes like drop behind the contact in
Yeah.
moments of anxiety.
Sure.
And yet, as soon as he put the Hackamore on, the horse just seems firmer in the contact. Looks like he's more comfortable in his way of going.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting observation there. Sort of quieter in the contact,
Yeah.
more or happier in that contact.
In the contact
Yeah.
instead of on and off.
Yeah,
Let's see how Dominic gets on here. Kicking it off with the big Oxer at number 1, this big E-pole Oxer. Capital Collier looking quite the picture early on in the season. Dapples on dapples. Muscles in all the right places.
Oh, Dominic is a genius. He just pressed that horse as he landed after the Bene Oxa to ask him to move. And the horse
Now
answered.
he's going to have to wait. Whoa, whoa, yeah.
Outside curve to give yourself a bit of room.
Don't know if you saw the track that Domini had up in their prep for this show, Brendan. Saw a few videos posted. Let me tell you, if you could survive those tracks.
This is easy.
Oh, Brett Weber President's Cup design track. And be a walk in the park. Oh. The slope in this arena definitely plays a big role in the horse's balance. Jumping right away from the judge's box a little, clears the last with ease. So just falling victim to a little bit of his own scope there, jumping down the hill. Ran out of room to jump out of that double.
Watch Domini's body position.
And that's what winners look like, kids. Talking about winners, Tamar Glicksman up next. She brings in Farnham's Capital Kronos, winner of the recent Indoor Grand Prix at Maxwell's Equestrian Centre down in the Midlands.
I must say, we've been doing this for a while, and we've watched lots of rounds, and we've done lots of interviews and been involved a fair amount. I'm not sure I've interviewed anybody who looked as happy as Tamar looked.
She was crying with
She
emotion
was- I mean,
before she came
yeah,
in for the
like
interview.
to
I
say
watched
she
her.
was elated is an understatement. Like, if she didn't have 2 ears, her smile would have gone right round her head. It was a fantastic moment to share with her. She's a hard worker, hard-working businesswoman and rider. She invests a heck of a lot of time and effort into the sport.
And Tamar's going to have to make us look good this season. For our sake, not hers, because we said, I think this is a partnership made in heaven. And Tamar's got a lot of winning to do this year. She kicked it off on the right note. But I think there's a lot more to come from these two.
Yeah, we were chatting a little earlier offline just about when you make winning a habit, when it becomes just easy and you've got ultimate confidence.
Well done. Another horse to have a little look down at those BIOGEN planks at the bottom.
She chose to do 6. That was quick thinking.
Clever plan B riding. You speak about it so often, Brendan. Now, whoa. Whoa. Oh, body control for days,
Beautifully
Tam.
ridden. I mean, let's also just chat about having to ride a horse after the famous Nicole Horwood has produced it. It's quite a difficult feat to do. Tamar's really looking like she's full of confidence. Kronos looking like he's full of confidence. He definitely had a little look there. Tam had to react quickly.
Looking at that horse cantering around after the finish, no contact. He is an absolute picture. He's an athlete in the form of his life. And in the condition of his life, Tamar is doing a great job
I've
with him.
seen him
Brendan.
be cheeky in this arena, that stallion.
Yes.
He can get distracted by all the things on the outside and whatnot, and definitely Tamar has done an exceptional job at creating a partnership with him.
Number 5 goes next, Callao Lamour with Tracy Carney. Looking like she's not sure whether she needs to manure or not. Decides not. Lovely daughter of Lissabon, the first of our Callao horses in this class. Brendan, did you mention to me 8?
Yeah,
Can we say 8? 8 Callao horses in this class, making it 40%. 40% of this class made up by Callao progeny. Or Lily jumping that line for fun. Holding herself a little to the gate there.
Yeah, maybe.
Tracy really had to press. I wonder, she looked like she was going to manure before she started. But we know it's not over till it's over. She's going to need to really keep it together here. Stacey Weston's just woken up and got out of bed, asking if there's possibly a start time for the 150 class. Stace, you're 4 horses behind the pace. We're up and running. Tune in. There you go. Jackie Cochran's on the money. 4, 5. Really strong effort there. 2 soft rails.
Yeah,
Sort of
it's-
holding herself a little bit.
She's sensitive, that man.
I almost guarantee you she's going to walk out and manure as soon as she gets out the arena. Jumped a beautiful run, but like Trace, it looks like she's still saying that to Nicola there. The horse looking like she needed to manure, like so she was just a little stuck, I think. I don't think she'll mind me saying that.
Yeah, for
Horse
sure.
through a spectacular shape, but just every now and then
Yeah,
sort of
yeah,
holding
agreed.
herself.
You
a
could
little
see
bit.
even how she started. It was in Tracy's mind.
Nicola Samrali up next, number 6, Sunny Park Rivendell Quintessence.
She's done a master job with the stallion. I must say that as a young horse, he was very opinionated. He was fiery. He was energetic. His energy used to shoot him all over the arena. And just under the sort of unbelievable guidance of Nicola, he's settled into his work and really does look like he enjoys his job. It seems like, yeah, he's always got his ears pricked, running along, looking like that. This is an absolute gas.
As do all her horses, I think. Hey, Brendan. I
Very
mean,
much so.
Because I feel like every time we say it, I like feel like I don't want to repeat myself, but I feel like we have to repeat it. Because her horses go in a way that they just love their jobs.
Sure.
I think she's meticulous in her training. And for me, the trademark of her training is that she doesn't take away the spark in her horses.
Sure. Yeah, she's always fairly uncomplicated in her bitting systems. Lots of the horses don't have martingales on. I'll tell you one thing though,
They go in very classical ways.
Very
90% of them. The ones that can't, believe me, the rest of us wouldn't be able to ride, never mind make classical.
well, you say classical and then you think of Crispin, who won the 120 championship with
Her daughter.
Nicola's daughter at this show. I mean,
Another day at the office for Nicola, cantering down to the last.
That horse jumped this
1,
round for
2,
fun.
3 and done. I mean,
schooling around on a Tuesday afternoon.
that's the way. Well, with Nicola Tuesday morning, she rides before the sun comes up, like 4:30 a.m.
Very early, yes.
Guys, any of the grooms out there looking for a job? If you're not an early riser, Sunny Park is not the place for you. Super round there for young Sunny Park Rivendell Quintessence. Oscar Nube goes next. He brings in Natural Calaho Consigo. This would be the first President's Cup that this horse has jumped, and one of the first that Oz has jumped in quite some years, Brendan.
You know, I mean, Oscar's been doing this a heck of a long time, and he may have jumped around the President's Cup on Vincent many moons ago, but I'm not sure that he's had any horse.
He's often managed to gear himself to get a horse ready for Derby and,
Sure.
and big classes like that, but I'm not sure he's had too many in the President's Cup.
You know, look, I mean, Oscar's
Sure, makes light work of that big green ox. It does Consigo.
Oscar often is in the market of selling horses, so he's often producing horses and good horses for the South African market.
And when you get them to the point where they're ready to go jump a President's Cup, you sell them when you have a wife and kids. Another one to go down in 6, that 5 strides. Oh, I'm just going to call it. Did Shaitan not say that the 5 strides was going to be very short?
I think that's
It's
how
amazing,
it walks, though.
but that's what I'm.
Yeah.
No, that's what I want to say. The amazing part is how differently the jumps can ride in this arena compared to what it walks.
Sure, absolutely.
And I mean, someone like Shaitan, who's been winning all week, obviously knows how to read this arena really well.
A super round there from Oscar. 3 down for a fairly new partnership at this level. Oscar won't be upset with that at
I
all.
would say very new, this
Yeah.
horse to this level. Jumped a handful of classes at 150. And you saw how quickly Oscar reacted there. He was going on the 5, and
He
on
realized,
stride 2
yeah.
already, he realized, no, that's not happening.
I think that Oxa really does take the momentum out of their stride.
It takes a lot of jumping, that BIOGEN Oxa jumping out of the double at number 7. Callahos Bolzano de Quins up next. Gareth Neal riding for the Callaho team.
I love watching this horse.
I think it's fair for me to say he went through a little patch last year. I think they were battling with his body or something, and he went a little bit off. And it's good to see him back looking strong and well. I've seen him in some results this week here
Sure.
at Maple Ridge.
I mean, if you watch how this horse uses his body to such incredible effect,
It's
you can
crazy.
imagine that it would need to feel 100% to get the best out of him. You know, he's a playful stallion.
You took the words out of my mouth. Plus all the playing he does.
Yes. But Gareth thinks the world of him.
The way he uses his body is crazy at the fence. He's like a dolphin.
Really, I mean, you see it. Come, come.
Oh no. Gareth deciding that little play close to the approach of the green Oxa, not for him. It is really a catch-22, I promise you, when they do that so close to the fence. I've had a few that do that. And you commit, but often with your eyes almost closed the last 2 strides.
But I mean, Gareth's a real professional. He thinks the world of this horse. You can see the horse is obviously well. Gareth would just want to get a little bit of show mileage under his belt at the beginning of the year to set him up, I think.
That's where I was going with. I mean, like I say, you sort of, those last couple strides almost with your eyes closed, because you're not 100% sure that the horse is locked on, that they know what they're doing. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So I think comes with a bit of sensibility and maturity in your riding. Gareth's ridden at this level for honing in on, I would say 20-something years now.
Yeah, he's father of 2 these days.
Uh,
We all cracking on footy.
But also given the fact that he started when he was 17, 18, 20. I don't know. I'm close. But he's been jumping at this level for 20 plus
Sure.
years.
Oh yeah.
He knows how to produce them properly to this level, and he knows when the time is to sort of buckle down and ride out a difficult ride, and he knows when it's the correct time just to look after your horse.
Definitely,
you know?
definitely. Good upper body control there in the slow-mo shots of Gareth.
Tam Rueda up next. She brings in Winks just on time Z. You just mentioned a little bit of good upper body control there by Gareth. Any young riders watching on here, you want to talk about good upper body control? This is a young lady worth watching.
She's incredibly powerful in her body when she rides.
The phrase class act really comes to mind. See her mom sitting on top of the bank.
All the way up from Cape Town.
With trainer Gonda Beatrix. Textbook over that big green Oxa. Tam, an absolute master at cantering to a foot of room.
The 7, A and B and 8 is for sure one of the bogeys in the course.
The short 5 you're talking about.
Well, I'm waiting. I mean, I really thought with Tam's shot in there at 7A that we were going to see the short 5, but
Do you think affected by that plank at the bottom of 7B? The horses maybe short jumping, or
but
do
I
you
thought-
think it's the gradient of the arena there?
if only horses could talk, they would tell us what they found difficult. Fairly new in the season, though. Tam will be happy to have him back in the 150s.
2 down, a respectable round. Tam, a real feisty competitor. She'll be going home thinking what she can improve on there with the horse. Like you say, I wish they could talk. It would be interesting to see what the horses are saying about this BIOGEN plank, or what it is. I'd love to know. Nariska Prinsloo Hill returns, this time on Capital Aiden. number 9.
I think we get used to Nariska riding such big horses, but this horse is enormous. He really is a huge beast of a horse.
And has enormous scope.
Huge scope. It really suits Nariska. I'm sure a few viewers that have been following the circuit for many years will remember Bill Clinton, who was Nariska's famous horse
who lived down the road,
Yeah.
Who lived down the road. I remember Nariska cantering him up the road to show us her new horse.
I worked for Nariska when she went overseas.
Yeah, when he had just come in from quarantine, she was cantering him up the tar road. And make them hard here in Krugersdorp.
Yeah, Nariska's the queen of Krugersdorp, don't you worry. Well, she was when she was growing up.
This horse is incredible.
He's amazing, isn't he? You want to see your short 5?
Yeah, here you go. No, even Nariska touched with her leg there, going up the 5, yeah.
So level 5, I mean, if Aiden doesn't find it short.
No.
Isn't that amazing how it's walked and ridden?
Walk so differently. Nariska has done a foot perfect.
No. She
Fortunately,
didn't
that
deserve
rail
that.
going down like Dominique, falling victim to their
She gonna go
scope. 4, 5, tinkles down, clears the last. Brendan, I wanted to say, just as that rail was going down, she has done a foot perfect production job with that horse. Because I can tell you, I remember that horse on the auction lots. We were involved in doing the videos and that year. That horse had all the attributes to be a big time horse, but let me tell you, it was going to take a special rider to produce him to the way he is now.
Yeah.
Nariska's done a job second to none, I think, with that horse.
He looked relaxed, he looked confident, he looked ready for his job, and that's all got to do with the way that Nariska's produced him. She bought him off the auction, she's done all the work herself.
From a 4-year-old.
Yeah.
He's now 9, maybe 10. She's got another good few years in a proper Grand Prix, a World Cup horse.
Oh, straight up and down World Cup horse.
Leona van der Merwe up next, number 10. She brings in 334 Calaho Vedante. A mare who sometimes has a little bit her own way of doing it, Brendan. But that way of doing it often involves a podium.
It
So
does
I
often
don't think
involve
you
a
mind.
podium, you're right. She's almost got a Katori way about her a little bit. She's a real fighter, this mare. She's full of energy.
She's just a foot bigger. And a bit chunkier.
This one, yes, much.
Cantor's up in the 5. You see, but that is the... I suppose in this class they're in reverse order of penalties, hey,
Yes.
coming through from the first few days. So that is the advantage of jumping later in the class.
Whoa.
You get to see that possibly that double jumping down the hill is very steady. The 5 going up the hill is actually very cantering. And the 5 here from the triple bar
Foot perfect riding.
to the wall is made for equitation, as Leona shows us there.
Big play and celebration there from 334 Calaho Vedante.
Brendan, we mentioned it earlier. This was the venue when she won her first World Cup. Leona. Place she's enjoyed a lot of success. I mean, I don't want to say the writing is on the wall, but there's definitely some whispering going on behind us here.
Leona's got to be believing she's on such form. The horses look like they're feeling amazing. It's going to be an exciting one to watch. Another exciting partnership that I'm sure all you viewers have learned to love. Next up, number 11, this is Jean Corba. She brings in the fabulous Calaho Lexington.
Sexy Lexi. Lovely son of Lisbon. Another success story of the Calaho breeding program.
If you see how that horse jumps that Bene Oxa and lands with such balance, the 4 strides is almost easy for Jean because of the way that the horse does his job. He really is a genius, this
And
horse.
in the same breath, we're going to see him land at the back of this BIOGEN Oxa
And
here at the
power.
double, and he'll get down that 5 strides. Easy as you like. Foot of room jumping in, press jumping out. And true to the script, makes us look good. Cantor's down in the 5.
Whoa.
Really have become a formidable partnership, these two.
Little room at the triple bar, but it works for her, and she leaves everything up. Another
Comes home clear. Well inside that time allowed of 80 seconds. Comes home clear in a time of 73.18, making it 4 clears from our first 12 starters. 9 to go. Clear round percentage sitting at 33%.
Ooh, it's getting better and better
now
and better.
Something that I'm really excited about, Brendan. Number 12, young Ashley Fox, brings in 334 Franzi Yu for the 334 Sport Horse stud.
It's definitely a combination that I've been keen to watch. I thought that Maxwell, she was amazing.
And I'm right, I'm fair in saying a very new partnership. Came together sort of midway through last year. And Ashley really thriving in her team at 334 Sport Horse stud. Oh. Franzi by Cassell, bloodline that we've seen used very often in the 334 Sport Horse stud. And Ashley, out of Deirdre Fox, talented show jumper herself.
Yeah, it's all in the pedigree.
I'm sure Deirdre, if she's not here, will be watching on keenly.
She's got such good upper body control. She's got long legs, this young lady. She was definitely born on a long weekend.
There's your waiting 5. That was the first rider we had to see anchoring the horse down in the 5 strides.
She does have unbelievable step, this mare. I've just managed to...
Oh, and again that B element going down. So number 10B.
Viewers, definitely keep your eye on this partnership this year. I really, really believe in that young lady. I think she's a top jockey, and I think under the guidance of all the team at 334, I think we're still going to see the best of her for sure.
They talk about horses that make your career. Well, I think young Ashley has found her horse. She was a super successful junior rider on all different types.
I mean, it's terrible to when you say it that the horse looked like it jumped it easy, because it is never easy. But that mare did find the back rail of those big oxes pretty easily.
Absolutely. She has her own way. She sort of shuffles along on the ground. There's no extravagance in her canter, but yet when she gets to the jump, boy, it's
no lack of scope. Yeah, absolutely.
Another one of our Callao horses up next. Callao Casco Grey, Jody Ambrose. Talking about horses that can do things in their own way. Casco, I think, almost characteristically has that way of almost climbing to the fence. Yeah, reefing is the word. Reefing. There you go.
Jody bought this horse off the auction, so she knows him inside out. So when he starts his little antics, it doesn't really distract her. She keeps her mind on the job.
Hard to believe that Jodie's still only in her 30s, Brendan. It seems like she's just been around at this level for so many years, and to still not even be 40 years old.
It's amazing, right?
Think of the number of horses she's produced and competed on. Up to 150 level.
Oh, good riding.
What good care. I think she even gave him a pat on the neck jumping out.
Good shot.
Goes over the top of the uprights at the triple bar.
Leaves them all up. Amazing.
Looks like it's a bit of a crowd favorite. 72.72. Clear round for Jody Ambrose. Super riding. Must say, it looks like she's got a sort of new lease on her show jumping career. She's just riding with a bit of fire in her belly. Lovely to see. One of the classiest riders of them all up next. It's Lara Neal. She brings in number 14, Diamond Dundee.
Almost sounds like maybe she's one of your favorites.
Are we allowed to have favorites? Yes or no?
Definitely.
Yeah, 100% she's my favorite.
Oh, really? She's, I mean, you use the word class. I think that's such a good descriptive adjective for Lar.
Talking about riders that have produced multiple horses and competed and been so successful on multiple horses to the top of the sport. She's definitely one of them that comes to mind.
Lara, mother of two, both of her son and her daughter both ride.
Super competitively.
Yeah, I mean, Emily's been eyeing out Lara's horses for the last couple of years.
Possibly the 4th or 5th or 6th horse we've seen touch the back rail of that Oxa. Unfortunately, with those safety cups, the rails fall for nothing. I also think it's very interesting how the approach to that back on track Oxa has affected the ride down to the double, Brendan. Because it walked normal.
But it's almost, again, it kills your momentum.
And they've had to really canter up.
Yeah, I agreed.
4 faults in a time of 71.64. Time was really good. In fact, the fastest time we've seen. Was it? No, sorry, that was not her time. 74.61. Sorry. Still one of the, that would have been the 5th fastest time we've seen round this track. Unfortunately, the one rail going down. Number 15 up next, NCT's Callahoo Lord Chris. Sorry, it sounds like I'm mimicking the other commentator here while we're going. It's lovely to talk at the same time. So, young George Cutlass riding Callahoo Lord Chris.
I would love this
son
horse.
of Lord Zed.
I would love him to jump a clear round. I think that George is an amazing guy, hard-working, passionate beyond. Takes his riding very seriously.
I often like to use the phrase, I do give Govert credit for it though. He spoke about Thomas having horse sickness. George and Tom are, well, if not best friends, very good friends.
I would say besties.
Yeah, all besties, boyfriends. And I think they were both born with the same horse sickness. That's why they are such good friends.
For sure.
Quiet, calm demeanor, but lethal in the arena, the both of them.
It was exceptionally ridden down that tricky
I don't
line.
know if you noticed how wide George went to the treble. He's obviously picked up that the time is not super tight, Brendan. And that straight, slightly longer approach. Come
That is
on.
the softest fence we've seen this round, definitely.
And that's, folks, as well, they call it show jumping and not show winning.
Man, so unfortunate. That horse jumped an absolutely sparkling round, beautifully ridden from George.
Lord Chris
Unfortunately,
did
not his
not
day.
deserve that.
Yeah.
He's a young man, though, that knows what the sport is all about. Big pats for Callahoo Lord Chris as he makes his way out. The GPA-sponsored rider, George Cutlass. And if that's the way you can start the season in 2025, there's big things to come, young George.
He's looking mileaged in the 150s these days. He's a very, I mean, again, how old is George? Can't be older than 25.
No, he's under 25. I think he's
Definitely.
just recently turned 21, I'm pretty sure, like a year or two ago. So he must be 22, 23.
Yeah. He's got a really mature head on his shoulders, does that young man.
Unfortunately, we have one or two viewers at home asking us for the running totals. We don't have the totals, but the horses are going in reverse order of their scores to date. So the horses going at the end of this class will be our top qualifiers for the class. So the numbers that come up on your screen is where they are from the end of the class. Am I right?
Definitely.
So number 21 is our highest qualifier. Number
Yes.
1 was our lowest qualifier.
Yeah.
As we see Dominic Alexander and Soakley Z making their way on track. Dominic and Capital Collier had that 10B down. So he'll be looking to improve on that. This horse has been quite a phenomenon for me, Brendan. Came into the country looking a little young, a little green, a little small almost for Dominic. And he's grown into himself.
Was this horse purchased from Michel Van Eck?
Yes. Makes no mistake at 10B this time.
Obviously, Soakley further better qualified than Collier. So this is
Oh, little
This
rub on the
is
back,
the
it stays
one.
up.
This is your day.
That's the way. Tommy Alexander. There's some fist pumping. Grooms going wild there at the in gate.
6 clears so far. What we will be doing is when this class is done, we will be getting all the scores. So we will be able to tell all the viewers at home exactly what's going on when we get to the jump off part of this class.
For our viewers sitting at home, Soakley was one of our clear rounds that came in with all clears so far, so that we can confirm. So next of our horses that carrying through very low score, having jumped all clear rounds so far. This competition, the President's Cup competition, it's number 17, the 334 entry, 334 Mr. Twister 5, and Raina Korba. We spoke earlier about Tamar Glixman, the partnership that she's been able to form with Kronos over such a short period, Brendan. This another very young partnership.
It's interesting. I've spoken to Ray about this horse. He says he's incredibly sensitive. You can see Ray doesn't ride him with a spur, just sort of lets the horse bound along underneath him. It's sort of Ray's so good on these types. If you think back to
Ray's good on every type.
He is good on every type, but maybe particularly these.
Yeah, I mean I say that in jest, Brendan. You're right. Love to see the percentages 7B and 10B.
Definitely
for sure, the bogey
bogeys.
fences.
Yeah. And I must say, when Shaitan walked the course, he definitely called it.
That's why they pay him the big bucks, Brendan. Whoa. Oh, amazing with his body there, Ray.
I think you mentioned that this is a fairly new partnership in the 150 level, and I think just for sure another one under Ray that's going to continue to get better and better.
It speaks volumes when a breeder buys a gelding overseas.
Sure.
And I think Govard, having purchased this horse as a gelding, shows you just how highly he thinks of the horse. You know, they're often always purchasing stallions and mares that they can put into their breeding program. When they buy a gelding, you know that it's something special.
For sure. Must have given an amazing feeling, Mr. Twister. Right, number 19 goes next. This is Kayla Nordia. Kayla Gertenbach, for anybody who hasn't realized that she went off and got married fairly recently. She brings in her fantastic Calaho Conzano. Conzano, a 14-year-old gelding by Concoriano out of an Ahorn Z-mare. Did that sound like a bit of thunder off to the left there?
I think it's the type of thunder that I'm used to. Kids playing behind us. They're playing on a wooden platform. I think
Okay.
that's what we're doing. That rail's gone down.
Yeah.
See how in tune my ears are to playful kids. We mentioned earlier, Kayla has said that she's got the string of a lifetime at the moment. Really a big season ahead for her. Uses her voice and body to good effect, jumping out that double. Gets that bogey fence out the way. Wow. Clears a triple bar with a foot of room. And the last, so just that early 4 faults.
But for sure, in this season coming, I think this is going to be an exciting season for Kayla and Conzano.
Yeah, a soft rail there at number 4.
She's put some good mileage into that horse at this level. I think, I reckon by the middle of this year, she's going to be flying.
And she's been putting all the pennies in. We saw her travel down to Maxwell's earlier with the thoughts in mind that there's a World Cup there later in the season.
For sure.
Telling you she's going to be a serious contender in the World Cup Series this year.
Yeah.
Helen Kritikos goes next, number 19, riding out of the Langley Equestrian setup. She brings in Calaho Liberia. Lovely daughter of Lissabon.
Also 14-year-old, same as Conzano, so more than likely on the same auction.
She's had an early rail down there at the Benet fence. That's quite a strike rate. Would be interesting to see how many of them were out of that auction that have come to this level. Just as I say that, Lexington's a 14-year-old.
It was same
So
auction
is that
for sure.
3? Wow, what an effort out the BIOGEN
She
double.
grunted as she kicked herself over that BIOGEN Oxo. Wow.
Often speak about relationships and that this partnership, match made in heaven. Also had a little stumble there. So nimble, so quick, just picks herself up, carries on like nothing happened.
Like nothing even happened.
So this was our second highest qualifier, Brendan.
So she's had
She's
the one
had a
down.
rail.
Yeah. It looks like Domini's the only one at this stage. It's
We're gonna have to wait. I think, we'll have to wait to see it. But you're right, Brendan. I think you're pretty right.
It's looking like he could be getting close to the driving seat. That said, though, we do still have another full round to go that can often separate people.
Just doing the maths in my head. If those are the only 3 from that auction, from that year, where those 14-year-olds are the only 3 out of the Callao auction that have produced to 150 level, that does mean 15%. That's a pretty high strike rate to be hitting. That means 3 out of 20 horses.
Absolutely. Going to 150. We're not even talking about open, huh?
That's incredible. On track now, number 20, Leona van der Merwe riding for the 334 Sport Horse Stud team. It's 334 Finale U. I'm surprised Brendan even let me announce it. He usually steals the mic, throws mine out the back, and can't stop talking for 5 minutes about Finale. And you can see just why. Top qualifier of the President's Cup 2025. Looks to be giving an exhibition here today.
Big press.
Come on. Oh, good. It's amazing as the class has gone on how the riders all know that 5 is a little more steppy than what they
for
thought.
sure. You got to get going early so you can hold away for the vertical.
Whoa.
Good girl.
She actually kicked ground forward at the jump, propping herself away from the fence. She's
Isn't
a rock
that
star, this man.
incredible.
There are 2 very invested people at the gate up there. I'm not sure who they are, Brendan. I'm trying to...
Beautiful riding. Clear around there for Leona van der Merwe. 334 Callao. Oh, sorry.
334 Finale U. And that's why she's the top qualifier for today. First round done. First piece of work done. She knows one more round to go, and that title is all hers, Brendan.
Ooh, it's getting
We
close.
spoke about it. We said this has been a happy hunting ground for Leona van der Merwe. She won her first World Cup here at this very venue.
Well, viewers, you can see that massive storm rolling in on the left-hand side of Maple Ridge. We're really hoping that we're going to be able to get this little jump off done before the heavens open. So what we are going to do, viewers, is we're going to get the running order for the second round. We're going to walk the course, organize our lives, get all our ducks in a row, and we're going to join you shortly for the 2025 Maple Ridge BIOGEN President's Cup second round.
Ever wondered why Peptan collagen is considered top tier among all the hydrolyzed collagen out there? It's because Peptan sets the global standard for quality, versatility, and performance. BIOGEN Peptan Collagen Powder packs a powerful 10 grams of Peptan. These collagen peptides are essential for healthy joints, bones, muscles, and skin. They are the building blocks that keep your body strong and ready for anything. By boosting elasticity and the regeneration of your connective tissues, you can stay injury-free and always prepared for your next adventure, whether it's a tough workout or just getting through a busy day. So, while you're out there taking care of the world, don't forget to take care of yourself with BIOGEN Peptan Collagen.
So right, please note that you are planning on scratching, not completing the second round, remembering that barring elimination and retirement, all horses and rider combinations you can go through the second round. So if you're planning on not completing, please let your judges box know, or alternatively Dion and Marshall, you can be found at the judges box. Thank you. We have already got a few scratchings from you, Mosquito, Collier, Right, so we might get one or two changes if the horse actually come through to us, but the riding order as it currently stands will be first to go Nickelback Johnny Wonderful, followed by Farnham's Capital Kronos to Mark Linksman who was clear in the first round, with a sharp in the class, that 5,000 rand on offer for the class. Weeks just on time, tomorrow Rueda, Stony Park Rivendell Quintessence, also in the hunt for the class. GCS Max Oregon from Bishop, the Risker Principal. Capital Aiden will follow Oregon, but I think Oregon might be a stretching. We'll stay tuned. Diamond Dundee will follow Aiden. Northridge will follow Dundee, then Callao Consolano and David Nordia, followed by Callao Liberia, Kennedy Cricket, then Callao Lexington, John Corber, and Callao Casco Gray, Jody Ambrose. Following Jody will be Dominic of Stokely, followed by Fiona, who sits on the penultimate horse, the Dante, as well as the last to go, Finale AU. So, ladies and gentlemen, remember that there are two prizes on offer here, one for the President's Cup overall title. All riders going through the second round will be competing for that title, but of course some are sitting on stools, bigger than others. We will be going for first order classification. So last we go in the second round will be those who are sitting on low stools. We are going to have a dominating here. And then of course we are also running in the class where only those who went here in the first round will be competing against each other, and those are Kronos, Quintessence, Lexington, Casco Grey, Stokely, Dante, and Finale. 40,000 Rand on offer for the overall President's Cup title winner, 5,000 Rand on offer for the class. So those who are in the hunt for both the class and the title have decisions to make, but 40,000 is very appealing, and of course the bragging rights as the President's Cup winner will probably dominate the decision made by those riders who are in the hunt for both. The course is open, riders now walking to the class, and there are 8 jumps on this track. So to the case for George Cookson, George Cookson, number 1-1. Not to chase fourth class, not clear. Kayla Nordia, Gonzalo, 5-0-5. Not to chase for the overall title. Liberia, same situation, not clear in the first round. Only contesting for the overall title, 4,55. The rest are in the hunt for both the classes as well as the overall title. John Corbett, Lexington, clear, 3,88 to the title chase. 3,460 score for Jody Ambrose, clear in the first round. Contesting both the title and the class. Dominic Alexander, Stokely, 2,74. And then in the other front there, 0.48. Big Dante and Finale U on a 0 penalty score. Time's running out to get your submissions in for the discoversport.com competition. Visit the discoversport.com stand, which is officially listed to win 5,000 rand. We thank you once again to the family and BIOGEN for the generous sponsorship of the show and of course the title prize. Whoever's finishing at 8, 9 in Dundee will not take part. So the running order once again: Kronos, Quintessence, Oregon, Aiden. So the rest we've got the two horses following on from each other. So there will either be a little bit of a delay between the riskiest two, or judges will be generous and allow for this to come in. So Lord Chris, then Consolado, Iberia, Lexington, Casco Gray, Stokely, Vigante, Finale here. Information for the riders, and then track 310 pieces, 310 time allowed 30 seconds. Just a reminder to junior pony rider President's Cup winners, there will be a photo session following the conclusion of the prize giving for this class. So please make yourself ready.
Ever wondered why Peptan collagen is considered top tier among all the hydrolyzed collagen out there? It's because Peptan sets the global standard for quality, versatility, and performance. BIOGEN Peptan collagen powder packs a powerful 10 grams of Peptan. These collagen peptides are essential for healthy joints, bones, muscles, and skin. They are the building blocks that keep your body strong and ready for anything. By boosting elasticity and the regeneration of your connective tissues, you can stay injury-free and always prepared for your next adventure, whether it's a tough workout or just getting through a busy day. So, while you're out there taking care of the world, don't forget to take care of yourself with BIOGEN Peptan Collagen.
Course for the second round of the 2025 Maple Ridge BIOGEN President's Cup. We also have our running orders in, and we do have our running orders with the riders' scores for the President's Cup. So we can tell you that the top five, I think it's fair in me saying that, Brendan, the top five that are really in contention. In pole position, we have 334 Finale U, sits on a score of 0. Second place, we have a 334 Calaho Vedante, again, Leona van der Merwe, score of 0.48. Dominic Alexander and Soakley in third at the moment, score 2.74. Jody Ambrose, riding some fine form. Calaho Casco Grey sitting in fourth place, score of 3.46. And Calaho Lexington Jean Corba in fifth, score of 3.88.
So all of those riders could be separated by one pole.
I get nervous about making strong comments like that these days, but Brendan, I believe so. Another interesting piece of information while we were off air, Lawrence Mowat let me know that Calaho Lorenzo, if you were listening earlier, we were speaking about horses that were from the auction all on the same year. They're all 14 years old. So it was Calaho Liberia, Calaho
Lexington,
Calaho
Casco Grey.
No,
Lord Chris.
Sorry, no.
It was Chris.
Conzano.
Oh, sorry, Conzano. And
So it was Calaho Liberia, Calaho Conzano, Calaho Lexington, and Calaho Lorenzo.
All the same
were
auction.
all bought off the same auction.
Contador was actually also that auction.
Making out of those 4 out of the 20 horses on auction, meaning that you had a 1 in 5 chance at buying a 150 Grand Prix horse at auction. How incredible is that? Okay, so kicking off our second round, Nariska Prinsloo Hill, GCS Max Oregon Fundin Bishop. They bring forward a score of 11.90. jumping over the shortened track, Brendan. The wall at number 1, we got to walk this course, then they make that right turn to the water tray.
See the distance.
5 strides up to that BIOGEN Oxa. Then they jump the double of verticals in the reverse direction. 6 strides to the big green Oxa. Little press up. Oh, she's a magician, is Nariska. She knows how to get the best out of horses, and they really jump for her. And they turn back to the back and track Oxa. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Just the last here to go. A big square Oxa at the E-pole at number 8.
Easy as you like. Comes home clear. Unfortunately, 1.13 outside that time allowed. So 2 for time.
I think that 2 seconds was probably when he was in the air over the green Oxa up at the top of the arena.
Would have been 3 seconds inside the time if not for all that time spent in the air. Excitement's picking up behind us in the play area. Kids getting rather lively as the action hots up in the arena. Farnham's Capital Kronos goes next. Tamar Glixman. Bringing in a score of 24.06. Was, however, clear in the first round.
Sure, so she's definitely...
She's in contention for this class.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tamar looking early there to the verticals. You can see over the Oxa already looking left to the verticals. Did she turn at the back of that?
Oh, rubs it and it stays double clear for Tamar Glixman and Farnham's Capital Kronos. Gee, she really is enjoying some quality form.
I was going to say the 2 of them though, he seems to be loving it as well. Loving his new partner. He loved Nicole jumping for Nicole, and he seems to be loving Tamar as well. So definitely for today's class, clear in a time of 45.44, putting some scoreboard pressure on the rest of our riders. Just 10 left to go.
First of those, Nicola Syme-Riley. She brings in Sunny Park Rivendell Quintessence.
Bred by the Rivendell stud in the Cape, one of our larger show jumping provinces. This horse tinkled around the first round, Brendan. Looked like he was having an absolute party.
He actually really did tinkle. I mean, he really made it look easy. He's such a playful stallion in the way that he goes. And it's funny, you chatted about it in the last round, that Nicola always allows the horses to be who they are. She never squashes that spark. She always allows them to be. And I think it really helps when the chips are down and you need them to really fight for you when the jumps get big. You can see how her horses do this in bucket loads.
That Oxa is massive, that green Oxa. Very square, and more so going up the hill than down the hill.
Absolutely, after jumping a double of verticals, a little unbalanced.
Eats up the 5 strides down there to the Maple Ridge vertical. One from home. Woo, good shot.
Oh, unfortunately 4 penalties at the last. Still wouldn't have been quick enough to beat Tamar.
47.30, Tamar's time 45.44. Lovely round though from that young horse. Big future ahead of him. Nicola going up to Conda, her trainer of so many years.
Just making sure that she's still in the good books, that she didn't do anything wrong.
There'll be a list of instructions on what she can do going home to train.
So I think staying in program order, next up we're going to have Nariska Prinsloo Hill with Capital Aiden.
Video, Nariska Prinsloo Hill, Capital Aiden, 8.57 penalties, overall classification. Was not there in the first round, so only riding for the overall title, not for the class. Next rider riding for the class will be John Corvac Lexington, but of course this is of 3.88, so he'll be riding for the title as well. You've got a decision to make as to how quick she should go. If you go too long, just sitting on the bench, you'll get some advice from you.
So while we're waiting for Nariska to swap horses and get ready for her big class on Capital Aiden, just want to give a big shout out to our headline sponsor BIOGEN for getting involved in the President's Cup for the first time. BIOGEN is an authentic sports and wellness brand with a wide and premium range of vitamins and supplements that cater for all sporting codes, disciplines and lifestyles. As a brand, we BIOGEN are deeply committed to the health and fitness of all South Africans and are a proud sponsor of major equestrian titles such as World Cup qualifiers and now the President's Cup. BIOGEN was founded in 2004, making this their 20th year in existence. They are a large health brand in Dischem, one of the largest in South Africa. They are.
Brendan, just popping in there, you say this is now their 5th year sponsoring the President's Cup. So 5 years of involvement here at Maple Ridge, showing their commitment to the sport. And like you said, it's become a...
This is the first year they're doing President's Cup. They always do the World Cup.
Oh, sorry.
They've been involved in sponsoring at Maple Ridge
for 5 years.
Yeah, okay. So I mean, again, it's the same thing as you were saying. To have any headline sponsor around for that amount of time,
the relationship that they've built is amazing. And I think on behalf of all the riders and everyone here involved at Maple Ridge, big thank you to BIOGEN for everything they do for the sport.
Ongoing support, I think we can call it after all this time.
Absolutely. It's amazing because the World Cup that they do sponsor here, like you said, we've got so used to the red arena and all the banners, and that really does add to the atmosphere here around the arena. And then just a big shout out as well to all the other sponsors at the show for making it the show that it has been, to Winks, Hollard Shoes, Tack and Togs, Spurwing Horse Feeds, Equicover Insurance, Discover Sport, Trawmeal, the Maple Ridge Equestrian Farm, and to Back on Track. Massive shout out to all those sponsors who have contributed to this being the magnificent event that it has been. We've been treated to some real classy show jumping over the last 2 days. Thank you to the team from EquiLive for bringing it all the action to our homes. As we see Nariska Prinsloo Hill, number 9, Capital Aiden making their way in.
I'm not going to forget that 140 jump off for a long time, let me tell you.
It's what dreams are made of. Chris van der Merwe taking top honours there this morning, real class act.
Lands with such balance, he's such a gentleman, he never looks like he's running away.
Often Nariska having to sort of slide her reins like an event rider, Brendan, in order for her to be able to keep her body up and allow the horse to use his body.
He's
he
so
uses
big,
himself
she's
so
not
well.
super tall.
And he almost lands in autopilot while she regathers her reins. Like you were saying, he doesn't run off.
He's very polite about how he does things. Easy as you like at the last.
49.22 comes home. Good enough for second place at the moment.
Look at the time allowed, just inside the time. Nariska very well judged. So Nariska keeps her current score at what it was.
So Callao, NCT's Callao Lord Chris goes next. Another horse that is not in contention for this class, but is in contention for their overall President's Cup class. He brings forward a score of 7.11.
This horse jumps a little bit to the left. I was listening to Ronnie have a discussion with George about keeping the right contact so that he doesn't dive left. Super in. Oh, he really has matured, this young man.
This horse has a back end that slow-mos were made of. He really is flashy when he jumps. Spicy Lord Z progeny. Textbook round there by young George Cutlass. Second round comes home clear. And a time of 48.37.
So he will keep his score, his current score.
Nice score of 0 to put towards the points that he carried through of 7.11. So it'll just be the time added, no faults. Kaylin Nordeer goes next. One of the 14-year-old Callao horses from that auction, Callao Conzano. She brings through a score of 5.05 towards the President's Cup class.
So she would really want to be keeping all the jumps up so that she could stay in front of George.
Big clap of thunder to our right now. Gives the horse a foot of room on the 5 at the vertical.
Is she going to put the pressure on?
Oh, it bounces and stays up. Clear in a time of 45.98 for Kaylin Nordeer, Callao Conzano.
Yo, it really did bounce in the cups there. Fortune favors the brave.
They call it luck. What does Gary Player say? The more he practiced, the luckier he got. Let me tell you, no truer words for a young lady like Kaylin Nordeer. Helen Kritikos goes next, number 19, Callao Liberia. She brings through a score of 4.55. Unfortunately, had that very soft rail in the first round. Always so interesting to watch, Brendan, the way Helen manages this mare. She is spicy.
She's a fireball, isn't she?
She has got a lot of her own opinions. That is thunder to our right, hey?
The kids have definitely left, and that is 100% thunder behind us.
Okay.
Only have a few horses left in this class. Hopefully the weather holds.
Early on in the season for a relatively new partnership to 150 level, I think Helen can be happy with Liberia's efforts as we see her leaning forward, patting her beloved mare.
I mean, two little soft fences around a pretty staunch 150 track here this afternoon. You can't be too upset with that.
Oh, Helen wouldn't be here. That'd also be getting carrots on the
whole
whole truck trip home.
So
the first of our horses that are really in contention here for the President's Cup class. Callao Lexington goes next with Jean Corbett. She brings through a score of 3.88.
So in theory, these are the horses that have jumped clear all week. Haven't incurred any penalties. That's why they've got such a low score.
Really magnificent horse to watch canter around. As you mentioned earlier, would have been on the same auction as Liberia.
Jean knows him so well. She didn't override that distance. She knew that he was going to get there, jumping out the double.
They really are a partnership that have sort of a sixth sense of understanding
100%.
between them, don't they?
Yeah, agreed.
Easy as you like. 48.24, clear round for Jean Corbett. That's really going to put some scoreboard pressure on the next 4 riders to go.
There is no more room for error.
Interesting piece of information for our viewers at home. Di has just told me she was the underbidder on Liberia. Liberia was sold for just over 100,000 Rand off the Callao auction.
Isn't that crazy?
Absolutely crazy. 100 grand.
You mentioned earlier,
100 grand for a 150 Grand Prix horse.
don't look away if they're a little bit small. You never know what could be living inside that body.
Number 13 goes next, Jody Ambrose, Callao Casco Grey, carrying forward a score of 3.46. So 4/10 of a point ahead of Lexington before this class. So she'll be looking to leave all the fences up.
Really coming into his own, huh?
Jody really be putting the pressure on Domini and Leona.
Huge.
She can put a clear round together here. You've got to be mindful of the time as well. She has gone slightly wider on 1 or 2 of the turns.
Time allowed 50 seconds. She's already at 44 seconds. I don't think she's going to be good for time.
No, she's judged this perfectly. She's judged this perfectly. Not 50.39. I started to call it going around the turn to that back on track oxer. She was just a little bit patient. So we're going to have to see how that affects the scores for the President's Cup, taking nothing away from the fact that horse just jumped double clear in the final round of the President's Cup, giving an exhibition. So congrats to Jody on that.
And I think intelligently pitched by our course designer, Mr. Brett Weber, putting a little bit of pressure on them in this jump off, making them move.
Dominic Alexander and Soakley Z up next. They sit on the podium at the moment in 3rd position. It's all got very serious here and quiet in the crowd.
Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As the thunder rumbles through the valley.
Come on, Dom. He's good for time.
I mean, I don't want to say anything, but that horse didn't look like it was going to hit one today.
47.05, goes into 2nd place for this class today and books himself a spot on the podium for the President's Cup.
Unbelievable
Dominic can
run.
do no worse than 3rd place in the President's Cup.
Phew. Right, viewers, take a deep breath because here we go. A lady who's in an unbelievable driving position at this stage for this class. Leona van der Merwe brings in 334 Callao Vedante. She's lying in 2nd position at this stage.
On Vedante and
On
in
Vedante.
1st position at the moment on 334 Capital Katori. It would be interesting to see if that's ever been the case going into the last round. The President's Cup competition.
Big press and ask. She must keep moving now. You don't want to get a little time fault along the way here.
Time faults, Brendan, not for Leona. 4, 5, 6. Come on. Oh. 49.40. The last has gone down.
Oh, that was unlucky. Shame. She turned for home. The horse almost looked maybe a little tired. Oh, that's
one of
so
our younger
unfortunate.
horses in this competition. She is only 10 years old, Vedante. So it has been a lot of jumping early on in the week. To have the back rail of the last fence.
Oh, man, that was unfortunate.
Heartbreak at the last. As it stands, though, for the President's Cup competition, that means Dominic Alexander can do no worse
Then
than
second.
second.
Yeah. And
Jodie Ambrose, I think, at the moment, even with the one-time fault,
is going to be better than Jean.
No, she's not. I'm wrong. Callow Lexington will be sitting in podium position in third. So we're going to hear it from the officials now. We're just going to listen in. So Domini is leading on 2,74 with Soakley Z. Second place is Jean Corber on 3.88. And Jodie Ambrose finds herself on the podium.
Gee whiz,
at the
that's
moment,
amazing.
sitting in third place with just 3.34 Finale U.
Whew. Yo, this is a lot. It's really difficult getting off one horse onto another. It's really difficult when your times, when you've got a little bit of time constraints as well, to be honest with you. But Leona is fit as a fiddle, and I'm sure she revels in these opportunities. So she's going to quickly hop off 334 Calaho Vedante and hop on 334 Finale U.
Sorry, Brendan. Just to step back into the results phase, like the results sort of way of thinking for this class today. At the moment, Farnham's Capital Kronos to Mark Lixman leading another big class.
Yeah.
She off the back of a big win down in Natal, the Indoor Grand Prix. Dominic Alexander sitting in second.
For this class.
In a time of 47.05, and Callow Lexington Jean Corber sits in third place at the moment, 48.24. So shows you consistency shines through. I mean, Dominic and Jean sitting
absolutely.
in second and third for this class, and at the moment are sitting in first and second for the overall results. Obviously, with 334 Finale U and Leona van der Merwe still to go. So some high quality riding from our top professionals so far this week.
It's an interesting competition, you know, not always do we have accumulative points and all that type of thing. It is definitely, the President's Cup is definitely a competition that calls for consistency. That's almost what wins the classes and what separates everybody. Being able to jump 4 clear rounds at 150 at the beginning of the season is pretty impressive.
I think it's going to be tricky to see now. 334 Finale U, I mean, massive pressure, but
massive.
I say that. We also mentioned earlier Hayam Vilma and Leona van der Merwe, winners of a World Cup here last year. So it's a
She
venue
knows
that
how
she
to
has
win, yeah.
enjoyed some success, some great success.
They will have a clock on Leona. I think she will get about 7 minutes to swap horses and warm up her last horse for this class. So viewers, if you can just be a little patient and bear with us as we're waiting for Leona to come down to round off this 2025 Maple Ridge BIOGEN President's Cup. It really has been an amazing day's show jumping. I was chatting to you earlier. I'm not going to forget that 140 jump off. It was really impressive. I must say the juniors also, when you're talking about consistency, you talk about Hamza and Luca.
Well, we saw it's almost, I mean, it's a replica of the junior
It is,
class.
it is.
We had Hamza
You are
with
right.
2 and Luca Watson on the podium.
Yeah.
And now we had Leona van der Merwe. It was in pole position and second. So, I mean, again, a rider like Leona, same as Hamza, showing their consistency in the class. You say they get 7 minutes, a clock of 7 minutes. I'd love to see. Okay, I've got to be careful what I say now. And I mean,
Anybody.
you can get a horse ready in 7 minutes. You can definitely do your makeup and curlers in 7 minutes.
It's not much time when you've just got off one onto another, though. Let's be real.
You walk out the arena panting. By the time you've got up to the warm-up arena, you've lost a minute. By the time you've got on the next horse, checked your tack and got on, it's another minute gone. You got 5 minutes warm up and get back down to the arena. So I mean, another minute to walk down. Yeah, so 4 minutes.
You've got to warm up, adjust everything, work out who you on, work out what plan you're going to be having for this class. It really is impressive.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we have been advised that our final rider from Nala EU, the owner Fandava, is on her way down. Shortly.
So talking about all those minutes, does sound like Leona is on her way down. What a fitting way to bring out the finale in this class. What better way than 334 Finale U, rounding out our 2025 Maple Ridge BIOGEN sponsored President's Cup. It'll be moments of Leona just regathering herself, as you said, going through her plan in her head again. I'm sure husband and trainer Chris van der Merwe will have a few words of advice. I wonder these days if he's still probably just...
Oh, definitely.
I would think like probably just for reassurance.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Leona would want that. That's why, I mean,
That's what I'm saying.
She'd ask him because she'd want
I mean, she's at a point in her career with horses that a lot of these top horses she's now had for a few years. She's produced them. She knows them like the back of her hand. So anything from Chris these days, I mean, he's a very wise horseman.
Yes.
But I think anything from Chris these days would just be a reassurance.
Absolutely.
In trusting, you know, her ability and the horse's ability.
I'm sure they're both on the same page. I mean, in the evenings they must talk horses all night and discuss their plans and their goals or whatever it would be.
So here we have it. The finale, 334 Finale U, rounding out our President's Cup class here today and make it a storybook ending. Five strides down to the BIOGEN Oxa. Getting all tense in here. 5, 6 strides to the Oxa, jumps a little right. 3 from home.
Come on, girl. Come on.
Turns up to the last. Time is good. Easy.
Come on. Oh, no. I can't believe it. That is so unlucky. Leona van der Merwe, absolute heartbreak. Oh, man. She's still a little wry smile on her face. She still gives that mare a pat. Oh, man. You can be so close and yet so far. Oh, man. It does look like Dominic Alexander could be the winner of the President's Cup this year.
That he indeed is, Brendan. I was about to add Leona van der Merwe, EPOL sponsored rider. EPOL Oxa at the last.
Back rail of the EPOL Oxa again. Oh, man.
But
you can't take it away from the winners in the class. This has been, we've spoken about consistency the whole week.
This class is 100%, seeing it from start to finish, from the start of the week to the end of the week. You have to be pole position, basically. You have
Absolutely.
to be clear all week. Consistency is king. And we're waiting for the final results to be in. But Brendan, like you said, Dominic Alexander, someone who is a master at being consistent.
He is the king of being consistent.
We talk about training systems and that. I mean, Dominic is the creme de la creme.
Yeah,
We
agreed.
see him there with longtime pupil James Lowe, all his friends, all his support team, Raquel Mendes. They're all there. Big moment for him.
Right, so I think let's just run through the prize giving for this class.
So for today, Tamar Glixman takes the win on Farnham's Capital Kronos. Second place, Dominique Alexander, Souklizi. Third place, Jean Corba, Callao Lexington. Fourth, Jody Ambrose, Callao Casco Grey. Fifth, Nicholas Riley, Sunny Park Rivendell Quintessence. Lovely round by that young horse. And Leona van der Merwe, Finale U, finishing in sixth place for the class today. Then our top three for the President's Cup 2025, sponsored by BIOGEN, Brendan. Dominique Alexander taking the win. Souklizi. Jean
Second,
Corba, Callao Lexington, second place. And third place, we said it, she's fighting her way back to the top of the sport. Jody Ambrose, Callao Casco Grey.
Definitely the best result in that horse's career. I'm sure Sue must be over the moon. She chose that horse off the auction. Sue, another one who can really choose horses. She's been doing this her entire life, and I must say, I think Sue would have been riding every single jump with Jody today.
She would have felt that. I mean, Sue, she won't hate me for saying it. She's lost her sight quite a bit now these days, and she still manages to get to the right spots of the arena to make sure that she gives Jody the right advice and she can get the best view of her daughter. I mean,
she is definitely Jody's biggest fan.
When Jody, that's what I was about to say. When Jody was just a pip, I mean, Sue's been her biggest fan since day dot.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So a really fantastic set of results here this afternoon.
So we're going to do our prize giving for the class today first. So Tamar Glixman taking the win. And Brendan, back-to-back wins at two big shows for Tamar Glixman and Farnham's Capital Kronos.
Yeah, it really is looking like a fantastic partnership, looking relaxed, confident. The horse is looking like he's got his mind on the job, and I mean, I must say, for Tamar, it must feel incredible for her.
Tamar making us look like we know what we're talking about. We called it, we said she's in form, we said she's got a big season ahead of her, and proving it that she definitely does.
Oh man, you got to feel for Leona. So close but so far. But I'm telling you, viewers, that if you ever want to meet someone who wants to pick themselves up and get hungry again, Leona is one of them. She loves those horses. She definitely believes in herself. And I mean, she's that close to winning big titles. It's all going to come.
Someone that's good at picking themselves up. Does she ever get down? I bet you could go after this round to chat to her. She'll be having a Red Bull. And she'll be chatting to you. She loves a little Red Bull and vodka, Leona. She'll be having a little toast to her show. I think she's had an outstanding show, and she's the queen at being positive. She really, really is. So we see Jean and Tamar's two daughters here in front of us.
Maybe they were the ones making all the noise behind us.
I'm pretty sure they were, but they're coming down here to celebrate with their moms.
Oh, fantastic scenes here. Great to have the little kids watching their parents win prizes. In their rainbow outfits here.
And their white breeches, so they've been competing this week, Brendan.
Definitely. Oh, they don't come to shows without their ponies, that's for sure.
Tamar Glixman, Brendan, your favourite saying, if she didn't have 2 ears, that smile would wrap right the way around her head.
Shame, she looks absolutely elated again, and so she should. A fairly new partnership, huh? I mean,
just maybe a year, or no,
just
leading up to a year, just short of a year. And I'll tell you what, by the end of the season, her cheeks are going to be sore. She's got a lot of smiling to do still this season.
He really does look like he enjoys Tamar's way, the system, everything that seems to be happening there at Farnham. Definitely is working for that stallion.
Looks very handsome, donning his BIOGEN day sheet there, winner's BIOGEN day sheet. Third qualifier winner.
In third place, Yellow Lexington, John Corber, 48.24.
Dominic Alexander, Soakley Z in second. Callagho Lexington, Jean Corber in third. Images of her there.
Unfortunately, Leona is going to be dreaming about that jump number 8, that back rail. Sometime a costly rail there, 49, 32, 450, he gets that 6th position. Hendricks, here for the presentation representing BIOGEN, BIOGEN once again. I see that's the winners was Jax, lovely winners blanket. And of course, all the way with 5,000 rand courtesy of BIOGEN hammer as well.
So Brett Webber's just had a little chat to us. He's got a big smile on his face. He looks really chuffed with his results that he got today, and so he should.
I think great designing here this whole week by Brett Webber, as we see images of Shayton Hendricks, the face of BIOGEN, going out to hand out the prizes to our winners. Then in third place we have Callagho Lexington. Jody hasn't been that long, she says to Shayton, I think I'm fourth. Jody, you were definitely fourth in this class and definitely third on the
in the
podium
President's
for
Cup.
the President's Cup. Fantastic result for Jody. Can I say for Sue Peters as well?
Definitely you can say for
Go
Sue Peters.
team.
Definitely. She's a massive part of Jody's team and has been, as you mentioned, since she was in ponies.
Sunny Park Stables Rivendell Quintessence in fifth. Really enjoying his time here at Maple Ridge this week. And Leona van der Merwe rounding out our prizes for this class in sixth place with 334 Finale U. Leona's had an absolutely amazing week. Maybe not the storybook finish that we would have liked.
Not yet. Let me tell you that her story is long from over.
Let me tell you, she's going to need an extra 2 berth to take all her prizes home from the week, Brendan. It's been a good week.
Yeah.
One class, you look at every other class this week, she's been there and thereabouts in the prizes on every horse in every class. I think we say it so often, but she really is a class act. And like I said to you, there's nothing, she's not going to need to pick herself up. That young lady, made of steel.
She looks like she really believes for me.
She does.
Yeah.
She does.
Tamar Glixman leading us off. The winner of this class, which was the third qualifier for the President's Cup. Tamar Glixman first place, Capital Kronos. Dominic Alexander and Soakley Z second. Jean Corber, Callagho Lexington in third. Jody Ambrose, Callagho Casco Grey fourth. Nicola Sam Riley, Quintessence. And rounding out our arena prizes, we've got Leona van der Merwe and the fabulous Finale U. Not her day today, viewers. She's still my favorite. You're right, Sten. That stallion does look an absolute picture here this afternoon in pristine condition. Absolute picture.
Red and black suits him. Luckily, often colours of pole position, so that's a good omen for Tamar.
Tamar giving her groom a high five on the way out there. She must be absolutely thrilled with that stallion and herself, to be honest with you. And now we await the confirmation of the results.
We see our horses getting their BIOGEN day sheets, our winning horses. Just at the end gates of the arena. So official results in, Brendan, you called it. Dominic Alexander Soglizi taking the win of the President's Cup competition.
The master of consistency. I'm going to call him that when I interview him just now and see what he says, because
I feel I'm trying to think of a better catchphrase, because I feel like he's more
the
deserving.
king of consistency, if we're wanting to be going on the alliteration.
He just, churns results out day after day, week in and week out. It's been for years now.
It looked so calculated. It looked so not, I mean, rehearsed maybe not, but I mean, even you were talking about how he was training in the
If you
week.
saw their training track at home, let me tell you, Dominic practiced absolutely everything there was to practice.
Okay.
He's done his homework. There were planks, there were walls, there were he's no fool, Dominic.
Sure, he didn't leave any stone unturned.
Brett had said that there were going to be 3 doubles, not a treble. He'd said that 10 days ago or a week ago. Everyone has been practicing. They know exactly what to prepare for, and Dominic's a master like that.
Yeah. The preparation today looked sublime, to be honest with you.
And he was almost unlucky on Collier.
He was, agreed.
Collier's round could have so easily have been a clear round.
The most difficult part of Dominic's life must be trying to choose which horse is going to win.
Absolutely. Try to pick one of his.
Especially in the World Cup Series.
Where you're
tough.
only allowed to nominate 2 horses, and then you also still need to nominate your World Cup horse, your chosen horse for the class.
Is that Joe, Dom's groom, standing next to him?
And look at that. Brendan, we made a
Leona
mistake.
squeak onto the podium.
Leona squeaked onto the podium. She's in 3rd. Fantastic result for 334 Finale U. And Leona van der Merwe. So Brendan, sorry viewers, big correction on our part. Taking 3rd place, it's the 334 man, 334 Finale U. And I must say,
she was starting that last round on 0.
Qualifying 1st and 2nd. Very, very deservedly for Leona, still making her way onto the podium. It shows you just how far ahead she was.
Yeah.
Even with that last rail going down in the 2nd round, very end. Dominic a little tearful.
He just hugged her and said sorry. Like, sorry that you had the last down. Isn't
Also
that
remember
amazing?
that Dominic did have a hand in training Leona for
big
a
time.
few years.
Yeah.
Great moment for him there, for them to share.
Fantastic scenes here. The creme de la creme, as you mentioned earlier, in South African show jumping. These
They
3
really
are
are.
always there and thereabouts.
Dominic very pleased with his results this week. Come on, Dom, give us a little fist pump or something. Every good man needs a lady to straighten his collar. Sandy Cox, I wonder how many podiums she's presented in her lifetime. I can't remember. We grew up in Natal.
I was 10 years old when Sandy was the judge at Shongweni Club. I'm turning 43 tomorrow.
And she was there for years before you, Brendan, before you and I.
She
So
really has been doing this for years.
amazing what she's given to our South African sport. Jean Corber in 2nd there on her lovely Callaway Lexington. Domini, pole position there, top of the podium where he belongs.
He is an amazing man. He really does. I always say that for me, respect is earned in my book. And Domini has my respect in absolute bucket loads.
Paige Gage going forward to present Domini with his President's Cup trophy.
Well done, riders. Well done, Dom.
Smiles all round there on the podium here this afternoon.
Winning coach will on to the effects going forward for further opportunity.
Big result for Gonda, 2 of her pupils there, first and second.
As well as John, where you get the picture there, family affair this. So much of course goes on behind the scenes. Takes a village really. Congratulations to the Stella village. Mary is watching.
Gonda really does still have so much to give to all her pupils.
We're going to see our riders taking their horses back. Their grooms are going to make their way onto the podium as we see Shawnee Gage going forward to congratulate Domini.
Somebody to hold the horses. See Ray is there. If we've got any volunteers, you might be able to step out. So Don and John can come back for a photo in a moment or two. Top 3 grooms onto the podium, sirs. Jamie's there. Thanks, Jamie. Well done, gentlemen. Slowly the winning horse. In second, the groom of Lexington on the second step, and the groom of Nola Hughes. In third, we can see South Africa jumping and BIOGEN. Grooms receiving campers, sashes, and mementos. These guys who do so much work behind the scenes, who work tirelessly. I'm getting everybody else feeding, grooming, platting. Well done, Jason. Thanks, Jake. Well done, guys. Big round of applause for all experience, for opportunity. And before you guys run away, let's tell the right.
Lovely to see those men being acknowledged for all the effort they put into their horses.
Yeah, President's Cup winner.
Running out of hands to hold all his accolades there.
Congratulations, guys. Job well done for the President's Cup. This is a cool photo.
Pretty cool photo.
This is a cool
Domini
photo.
just pushing them all out the way. Come on, this is my day, yeah?
There we go. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Fantastic result for all parties concerned there.
we have the victory lap of honor, just a reminder about the photo opportunity for the President's Cup winners, adult juniors and pony riders that will happen next. So don't run away please, for 3 of those winners are needed. Once again, well done, Dominic Alexander, last year's second. Today the winner, 2025 is the year for the President's Cup. Put your hands together as he leads us off on a...
Right, Dominic Alexander leads them off for the final time.
Ooh, Finale, you looking quite spicy here.
Stokely also looking a little worried about everything going on here.
And Callow Lexington, being the little head boy that he is, canters around perfectly.
Stokely looking absolutely stressed that he's got a blanket on and a ribbon and a whole lot of stuff all over his face.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're going to have to do some desensitizing because he better get used to it. There's many more where that came from. Great result for Dominic Alexander here today. Viewers, from my side, I think I'm going to be out. Had an amazing day of show jumping here at Maple Ridge. Thank you so much to the team from EquiLive and BIOGEN for having us here today. But viewers, don't go anywhere. Brendan McNiven is going to have an interview with Dominic Alexander to talk us through that win. Thanks so much for joining us today. Like I say, Brendan will have that interview for you shortly. Until next time, I think it's at Waterwoods. We'll see you there.
Then of course to Verity and her team, who work tirelessly behind the scenes, the office staff. Big thank you for all of your efforts in making the show go down. Without a hitch, well done and thank you. To our SASJ team, to Tiffany, all our SASJ officials, representatives, big thank you to you. Just calling on the pony rider and the juniors to come in for your photo opportunity as well. To all of the officials, to the judges, to the arena party, to Brett, to your team, to Andres, big thank you to Kate up in the arena. Well done and thank you. Your efforts do not go unnoticed. Thank you for joining us on this final day. That's a wrap for 2025. All of us here in the judges' box, thank you for joining us. We'll see you next year, 2026. Don't forget Easter show. The BIOGEN Easter show is just around the corner. That's going to be a big one. South African Outdoor Grand Prix, sponsored by BIOGEN. That's just around the corner. We'll see you there. Until then, take care, be safe. Bye-bye. Oh, it's not bye-bye. Aha. It's not just a photo opportunity, it's a trophy ceremony for the pony riders and the juniors for President's Cup for 2025. Jamie Royce, Sunny Fox, Scooby-Doo, the winner of the Pony Rider President's Cup. And of course, Hamza Minty, who we saw in action earlier on, winner of the Junior President's Cup, receiving their trophies from our BIOGEN representative. Well done, riders. The Pony Rider President's Cup sponsored by Lollard. And the Junior President's Cup sponsored by Leslie's Macintosh. There they are. Somebody's going to jump in, photo bomb them, after becoming the winner of the Adult President's Cup for 2025. So there they are, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, put your hands together. Big round of applause for all of our President's Cup winners. Dominic Alexander, Jamie Riley, and Hamza Minty. And all 3 of those winners are going to mount up and then lead us off on a well-deserved lap of honor. Well, Jamie, sorry, Marty, sorry. Unfinished apology. Off you go, put your hands together. Jamie Riley, Obscenity, Dominique Alexander. For those of you who are wondering about the Discover Digital competition, the results of that competition will be published on the social media within 72 hours. You guys are going to have a little clip. And then we'll post the results of that competition online. Right, we've said our thank yous. We will say our goodbyes till the Easter Festival. All of us here at the Judging Box. Take care. Until next time. Bye-bye.
Well, viewers, an unbelievably exciting finish to such a great class. I'm joined down here with Dominique Alexander, Stokely, and Sammy, the three winners here of the President's Cup. Dominique, second last year, first this year, the king of consistency. It must feel amazing.
Thanks, Bren. Yeah, he jumped so beautifully. On day one, I thought, I turned back to the double a little quick, and he just was a bit surprised that it was there, and then just touched jumping in. I wanted to be competitive from day one. And then, he was quick on the time, and then really good yesterday, and just consistent today. So I was very, very pleased with him. And he was second last year. So
second last year, and again, something we've spoken about, consistency. You are the absolute king of consistency. Sten said that you trained incredibly hard for this. You had to have wanted this for sure.
It's so funny because you kind of pretend you don't, but you really do. Yeah. No, it was very exciting, and you know what? I'm just thrilled that my horse is healthy, and it's the beginning of the year. What a great way to start the year.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was saying earlier that I think the most difficult part of your life must be trying to decide which horse is going to jump well. You've got two amazing horses, Collier and Stokely. You've got an exciting season ahead of you.
Yeah, very. I think I'm going to. It is difficult, and I've got Jelly S also as a World Cup horse, so I've got the three of them. I'll choose venues, I think. I know that he won at Stockies Dry, won the World Cup at Stockies Dry. Collier was second in the World Cup here, second in the World Cup in Shongweni. Jelly has won a World Cup in Shongweni. So I think I'll choose them by venues, different venues, which one I'll nominate. I'm sure I'll get it wrong.
I'm sure you'll get it wrong occasionally, but I'm sure you're also going to get it right occasionally too. Absolutely. So viewers, I'm just going to sign off here with Dominique and Sammy in the background here. Sammy, congratulations, buddy. Guys, as I say, I'm going to be signing off. This is Brendan McNiven. An amazing day show jumping. I've still got goosebumps. I'm sure that you guys do. Guys, an amazing day. Congratulations to Dominique and everybody. Signing off. We'll see you at Waterwoods.